Chapter 72. The door creaked open, and the two slowly walked in, slowly making their way to the edge of the bed where Han Shuo was hiding. At this moment, a setup that had been set up beforehand had produced a miraculous effect. Han Shuo had already tampered with a few of the legs of the round table that had been placed in front of the door. Because the two were incredibly anxious, they didn't make a detour around the round table, but rather flew towards it, planning on using it as a foothold to quickly leave the room. It was at this moment that light footsteps gradually approached from an extremely far distance. Han Shuo's brow furrowed as he carefully discerned and said to Phoebe, "They should be back. I can hear them." When Han Shuo raised the crossbow in his hand and aimed it at Darnell, he discovered that both of them were completely naked. Yuna's snow-white left thigh already had a crossbow bolt stuck in it. She grit her teeth in pain as she walked, and her body wasn't nimble enough. Darnell was even more wretched. His lower body was a bloody mess of flesh and blood, and he had an expression of inconsolable grief on his face as he held in agony like a wolf. A shrill cry that was 10 times more painful than Yuna's suddenly emitted from Darnell's mouth, like a pig being slaughtered. The two's minds that had just reached the peak of pleasure completely cleared up, and they suddenly dashed out of the room from the bed as they yelled, the agonized cries from their mouths never stopping. At this moment, Han Shuo's ears had already heard light footsteps in the distance. He rushed towards the two again after a moment of panic. Phoebe had already destroyed the water dragon at the same time, and was also chasing after the two with a speed that wasn't inferior to Han Shuo's. The two had just steadied themselves when they saw that they were completely enveloped by Phoebe's sword. Darnell suddenly pulled Yuna and pushed her into Phoebe's sword under Yuna's horrified gaze. He himself didn't even turn his head to look at Yuna as he recklessly dashed out of the room. "Oh, it looks like your master must be a very powerful assassin," Han Shuo said lightly. Han Shuo didn't respond and followed Phoebe's previous instructions. He crouched down and rolled to the side, landing under the bed. Seeing that Han Shuo was ready, Phoebe's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings and suddenly leapt up, using the chandelier to hide in the shadows of the roof. After a while, just as Han Shuo could clearly feel Phoebe's breathing increase and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hide her tracks, the actions of the adulterous couple above grew more and more violent. The loud panting and moans grew louder and louder, and the movements of the bed continued to increase. It was obvious that they had reached a critical moment. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The two of them landed on the round table, and with a creaking sound, a few of the table's legs suddenly broke. "Let's go!" Yuna yelled loudly at this moment. If it was according to Han Shuo's original personality, he naturally wouldn't have been so cautious and steady when dealing with a matter. However, because of his training in magical yuan, Han Shuo had basically been constantly enduring inhuman pain. This had unknowingly formed Han Shuo's tenacious and indomitable personality. "No, do you think I'm you? From the moment I entered the guild until now, I've always been working under your command. I think you wouldn't have been able to grasp these methods without some special experience. It looks like you've been an assassin before. Otherwise, how could you be so skilled?" Han Shuo lifted his head to sweep a glance at Phoebe after he'd finally cleaned off the wooden splinters on the bed. A series of rustling sounds of clothes being taken off, mixed with Darnell's lewd laughter and Yuna's light panting, gradually filled the room. An exceedingly light panting fell into Han Shuo's ears. Han Shuo suddenly started and then immediately sensed that the panting should have come from Phoebe on the roof. He didn't know if she was angry or also affected. Han Shuo, who was under the bed, heard the sounds above him and felt the sway of the bed. He didn't need to think to know that the adulterous couple had already begun fighting. The hot-blooded Han Shuo couldn't help but start imagining the scene above in his mind. He desperately wanted to climb out to take a clear look, and his body had long since become uncontrollably aroused with strong masculine characteristics. The sounds of kissing followed, as Darnell's lewd laughter and Yuna's panting grew louder and louder. The wooden bed above Han Shua's head turned from calm to a small boat amidst giant waves, rocking and rocking continuously. A moan that sounded like a sob suddenly traveled out from Yuna's mouth, followed by a series of banging sounds and panting moans, mixed with Yuna's uncontrollable moans. A crossbow bolt flew out like lightning, shooting straight for Darnell's back. Darnell, who was howling in pain and shock, was actually still able to sense the danger behind him at this moment. The long sword he'd long since drawn flared with a deep green light as he suddenly turned around and swung, shattering the crossbow bolt that Han Shua had shot at him. The dagger in Han Shua's hand had locked onto a small hole in the wooden bed that he'd long since pierced through before Yuna had even finished saying stab. He stabbed viciously upwards. However, the timely appearance of the water barrier bought the two a few seconds of time. The two screamed as they ran out of the room. However, the chandelier hanging from the ceiling suddenly came crashing down halfway through the room, forcing Darnell to stop again and raise his long sword to sweep the chandelier to the side. Han Shua fired another bolt from the crossbow in his hand and then carelessly tossed it to the side. Han Shua's dagger was already upon him when Darnell had shattered the crossbow bolt. Due to the pain of losing his manhood, Darnell's face had turned to madness amidst his grief. His fighting aura was raised to the maximum as he swung his sword to meet Han Shua's dagger. Han Shua and Phoebe understood that if they didn't kill the two of them now, they wouldn't have another chance once they left the room. Therefore, they used all their strength to keep the two of them in the room. Darnell glared viciously at Han Shua, but didn't give chase. He covered his lower body with his left hand and continued to rush out of the room. Haha, her skin is as smooth as silk, and her face looks like it's been painstakingly drawn by an artist. It's said that she hasn't even tried a man yet. It would be a pity for such a beauty to not enjoy my strength before she dies, Darnell said with a lewd smile. However, the poison powder that Han Shua had smeared on his dagger finally took effect at this moment. Darnell's footsteps suddenly became as heavy as 1,000 pounds after he'd taken 2 steps forward. Han Shua quickly closed in before he could react and swung his dagger again, taking Darnell's life. A water dragon had appeared out of nowhere and was attacking fiercely around Phoebe. However, a section of the water dragon's body was cut off with each stab of Phoebe's sword, turning into mist before it even landed on the ground. Arg! Yuna cried out in pain and suddenly called out loudly, "Assassin!" Han Shua had already rolled out from under the bed after the stab. Lifting his head, he discovered that Phoebe's body was shrouded in black night clothes. A large ball of milky white fighting aura blossomed from the long sword in her hand. The ball of fighting aura was dazzling in the dimly lit room, so blinding that one's eyes couldn't be opened. It was already enveloping Darnell and Yuna, who were trying to escape. Who would have thought that this stab of the dagger would strike Darnell's manhood? No wonder his screams are even more tragic than Yuna's. Han Shua thought with a wicked glee. Phoebe also listened attentively when these words were spoken. It was only a few breaths after Han Shua's voice had sounded that Phoebe finally heard the approaching footsteps. She couldn't help but look at Han Shua in shock and say in a low voice, "No matter how strong or weak you are, your extraordinary senses of foresight are already quite frightening." After experiencing the trials of the dark forest and Claude's death, Han Shua's cautiousness and steadiness had also been silently trained to the point of no return. Add to that Han Shua's astounding senses. This indeed made Han Shua fit the characteristics of a competent assassin. No wonder Phoebe would ask such a question. At this moment, even ordinary people could hear the clatter of footsteps. A man and a woman's teasing laughter sounded from far outside the room, accompanied by the sounds of kissing. Darnell wanted to madly chase after Han Shua when he saw Han Shua immediately stumble backwards, but he suddenly discovered that the long sword in his hand was boiling red. The skin of his right hand that held the sword was burning with unbearable pain, and he immediately threw the long sword away in shock. At this moment, Phoebe, who had just descended from the roof and Han Shuo, who had fired an arrow, rushed towards the two at the same time like cheetahs. Phoebe had been planning on dealing with Darnell, but a trace of panic and disgust appeared on her face when she saw Darnell's naked body. She raised her sword and stabbed at Yuna in the blink of an eye. How did you so miraculously discover the traces of the Wind Mage Ellis when he came over? Phoebe frowned in confusion as she looked at Han Shuo while inspecting the interior of the room. Snorting lightly, Phoebe shut her mouth. She couldn't help but exclaim softly after a short while as she noticed Han Shuo's movements. Have you been an assassin before? Why are you so calm and cautious and have such extraordinary senses? Damned pervert. You'll die under a woman's crotch sooner or later. At this moment, Han Shuo and Phoebe had arrived at the same time. Phoebe stabbed out with her sword, her target already enveloping the two of them. After killing Darnell, Han Shuo abruptly set his eyes on the space ring on Darnell's finger. He reached out to remove it, but felt that it was a bit strenuous. At this moment, a faint sound of something piercing through the air suddenly sounded. Han Shuo's entire body tensed as he immediately knew that Phoebe had made her move. He focused all of his attention. Sweetheart, are you in the mood today? Being so wanton at a banquet. Who have you taken a fancy to this time? Darnell laughed lightly and teased Yuna, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Han Shuo was unable to completely defend against Darnell's fierce fighting aura rushing into his body. Although he was restrained by the magical yuan, he immediately stumbled back a few steps. Ha ha! I'll let you die under my crotch first. What does that have to do with you? You're just a wild beast who only knows how to think with the lower half of your body. All you're thinking about right now is that little bitch Phoebe. If it wasn't for you making a move against Phoebe last time, we would have completed Grover's mission long ago and killed that little bitch Phoebe. Because of your mistake, her guards arrived in time and we almost didn't make it out. Yuna complained to Darnell as she sat down on the edge of the bed. Let's go. Han Shuo called out softly and immediately rushed towards Phoebe's side. A faint fragrance suddenly spread from Phoebe's direction. Han Shuo took a whiff and didn't pay much attention to it. When he saw that Phoebe's eyes were a bit odd, he hurried the dazed Phoebe. A barrier of water suddenly appeared amidst the rapid chanting of an incantation. The azure barrier of water covered the two's heads and suddenly transformed into a sky full of rainwater amidst Phoebe's milky white fighting aura, pouring down on the two's bodies. Han Shuo could only hear the sounds from underneath the bed, but Phoebe on the roof had likely already seen all of their movements because she had to pay attention to the two at all times. Because the slightest bit of distraction was not allowed during an assassination, Phoebe couldn't tear her gaze away from the two. According to Darnell's words, Phoebe was still a virgin, and this sort of stimulation was probably even more intense for her than for Han Shuo, who couldn't see what was happening below. Han Shuo was crouching on the ground at this moment, carefully collecting the powder of the splintered wood on the ground into his space ring. He didn't lift his head and directly responded, "This is my business. It has nothing to do with you." "Shut up. You're not allowed to slander my master. My master is a true swordsman. He wouldn't do such a thing." Phoebe's face grew even colder as she glared fiercely at Han Shuo. He used the same method to cut off the ring finger of Yuna's left hand, collecting her space ring as well. He casually picked up the crossbow that had been tossed aside earlier and pulled Phoebe with him as he leapt up. Using a hole in the roof that had been opened long ago, the two of them quickly fled along the roof. The two of them had used all their strength to begin with, intending to use the force of their stomps to fly out. However, the collapse of the round table had caused their bodies to lose balance, and they suddenly lost their footing. Their bodies swayed as they fell with the table. "You're the one who's been an assassin." Phoebe rolled her eyes coldly at Han Shuo and continued, "However, my master has taught me knowledge in this area, and the details of assassinating are also part of my homework." Time was of the essence, and Han Shuo couldn't help but slash down with his dagger. chopping off the middle finger of Yuna's left hand and putting away the finger with the space ring. Han Shuo had already seen a bloody hole in Yuna's chest when he turned his head. It looked like she'd been killed by Phoebe as well. Han Shuo's attention was at its highest at this moment. Darnell and Yuna couldn't sense Phoebe's concealment, but Han Shuo could already hear Phoebe's heartbeat and breathing quicken. It looked like she was in a state of extreme rage. Inwardly startled, Han Shuo couldn't help but conceal himself even more carefully, planning to cooperate with Phoebe at any moment to make a move first. Holding his breath and concentrating, Han Shuo's breathing and heartbeat became slower and slower until it was almost deathly still in the end. His entire mind was a sheet of clarity as Han Shuo went through the layout of the various items in the room once again in his mind. Only then did he focus all of his attention on the newcomers. Han Shuo and Phoebe had already set up everything in the room after a while. Chapter 73. Grover led a group of buzzed merchant guild guards and barged into the room as soon as Han Shuo had left. Who did it? Who did it? I've spent so much gold coins on you guys for nothing, and yet not a single one of you discovered the assassin's arrival. If the assassin's target was me, I'm afraid that the ones lying on the ground wouldn't be the two of them. Grover immediately flew into a rage as soon as he entered and saw the scene before him. He roared loudly at the people behind him. Mr. Grover, the assassin this time was quite brilliant. He was able to avoid my wind barrier and assassinate both Darnell and Yuna in such a short amount of time. This proves that the assassin's strength is absolutely beyond our imagination. A long-haired man with a slightly dark face spoke to Grover after observing for a while. Breathing out lightly, Grover looked at the long-haired man and said a bit apologetically, "I'm sorry, Ellis, I lost my composure a bit." Wind Mage Ellis was still expressionless as he looked at Darnell's dead left hand with some astonishment. He made a light sound and walked closer to Darnell's body. Glancing at Darnell's left hand that had lost a finger, Ellis couldn't help but say suspiciously, "The middle finger of Darnell's left hand, where the space ring was worn, has been chopped off. What's going on?" Not only Darnell, but even Yuna is the same. Could it be that this assassin killed for the sake of wealth? Grover was also a bit suspicious when he heard Ellis' words and opened his mouth to speak. Impossible, Ellis resolutely denied and then surveyed the surroundings before explaining. If the assassin wanted to kill for wealth, he wouldn't have targeted the two of them because their combined strength is the most difficult to deal with. Not to mention that there are many valuable items in the guild. If he only wanted wealth, he wouldn't have needed to make a move against the two of them. With the strength that the assassin has displayed, he could have easily and soundlessly obtained even more benefits from the buzzed merchant guild. Grover thought for a moment after he'd said this and nodded. He said with a dark face, "If it wasn't murder for money, then it must be my good niece Phoebe's doing. Who would have thought that she'd endured until now and finally couldn't hold it in any longer? That's right, it must be Phoebe's doing. Darnell and Yuna had personally tried to assassinate Phoebe last time. Although the two of them failed and retreated, I believed that Phoebe definitely knew that they were the ones who did it. After all, Darnell's gaze towards Phoebe was far too obscene and unique. Even I, an outsider, could discern it, and Phoebe, the person involved, should be even more aware. None of us were harmed, and only the two of them died. That was enough to explain the problem. However, it looks like the assassin is a bit greedy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forgotten to take the space ring, even in such a dangerous situation. When did Phoebe have someone like that by her side? Ellis frowned, speaking slowly as he thought. Grover started and mused for a moment. His face suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "I know who it is. It must be that Brian who helped Phoebe kill the 3 shadow ghost experts a while back. I heard from the guards that this person came to Fabian to do business and should be in need of money. Since his strength was enough to kill the 3 senior swordsmen sent by Shadow Ghost, he does indeed have the strength to kill Darnell and Yuna. Damn it, how did Phoebe buy this kid? I don't know where Phoebe hid him. He hasn't appeared by Phoebe's side since he left the guild last time. I've sent people to keep an eye on him for a long time and still haven't found any traces of him. This is going to be a bit difficult." Ellis nodded and came to a conclusion. "It seems like it is indeed him. I think we should throw caution to the wind and get rid of this person first. Otherwise, we can be assassinated by him at any time. All right, pass down the orders. Don't assassinate Phoebe for now. Use all your strength to find the person by Phoebe's side. He's ruined my plans twice. I'm going to make his life a living hell." Grover's face was sinister as he spoke coldly. At this moment, Han Shua, whom Grover hated to the extreme, had already taken Phoebe far away from the Buzzed Merchant Guild and were hurrying towards her residence in the northern part of the city. Phoebe didn't know what was going on, but her mind was a bit absent-minded and her body was boiling hot. She was practically hurrying along with Han Shua's constant dragging. The two of them were dressed in night clothes and didn't attract much attention as they darted through small alleys in the middle of the night. However, as they got closer and closer to the northern part of the city guards appeared more and more frequently on the road, forcing Han Shua to continuously avoid them. At this moment, Phoebe, who had originally known to hurry along under Han Shua's dragging, gradually lost the ability to even move her feet as her body heated up. Out of helplessness, Han Shua didn't care if Phoebe agreed or not and directly carried Phoebe on his back. In order to avoid the attention of the city guards, Han Shua temporarily gave up on immediately sending Phoebe back to her residence and instead brought Phoebe all the way to the cemetery behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. That place was the quietest, and there wouldn't be anyone patrolling at all. Add to that the fact that Han Shua was the most familiar with that area. That was the first place he thought of in times of danger. Han Shua carried Phoebe on his back and circled around the northern part of the city, passing through a few winding paths and entering a forest. He suddenly felt that Phoebe on his back was actually tearing at her own clothes, and her hands were unconsciously groping around Han Shua's body. Startled, Han Shua's body suddenly stopped. The relaxed Han Shua could clearly feel Phoebe's ample breasts tightly pressed against his firm back. In that moment, a ball of fire suddenly ignited in Han Shua's heart, like a single spark setting a prairie ablaze. Add to that Phoebe's restless hands that were unconsciously groping around Han Shua's chest. It finally stimulated Han Shua to the point where he couldn't hold back any longer. He put Phoebe down on his back and suddenly picked up Phoebe's alluring and wonderful body. He directly pressed Phoebe's body against a nearby tree, and Han Shua's hands moved in unison, involuntarily reaching towards the forbidden areas on Phoebe's body and massaging them. Even through the nocturnal clothes, Han Shua could feel the wonderful curves of Phoebe's body. The ample breasts constantly changed shape under Han Shua's hands. When his big hands wandered around Phoebe's slender thighs and round and perky buttocks, the ecstatic beauty strongly stimulated Han Shua's senses, causing Han Shua to involuntarily want to go deeper. The mask had already been pulled off by Phoebe herself. At this moment, Phoebe's starry eyes were blurry and watery, filled with seductive lust. Her beautiful cheeks were red and burning hot, bringing with them a soul-stirring beauty. The faint moans and gasps between her fragrant lips made Han Shua's heart run wild, and he was about to completely sink into it. With a ripping sound, Han Shua exerted force with his right hand and directly tore a piece of the nocturnal clothes on Phoebe's chest. Her snow-white skin and towering breasts instantly blossomed in front of Han Shua. The appearance of a captivating red made Han Shua finally unable to control himself, and he lost control of the strength of his right hand. "Ouch, it hurts!" At this moment, a weak protest came from Phoebe's small mouth. Because of the pain in her breasts, Phoebe, whose eyebrows were slightly furrowed, finally unconsciously let out a weak cry of pain. His brain suddenly shook, and Han Shua instantly sobered up. Looking at Phoebe's appearance again, he recalled that he had also taken a whiff of the strange fragrance. He immediately understood that this Phoebe seemed to have been drugged with an aphrodisiac. At the same time, he also realized that his loss of reason was probably because he had taken a whiff of the aphrodisiac. After thinking quickly for a moment, Han Shuo weighed the pros and cons suddenly and resolutely. He picked up Phoebe again and quickly rushed forward. With regards to this place, Han Shuo was very familiar with it. After walking for a short while, he came to the side of a trickling stream. This stream was very narrow, and Han Shuo wasn't sure where it flowed to. But Han Shuo, who frequented this area, knew that this stream was very shallow. As soon as they arrived, Han Shuo carried Phoebe and directly walked into the stream. At this time it was almost winter, and the weather was already very cold. In the middle of the night, the river was naturally even colder. When Han Shuo pressed Phoebe into the river and splashed a few waves of water on Phoebe's head, Phoebe suddenly sneezed a few times. Han Shuo also dived into the water. Once the ice-cold river flowed over his head, Han Shuo's rush suddenly cooled down, and his body completely calmed down. Bah! Bah! After Phoebe sneezed a few times, her body was affected by the ice-cold river, and her consciousness gradually recovered. After spitting out the cold water in her mouth, the red glow on Phoebe's face gradually disappeared, and her pair of blurred eyes slowly became clear. Where is this? Why am I here? Achoo! Phoebe looked around blankly and suddenly sneezed again. As she sneezed and lowered her head, Phoebe suddenly saw that her high and soft breasts were actually exposed to the air. The snow-white skin and the bright red on the peak caused a strong stimulation to Phoebe in an instant. Pa! Han Shuo's face had been slapped. Phoebe's face was almost crazy with anger, and she screamed at Han Shuo, "Beast, what did you do to me?" At this time, Han Shuo really did feel a bit guilty. Looking at Phoebe, who was about to go crazy, he stammered and spoke incoherently. When Phoebe saw Han Shuo like this, she suddenly burst into tears. In an instant, she lost her usual cold arrogance and solemnity, and started punching and kicking Han Shuo without a care for anything else. Water suddenly splashed in the small river, and waves of water flew towards Han Shuo. However, it was because of Phoebe that she received a strong stimulation at this time. It caused her to seem to suddenly forget that she was a powerful sword master, and instead she was like a shrew, punching and kicking Han Shuo without any fighting energy or technique. If Phoebe had used fighting energy and attacked with her strength as a sword master, even with Han Shuo's initial success in magic, it was likely that Han Shuo would be seriously injured if not dead after this series of punches and kicks. But now this kind of attack landed on Han Shuo's strong body, and it was like scratching an itch without any pain at all. Han Shuo endured Phoebe's series of venting with a grimace. It wasn't until Phoebe was tired and her little fists became weaker and weaker that Han Shuo finally said with a wry smile, "We've all been drugged, but your body is still clean." When Han Shuo said these words, Phoebe became a bit more clear-headed. She stopped what she was doing and stood 2 fists away from Han Shuo. She stood in front of Han Shuo and sized up Han Shuo with a pair of slightly red and swollen eyes. She was a bit afraid of being hit, and said with a trembling voice, "Really? You really didn't do that to me?" Nodding his head affirmatively, Han Shuo helplessly raised his right hand and solemnly promised her, "I swear I really didn't do that to you." A trace of rejoicing suddenly appeared on Phoebe's beautiful face that still had traces of tears on it. She was about to open her mouth to say something when she suddenly saw that her chest was exposed. She hurriedly pulled up her night clothes and covered her towering, naked breasts. She raised her head and glared angrily at Han Shuo. She gritted her teeth and glared hatefully at Han Shuo, growling lowly, "Then can you explain why my clothes were torn in front of my chest?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said with an innocent expression, "What does that have to do with me? You lost your reason and tore your clothes. I resisted the temptation and brought you here, using cold water to help you regain your reason. I'm a gentleman, don't misunderstand me. Get the hell out of here, you damned gentleman. You despicable, shameless and snobbish person. Last time you held my hand and hugged me, but you didn't even say an apology. You purposely took advantage of me in the crack of the fake mountain in the trading firm, but you didn't say an apology either. Now you're even more impudent. I'm going to kill you." Phoebe's face was full of rage as she charged at Han Shuo with bared fangs and brandished claws. After recovering her reason this time, Phoebe had obviously activated her fighting aura. Han Shuo jumped in fright. He knew that Phoebe had probably recalled that the clothes on her chest had been torn by him. He turned around in a sorry state and fled towards the riverbank, crying out his innocence. "Miss Phoebe, please listen to my explanation. I also inhaled a mouthful of the aphrodisiac, which caused me to lose control of my emotions. However, I immediately sent you into the river after I came to my senses. In all honesty, I really didn't want to take advantage of you. When you were unconscious, you also reached out and touched my body. You also took advantage of me. Apart from you, no other woman has touched me before. I'm still a virgin, so I'll have a shadow in my heart after being violated by you. I've suffered a great loss, so let's call this even. Please don't pursue the matter any further." As Han Shuo ran in a sorry state, a string of words shot out from his mouth like a cannonball. It was as if he had returned to the time when he had been brought to the moon by Chu Kanglin. When Han Shuo had lost his composure, he had hurled a string of words at Chu Kanglin. The difference was that the last time was a curse, while this time it was an explanation. "Shut up, you despicable person who deserves to die 1,000 times over. Don't talk nonsense anymore." At this time, Phoebe's clothes were soaked in water and her hair was wet. She looked very alluring, but the way she held the long sword in her hand was very fierce. "Forget it. I admit that I'm unlucky. I'm leaving first. When you calm down, I'll find you for the black gold or goodbye." Han Shuo knew that it was useless to talk to Phoebe at this time. A woman who had lost her rationality was the scariest magical beast in the world, especially when this woman was a swordswoman. To Han Shuo, the danger she posed was comparable to that of a dragon-like super magical beast. Sighing at his bad luck, Han Shuo didn't dare to stop. He quickly rushed out, heading in the direction of the tomb. He gradually left Phoebe behind, who was unfamiliar with the terrain. Chapter 74. By the time he'd arrived at the Cemetery of Death through the transportation matrix, the sky had already begun to brighten. It had been exactly 1 day and 1 night since he'd left and returned. Han Shuo finally breathed a sigh of relief when he hurried to the original demon cave to inject fresh blood and magical yuan. The original demon cave couldn't be stopped for a single day. If he didn't inject fresh blood and magical yuan every day, then all of his efforts over the past 20 days would have been for naught. Sitting down on the ground, Han Shuo's fighting aura finally began to run amok in his body due to Darnell's injection of fighting aura. A sudden impact caused Han Shuo to taste sweetness in his throat, and he almost spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. He was overjoyed instead of shocked. Standing up abruptly, Han Shuo laughed heartily and quickly walked out of the Cemetery of Death, heading towards the waterfall where he trained his magical yuan. When he arrived at the waterfall, Han Shuo braved the torrential river and sat down in his usual spot. After his body swayed a bit in the beginning, Han Shuo once again sank into training his magical yuan. For 7 days in a row, apart from injecting fresh blood and magical yuan into the original demon cave at regular intervals, Han Shuo stayed under the waterfall to train his magical yuan. Han Shuo's strength rapidly improved amidst his hard training. Borrowing the fighting aura that Darnell had left in his body and the ferocious impact of the waterfall, the meridians and bones in Han Shuo's chest, waist, and abdomen were reforged anew. When Han Shuo felt that Darnell's fighting aura no longer existed, he could clearly feel that his body had become unprecedentedly better. In the next few days, Han Shuo temporarily stopped training his magical yuan and studied the beginner magics of necromancy, while taking care of the original demon cave. He was so familiar with the book that he could almost recite it from memory. Han Shuo had already marked down some of the knowledge that he didn't understand. As he continued to meditate with the round green ball, Han Shuo's mental strength also grew stronger by the day. As Han Shuo continued to experiment, he finally managed to release the spell, Agony of the Soul, one day. At this time, Han Shuo was wild with joy. He understood that after a few months of accumulation and the substantial increase in his mental strength, he had finally advanced from a magic apprentice to a novice mage. A novice mage could grasp the 3 spells of Agony of the Soul, Summoning Zombies, and Bone Spears. It was just that after trying for a long time, Han Shuo had only managed to grasp the spell, Agony of the Soul, by chance. As for the other basic zombies and Bone Spears, Han Shuo couldn't release them no matter how hard he tried. Connecting this to the many areas that he didn't understand when he studied beginner magics of necromancy, Han Shuo understood that blindly reading wasn't a good way to quickly increase his strength. It looked like he needed to find Fanny and ask Fanny about some of the magical knowledge that he didn't understand, as well as retrieve the weapon forging materials and black gold, or that Phoebe had promised him. But before he decided to return, Han Shuo still planned on refining the original demon first. The original demon cave had been in operation for a full 34 days and would be completed in 2 days. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he first went to the dwarves' village and contacted them. He returned to the mine again and excavated for a day, obtaining a small piece of black iron ore, as well as several dozen pieces of iron and copper ore. Han Shuo understood from Phoebe that black iron ore was an extremely rare and valuable ore. Han Shuo would often only be able to excavate a very small piece after excavating for a day. Therefore, Han Shuo immediately stored the black iron ore into his space ring, and the iron and copper ore were directly thrown into an empty storage room in the Great Hall of the Cemetery of Death when Han Shuo returned to the Cemetery of Death. On the eve that the original demon cave was about to be completed, Han Shuo stayed in the Great Hall of the Cemetery of Death. He thought for a moment and took out Darnell and Yuna's space rings. Their severed fingers had naturally been removed by Han Shuo a long time ago. The 2 space rings were one black and one green. The black one belonged to Darnell, and the jade green was Yuna's. If the owner didn't die, then the mental imprint of the owner of the space ring would never disappear. Even if the owner entered someone else's space ring, they wouldn't be able to take away the items within. Except, now that Darnell and Yuna were both dead, the mental imprint of the owner of the space ring had naturally disappeared. First, Han Shuo held Darnell's black space ring in his hand and immediately rushed into it after concentrating his mental strength. The space inside was the same as the one Han Shuo had. Apart from a few longswords, bows, and spears, there was also a set of sparkling silver armor, a book on training fighting aura, a few changes of clothes, some aphrodisiacs, a crystal card to store gold coins, and 100 or so scattered gold coins. He took out the clothes and threw them away, and threw the weapons he didn't need into the storage room where the iron and copper ores were stored. The remaining armor, fighting aura book, some aphrodisiacs, and 100 or so gold coins were all placed into his space ring. The crystal card that might have held a large amount of gold coins was basically useless, since Darnell was already dead and couldn't be verified. It was also casually thrown into the storage room by Han Shuo. After going through Darnell's space ring, Han Shuo set his sights on Yuna's space ring. It was a sparkling green space ring that was obviously made for a female. It looked quite beautiful and emitted a soft green halo. However, when Han Shuo had gathered his mental strength and was about to enter the space ring, he suddenly felt the existence of a boundary. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. He hadn't thought that Yuna would be so cautious as to set up a boundary within the space ring. Even if she died and her mental imprint disappeared, an enemy who obtained the space ring would need to have a level of mental strength that was 1 level higher than hers in order to break through the boundary within the space ring and take everything within it. Han Shuo had originally planned on taking everything within Yuna's space ring and giving it to Fanny, but it looked like that wouldn't be possible for the time being. After all, Fanny only had the strength of an adept mage, and there would certainly be other things within the space ring. If he gave it to Fanny, she would definitely know that the space ring wasn't of a legitimate origin. Sighing dejectedly, Han Shuo had no choice but to keep the space ring for the time being. He planned on giving it to Fanny to use after destroying the boundary within. On the last day, Han Shuo walked out of the original demon cave early in the morning. After injecting fresh blood and magical yuan into the original demon cave, he stood around the original demon cave and looked at it with wide eyes, waiting for the appearance of the 3 original demons that he had refined. The original demon cave that was like a sinister ghost face was even more frightening after today. Perhaps it was because Han Shuo had injected fresh blood into the original demon cave for 36 days in a row, but the originally grayish-brown original demon cave seemed to have been smeared with a layer of fresh blood. It was an extremely strange red. After the 6 drops of fresh blood had been injected, the remaining 6 wraiths sank into a frenzy of fighting and gnawing. Their bodies that were in a state of incorporeal nibbled and tore at each other, engaging in a final frenzy. Little Skull still appeared to be very relaxed. He crossed his calves as if he was sunbathing on the beach. The kind of contented comfort formed a sharp contrast with the frenzy of the wraiths devouring each other. Han Shuo stared at the original demon cave and waited for the better part of a day. He watched as the last 6 wraiths interwove together, and finally, balls of dark red blood rose from the original demon cave, completely enveloping the entire original demon cave. Even Han Shuo couldn't clearly see what was going on inside. Following the appearance of the blood energy, a strong wave of yin qi emanated from the original demon cave. Streaks of red light that resembled lightning constantly appeared and suddenly disappeared from within. After an indeterminate amount of time, a crisp crack suddenly sounded from within the original demon cave. Like glass shattering, the various bizarre scenes that enveloped the original demon cave suddenly disappeared without a trace under a gust of chilly wind. 3 dark red illusory figures, dragging a strange long tail behind them, danced merrily around Han Shuo's body, as if rejoicing in the joy of being reborn. An inexplicable feeling spread from the 3 original demons to Han Shuo's heart. Following Han Shuo's thoughts, the 3 original demons obediently flew into the sky, their bodies turning from solid to incorporeal, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if 3 pairs of eyes had suddenly appeared. The 3 original demons hid their tracks according to Han Shuo's instructions, and were distributed in 3 directions of the cemetery of death. With the help of the 3 original demons, Han Shuo could see the entire cemetery of death in all directions. Not a single place could escape Han Shuo's observation. With a thought, the 3 original demons whistled and arrived in front of Han Shuo. Following Han Shuo's thoughts, they suddenly burrowed into Han Shuo's body, becoming as small as ants, and entrenched themselves on a piece of bone on the back of Han Shuo's neck. Haha, this is indeed very interesting. With these 3-inch original demons, I have 3 more pairs of eyes. As long as I release them, I won't have to worry about being followed and ambushed. If I use the 3-inch original demons to assassinate others, it'll be the enemy's nightmare. Han Shuo laughed heartily as he continuously released the original demons with his thoughts and absorbed them into his body, practicing tirelessly. It was at this moment that Little Skull, who had been lying in the original demon cave, suddenly stood up and slowly crawled out. The 7 bone spurs on his back actually began to flap rapidly, and his body abruptly shot up into the sky with the strength of his 2 legs. There were 7 bone spurs on his back. 6 of them were arranged in 2 rows, like the wings of an insect. The remaining 1 went straight to his buttocks like a tail. As he shot into the sky, he swayed and danced with joy. The 2 rows of bone spurs on his back flapped fiercely, and the tail-like bone spur swayed continuously. It was like the head of a bicycle, and seemed to be able to help him move agilely in the air. The last tail-like bone spur swayed to the left, and the little body of the little skull fell to the left. When the bone spur swayed to the right, the falling body of the little skull would fall to the right. It was quite a miraculous sight. Han Shuo was dumbfounded as he watched the little skull swaying and falling from the air with a face full of shock. His brain couldn't react for a moment. After a while, the little skull fell from the air with a plop, and the bones all over his body made a series of swaying sounds. The little skull was also dizzy from the fall. After he stood up with the little bone knife, he actually walked around in circles as if he was drunk. "Stinking brat, you've only been walking for a few days, and you already want to fly." Han Shuo looked at the little skull's appearance and felt extremely distressed. He quickly rushed in front of the little skull and knocked on the little skull's smooth forehead. It was very miraculous. When Han Shuo knocked with his finger, the little skull immediately stopped his drunken swaying and sat down on his, but like a child. He even stretched out his hand and scratched his head, as if he didn't understand what he had done wrong. This little skull had been carefully cared for by Han Shuo since the first time he was summoned by Han Shuo. Under the continuous cultivation of demonic arts, he actually gradually began to move like a human. Han Shuo's feelings for this little skull were deeper than anyone else's in this world. Seeing it fall from the sky, he was really worried to death. When Han Shuo saw that the little skull's skeleton did not fall apart, and other than the bones swaying a little from the fall, there was nothing else. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. After taking a closer look, he suddenly realized that the originally black bones of the little skull actually carried a faint hint of dark red. It was no longer a pure black color. If he didn't look closely, he might not have noticed it. That's strange. The original demon cave was originally used to refine little demons, but he insisted on going in and even had a look of satisfaction on his face. Now that he's out, his body has changed, and he's even learning from the little demon, original demon, whose body is in between reality and illusion to fly. It looks like this stinking brat has changed again. I don't know if this change is good or bad. Even I don't know what this guy looks like now. Han Shuo stared at the little skull and observed it carefully, muttering to himself. After a period of contemplation, when Han Shuo discovered that he was unable to understand the changes in the little skull, he couldn't help but shake his head and stop thinking about it. Looking at the original demon cave that no longer had any abnormalities due to the appearance of the little demon, original demon, Han Shuo chanted a magical incantation and sent the little skull back to the other dimension. Now that his injuries had recovered, the 3 original demons had been refined, and even the little skull had regained its mobility. Thinking of some unsolved magical knowledge and the piece of black gold or that Phoebe owed him, Han Shuo organized a bit and returned to the Empire's Asan City through the transportation matrix. Chapter 75. Asan City, Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Han Shuo ate breakfast and bought a new set of clothes before arriving at the academy in the morning. Han Shuo first went to the library and surreptitiously put the 2 books he'd entrusted Jack to steal, Foundations of Necromancy and Magical Dictionary, back where they'd been, and then made his way directly to the lab where Fanny was. The door to the lab wasn't closed. Fanny was wearing a black magic robe with gold trimmings and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. She held a magic staff in her left hand and a pen in her right. She was currently drawing magical patterns on a round table in the middle of the room, explaining something incessantly. Fitch, who was beside her, put on an attentive appearance, but his eyes often lingered on Fanny's face. Fanny, wearing glasses, was less charming and bright, and had more of a serious and intellectual beauty. This didn't diminish her beauty in the slightest in Han Shuo's eyes, and he also looked deeply at Fanny with a bit of intoxication. Fanny lifted her head to look at the dumbfounded Fitch after a round of explanations and asked with a frown, "Fitch, do you understand?" Fitch was instantly roused from his reverie and nodded, smiling faintly. "Master Fanny, you've explained very clearly. I understand now." When Fanny lifted her head to look at Fitch, she saw Han Shuo standing in front of the door. Han Shuo was now a bit taller than Fitch, and his body appeared quite valiant due to his constant training and battles. He stood there with a straight back, like a javelin, and didn't have the slightest trace of a mage's frail appearance. Fanny was stunned at first, seeming to be a bit surprised by Han Shua's unwitting changes. But when Fanny saw Han Shua looking at her with an intoxicated expression, she couldn't help but panic and blush. She tightened her grip on the pen in her right hand and almost snapped it in half. "What's wrong with me?" Fanny exclaimed inwardly and involuntarily took a deep breath. She glared at Han Shua with a bit of resentment, then raised her head and snorted, "Brian, long time no see. You disappeared for a month after the last trial. Where have you been fooling around? Why have you come back to the academy now?" Han Shua's expression immediately returned to normal when he heard Fanny speak. He laughed lightly and walked rudely into the room without waiting for Fanny's greeting. He responded, "The last trial in the dark forest made me understand of my shortcomings, so I borrowed a magic book and crammed some foundational knowledge of magic. I've come to consult Master Fanny because I've run into many problems. I come. Humph, who'd believe you? You're always so secretive." Fanny rolled her eyes at Han Shua, obviously not believing Han Shua's words. She turned her head to look at Fitch and felt that Fitch's presence was a bit of an eyesore. She instructed, "Fitch, I still have some matters to discuss with Brian alone. Since you've understood my explanation just now, then go back and practice well." Fitch started, seeming not to have thought that Fanny would tell him to leave because of Han Shua's appearance. He stared blankly for a while before glaring hatefully at Han Shua. He said lowly, "An errand boy will always be an errand boy. He doesn't look like a true student even when he's wearing the uniform." Fitch finally left after he'd finished speaking. A smile hung on Han Shua's face from beginning to end, and he paid no mind to Fitch's low mutterings. Han Shua understood that Fitch still held a grudge against him because of Fanny's attitude towards him. However, before Fitch could express this hatred through action, Han Shua couldn't be bothered to care about him. "Go, close the door tight." Fanny put down the pen in her hand as soon as Fitch left and swept a glance at Han Shua. She opened her mouth and gave her orders in a grandiose manner. "Close the door?" Han Shua's heart trembled, and he looked meaningfully at Fanny. A strange smile appeared on his face as he hastily stood up and said, all right, I'll go close the door now." When Han Shua was in high spirits and happily closed the door to the lab, Fanny swept another glance at Han Shua and continued to instruct, "You get on the bed first." Nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice, Han Shua didn't even say much this time as he took off his shoes and lay down on the white bed in the back. Proudly crossing his legs, Han Shua smiled and said, "Master Fanny, come over here too." Fanny looked at Han Shua with an amused expression and purposefully responded, "I'm coming. Close your eyes first." Han Shua had never been so well behaved before. With dirty thoughts in his heart, he very obediently closed his eyes, and a lascivious smile blossomed on his face. "Ah!" A ghastly scream emitted from Han Shua's mouth. In that moment, Han Shua suddenly felt an enormous mental strength invade his brain and jolt Han Shua awake from his sweet dreams. When Han Shua saw Fanny looking at him with a smile, he asked with a bit of anger, "Master Fanny, what are you doing?" "Helping you examine your body. Didn't I say last time that you're my test subject? When we arrive at the academy, I'll make use of the academy's facilities to conduct a thorough examination for you. That's what I did just now. What do you think I told you to close the door and get on the bed for?" Fanny had a deadpan expression as she glared at Han Shua. However, even though she was wearing glasses, it couldn't hide the smug smile of having succeeded in her scheme behind her glasses. The current Han Shua was no longer the same as he was in the past. He saw the smugness in Fanny's eyes with one glance. He couldn't help but smile wryly as he sat up from the bed and said to Fanny, "Forget it. Don't continue to examine me in the future. This kind of thing can't be explained with common sense. If you use that method to invade my brain and turn me into an idiot, then my life will be over." Fanny furrowed her brow slightly in thought when she heard Han Shua's words. She thought for a bit and sighed involuntarily. She then said with a smile, "Forget it then. I'm willing to lose a test subject, but I can't lose a talented student." Han Shua also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Fanny had let him off the hook so easily. He thanked Fanny from the bottom of his heart and took out the Beginner Magics of Necromancy book, asking Fanny about some of the areas he didn't understand. Fanny looked at Han Shua with surprise when she saw that Han Shua had taken out the Beginner Magics of Necromancy book from his space ring and saw that many of the areas had been annotated by Han Shua. She exclaimed softly, "You're already reading this book? Have you already grasped all the spells that a magic apprentice should know? Oh, you've even added a lot of annotations. It looks like you really haven't been slacking off during this time. I've misunderstood you. Of course, I've already grasped all the spells that a magic apprentice should know," Han Shua said with a smile. He thought for a moment and released the agony of the soul spell in front of Fanny, causing Fanny to cry out again in shock. "Oh my gosh! Brian, you're really too incredible. You actually have enough mental strength to release the agony of the soul spell. This means that your mental strength has indeed reached the level of a novice mage. You're a genius, a true genius." Han Shua wasn't sure if he was a genius, but Han Shua knew that the reason why his mental strength could increase so quickly was because of that strange green ball. Even now, Han Shua still didn't know what this green ball was, but he was sure that it had something to do with the cemetery of death. After Fanny's series of exclamations, Han Shua began to seriously ask Fanny about the magic knowledge that he didn't understand. As an adept mage, Fanny had always been doing her homework on how to teach her students about magic. She was very familiar with the basics and patiently explained each and every difficult problem to Han Shua. The two of them were very close during this process, and Han Shua could smell the delicate fragrance on Fanny's body. The two of them looked at each other during the explanation. Because of some common understandings, there was a tacit feeling of mutual admiration. Fanny didn't seem to dislike Han Shua's closeness. Every time Han Shua clearly understood what she was saying, she'd slap Han Shua's shoulder in praise. Unknowingly, the two of them had talked for a few hours in Fanny's lab. Fanny didn't show the slightest bit of impatience, but rather seemed to enjoy meeting a good student. It wasn't until a bell rang that Fanny was startled back to her senses. She exclaimed softly, "Oh no, I almost forgot that I have to go to the training fields for lessons in the afternoon. Brian, your powers of comprehension are quite good. It looks like you're on the right path in learning necromancy magic. But let's stop here for today. I have to go to the training fields for lessons. Do you want to come with me?" Shaking his head, Han Shua smiled. "Forget it. I've already mastered some of the low-level magic. I've understood many things from you today, and I need to think about them in private. I won't be going to the training fields." Nodding, Fanny didn't force the issue. She hurriedly packed up and picked up a book to straighten out her clothes. She said, "That's a good idea. You can come find me alone in the next couple of days, and I'll help you explain everything you don't understand." "Oh, right. Lisa seems to be quite worried about you after you've been gone for so long. She even asked me where you went." "Haha, I'm fine. Tell her not to worry. I'll be leaving now as well. I'll be bothering you often in the next couple of days. Thank you, Master Fanny, in advance." Han Shua spoke carelessly and left Fanny's lab ahead of her. He thought for a bit and avoided crowded areas, walking out of the academy. After leaving the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shua very carefully bypassed two paths before sneaking towards Phoebe's residence. After experiencing the assassination attempt at the Buzzed Merchant Guild last time, Han Shua had a faint feeling that something was amiss. Not only had he offended Grover, but even Phoebe would likely hold a grudge against him. However, for the sake of the black gold, Han Shua had no choice but to steel himself and come find Phoebe again. He could only hope that Phoebe's anger had already subsided after 10 days. It was the old steward who opened the door again. Fabian rushed over after hearing the news when Han Shua walked in. He was still smiling when he saw Han Shua and said, "Brian, what brings you here?" Smiling wryly, Han Shua shook his head and sighed. "Don't mention it. I helped your miss kill Darnell and Yuna at the Buzzed Merchant Guild last time. However, I don't know how I offended your Miss Phoebe. Not only did I not receive any compensation, but I was even beaten up by her. How unlucky! Oh, although Miss Phoebe comes from a wealthy family, she's not an unreasonable person. What's going on between you and Miss Phoebe? In any case, she's been angry for the next few days after she returned in the middle of the night. I even overheard her cursing you for being shameless, despicable, and lowly. I really don't understand what would make her so angry. Fabian looked at Han Shoa with surprise and spoke slowly, deep in thought. With a wry face, Han Shoa sighed lowly again and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about those things. I have no choice but to come find her for the sake of my materials. Is Miss Phoebe home right now?" "Apologies. The Miss has left and isn't home for the time being. However, I think she'll be back soon. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait here for a while." "All right then, I'll wait for her for a while." Indeed, not long after, Han Shua's ears could already hear the sound of someone knocking on the door from afar. He couldn't help but feel nervous as he thought about how he should speak to Phoebe when he saw her later. Just as Han Shua's brow was furrowed in deep thought, a man's soft exclamation sounded. "Eh? You're Brian, right? What are you doing here?" Han Shua started and immediately raised his head to look. He discovered that Lawrence, who'd spent 5 gold coins to hire him as a human target, was actually standing in front of the door with Phoebe. "Senior brother Lawrence, you know him?" Outside the door, Phoebe looked at Lawrence in surprise and spoke with a bit of surprise. "Of course, he's Brian, an errand boy of our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force," Lawrence responded matter-of-factly. "Errand boy?" Phoebe and Fabian exclaimed at the same time. Phoebe sized up Han Shoa with a strange expression, but said to Lawrence, "Senior brother, your Babylon Academy of Magic and Force is the most renowned school in the Empire. How can there be such a despicable, shameless, and lowly person?" Lawrence started when these words were spoken and shrugged at Han Shua, smiling at Phoebe. "Junior sister, how has Brian offended you? I rather admire Brian's persevering and indomitable character." Han Shua's face was wry as he sat there and didn't respond. He lowered his head and drank his tea, cursing inwardly. He hadn't thought that this Lawrence would be Phoebe's senior brother. Now that his identity had been exposed, if Phoebe insisted on pursuing what had happened back then, it would be a bit troublesome even if he wanted to hide. Chapter 76. Senior brother Lawrence, come with me. I'll give you what you need. Phoebe couldn't help but speak to Lawrence when she saw that Han Shua didn't say anything, only drinking mouthful after mouthful of water with a wry expression on his face. She seemed to find it boring as well and couldn't help but speak to Lawrence. Before leaving, Phoebe glared hatefully at Han Shua with her bright eyes. She paused and said, "If you're not in a hurry, wait for me for a while." Han Shua lifted his head to look at Phoebe and clearly felt Phoebe's suppressed anger. He remembered that he still needed to rely on her for the Demon's Lair edge and immediately nodded helplessly. Phoebe led Lawrence to the side. Fabian looked at Han Shua with an extremely odd expression when he saw them leave. He asked in astonishment, "Brian, you're only an errand boy at the academy? My goodness, but you have such high strength. What's going on?" "Nothing's going on." "Oh, right, this Lawrence is an ordinary journeyman knight at our academy. But Miss Phoebe has the strength of a sword master. How come the two of them have the same master?" Han Shua was quite puzzled and asked Fabian. Although knights and swordsmen could practice the same fighting aura, they both had the same master. Lawrence was only a journeyman knight, but Phoebe had the strength of a sword master. The difference between the two was too great. Han Shua had heard from the two that Lawrence was the senior brother and Phoebe the junior sister. This made Han Shua feel even more puzzled. "I'm not very clear about the Miss situation either. I was only an insignificant character in the Buzzed Merchant Guild before. I've only heard that before the chairman died, the Miss was studying outside and only came back once or twice a year. If it wasn't for the chairman's sudden death, Miss Phoebe likely wouldn't have suddenly stayed behind. Lawrence also only appeared in my sights recently. They seem to have a good relationship, but I have no way to answer your questions. Fabian looked apologetically at Han Shuo and opened his mouth to explain. Han Shuo didn't ask any more questions after hearing his words. He nodded and frowned in thought. After a while, Phoebe and Lawrence once again stood in front of the door. Phoebe looked at Fabian and instructed, "Fabian, help me see senior brother Lawrence out. I have some things to discuss with Mr. Bryan in private." "Yes, miss." Fabian sensibly stood up and walked towards the door. "Bryan, I'm very happy to see you here. If you still want to earn a few more gold coins, you can come find me at any time. However, I don't think you need it anymore. All right, goodbye, Bryan. I think we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." Lawrence looked meaningfully at Han Shuo and smiled lightly as he walked outside with Fabian. Phoebe walked in with a cold face as soon as the two left. She flicked a glance at Han Shuo after sitting down and snorted lightly, "You still dare to see me?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Han Shuo's eyebrows rose, and he stared at Phoebe without backing down. "I haven't done anything wrong. Not to mention, you still owe me something. As long as you give me the materials and black gold, or you promised. I'll leave immediately and won't do business with you in the future." Slap. Phoebe slammed the table and glared at Han Shuo angrily. You still have the face to ask for things from me? Damn it, you violated me. I'm already being polite by not killing you." "Nonsense. You and I were both under the influence of aphrodisiac back then. I was the one who pulled you away from the buzzed merchant guild. Otherwise, you'd already be done for. Not to mention, I didn't really do anything to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have carried you into the river." Han Shuo was truly angry now. He thought to himself that he'd worked so hard for an entire night, and not only had he not gotten a single thing, he'd even been beaten up by her. There was no need to mention how much he'd treated Phoebe at that time. Yet this Phoebe was still harping on this matter. Could it be that she really wanted to renege on her debt? Clang! Phoebe unsheathed her long sword and glared angrily at Han Shuo. Han Shuo also slammed the table and immediately stood up. He glared fiercely at Phoebe, as if he was going to fight to the death with a single word of disagreement. The two stared at each other and maintained this posture for nearly a minute. Phoebe pouted and put her long sword back into its scabbard with a clang. She turned her head away from Han Shuo and said coldly, "What exactly do you want?" "Very simple. I'll buy the other materials at the price you gave me and return the black gold, or you owe me. Our debt will be written off. We won't have anything to do with each other in the future, and I won't continue to do any bullshit business with you." Han Shuo sat down with a gloomy face and drank the water in front of him in one gulp, speaking crisply. "You despicable snob, here you go. All of it is yours. Now get out." Phoebe flared up with anger for no reason when she heard Han Shuo's words. Her expression was one of uncontrollable fury as she took out a large bag of items from her space ring in a somewhat irritable manner. She put it down with a clang and pushed it in front of Han Shuo, glaring fiercely at Han Shuo as she spoke. You've already prepared everything? Why didn't you say so earlier? You've hurt our friendship for nothing." Han Shuo was planning to take the items and leave when he saw that the bag of items had been placed in an orderly manner. There was a strange piece of metal in the middle, and it was contained in a small, transparent bottle. The two words "black gold" were written on the bottle. It looked like Phoebe had already prepared everything and had no intention of going back on her word. However, what puzzled Han Shuo was that since Phoebe clearly had no intention of going back on her word, why was she so hostile as soon as she walked in? She even said that she didn't plan on giving him anything. This was quite baffling to Han Shuo. "Give me your crystal card, and I'll transfer the gold that should be given to you into your crystal card." "Ha! I actually don't have any other intentions. I just want to take back what belongs to me." Han Shuo smiled a bit awkwardly, but still put the bag of items into his space ring first. He then smiled sheepishly at Phoebe, still not looking straight at Han Shuo. Phoebe's face was cold and haughty as she said in a distant tone, "No need, I'm not as stingy as you." It's only 3,500 gold. Just take it as a gift from me. Don't let me see you in the future. Scram. Han Shua's face stiffened when he saw that she was still mocking him. He nodded and put down a piece of black iron, or that he had mined the day before, with a bang. He said in the same cold voice, I don't like to owe favors to strangers. This piece of black iron will be my compensation for purchasing your other ores. Goodbye, Miss Phoebe. I won't do business with you in the future. Just as Han Shua was about to leave the room with a resolute expression, Phoebe suddenly stood up and looked at Han Shua with a face full of confusion. Her wise eyes were full of weakness and fatigue as she said to Han Shua in distress, Stranger? You treat me as a stranger? Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua said suavely, Since you don't treat me as a friend, of course I won't shamelessly stick to you. After saying this, Han Shua smiled freely and walked out of the room. But before Han Shua could walk out the door, Phoebe suddenly called out softly, Wait! Looking back at Phoebe, Han Shua asked calmly, Miss Phoebe, is there anything else? Phoebe's expression was a bit odd as she lowered her head in silence. When she lifted her head, most of the weakness and fatigue on her face had disappeared. Her gaze that looked straight at Han Shua made Han Shua feel very odd. In the end, Phoebe even curled the corners of her mouth and revealed a faint smile, saying, Brian, you're saying that you already treat me as a friend? Astonished, Han Shua nodded and replied matter-of-factly, Of course, we've gone through 2 life-and-death situations together at the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Not to mention that you've helped me out a bit. I already treat you as a friend. It's just that you don't want to. Who says I don't want to? Humph! Apart from monetary transactions, are you so heartless to all your friends? At this time, Phoebe's expression had actually returned to normal again. She had a bit more humanity than usual and spoke to Han Shua with the same attitude she had spoken to Lawrence earlier. Of course not, Han Shua responded. Very good. Since we're friends, I have some things to tell you. Phoebe's expression was sincere as she thought for a bit and stared at Han Shua. Brian, after we assassinated Darnell and Una last time, Grover thought that you were the culprit. He teamed up with Shadow Ghost to fully investigate your origins. You told him that you were Brian at that time, so I think that it won't be long before he finds out that you're at the Academy. Unless you leave the Academy and abandon the name Brian and live with a different identity, you'll have an endless amount of trouble. Phoebe's words were filled with sincere concern. Han Shua could clearly feel it and felt a bit of warmth in his heart. His expression also softened a bit. After thinking carefully, Han Shua felt that Phoebe's words shouldn't be a problem. He frowned and said to Phoebe, Then what do you think I should do? Come with me and get rid of Grover. Otherwise, we'll never have a day of peace. Phoebe's charming face was frosty as she spoke word by word. After musing for a bit, Han Shua suddenly felt that a life surrounded by danger seemed to be more suitable for him to break through his limits. His life before had been too monotonous. Perhaps a bit of excitement would be more interesting. Add to that what Phoebe had said, if he didn't get rid of Grover's threat, he would likely have endless troubles. After musing for a bit, Han Shua said resolutely, All right, I promise you. Then, accompany me to the Buzzed Merchant Guild's private banquet tonight. Some of the guild's founding elders will also be present at the banquet. Phoebe's charming face lit up with joy when she saw that Han Shua had agreed and immediately said, what am I going to do at the banquet your Buzzed Merchant Guild is holding? Han Shua started and asked, Win the goodwill of the other founding elders and be on guard against the old thing schemes. Brian, I need your help. You just said that we're friends, right? Phoebe stared fixedly at Han Shua and asked. Han Shua suddenly felt like he'd boarded a pirate ship. He felt a bit strange, but he had indeed gone along with Phoebe's intentions earlier and admitted that the two were friends. There was no way to back out now, and Han Shua could only brace himself and agree. Exclaiming softly, Phoebe said with a smile, That's great. Wait a moment, I'll have someone make a fitting robe for you. I also need to teach you some basic etiquette for nobles. I've just learned from Lawrence that you're from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. I think you're not very good at these things. Han Shua looked unhappily at Phoebe and said, I was an errand boy, but that's all in the past. There's no one I can't meet or speak of. My apologies, Brian, I didn't mean anything else, really. Phoebe couldn't help but feel a bit worried when she saw Han Shua like this and hastily apologized sincerely. It's all right, tell me, I'll listen seriously. Han Shua waved his hand carelessly, indicating for Phoebe to quickly start. This is black iron ore. As if she'd just discovered it, Phoebe looked at the black iron ore that Han Shua had placed on the table and looked at Han Shua with a face full of astonishment. She asked, You actually have black iron ore? It looks like you're planning on forging the best weapon. Of course. Han Shua responded affirmatively. After that, Phoebe explained the simple etiquette of nobles to Han Shua. Han Shua understood that if he wanted to climb to a higher level in this world, these necessary etiquettes did indeed need to be mastered. Therefore, he listened earnestly to Phoebe's explanation and even tried to perform some basic etiquette actions according to Phoebe's requests. When night fell, Han Shua changed into the formal attire that Phoebe had specially prepared for him and looked quite decent. He followed behind Phoebe and rode the carriage to the Buzzed Merchant Guild for the third time. Many luxurious carriages were parked in front of the door. The guards had been changed again, and they were two unfamiliar faces to Han Shua. When Phoebe and Han Shua alighted from the carriage together, they didn't need the guards to greet them and walked in with familiar ease. Phoebe led the way through 2 corridors and appeared at the entrance to the banquet. Niece Phoebe, this is our guild's private banquet. It doesn't seem very appropriate for you to bring him in, does it? In front of the banquet, Grover held a goblet full of fine wine and was chatting cheerfully with a few obviously wealthy guild elders. When he saw Phoebe and Han Shua walk in, he first glared venomously at Han Shua before speaking to Phoebe. Uncle Grover, this Mr. Brian isn't an outsider. Phoebe pursed her lips and laughed lightly. She looked a bit bashfully at Han Shua and explained. Oh, then, good niece, can you tell me why he's not an outsider? Grover narrowed his eyes and sized up Phoebe like a venomous snake, speaking in an enigmatic tone. He's my boyfriend. Phoebe raised her head and looked Grover in the eye without fear, saying proudly, Chapter 77. Boyfriend. Grover was startled and looked Phoebe up and down with an extremely odd gaze. He then looked at Han Shua with an even more odd gaze, as if he couldn't believe it, and confirmed once more, Is he really your boyfriend? Of course. Phoebe nodded affirmatively and reached out with a blushing arm to hold Han Shua's left hand, as if to prove their relationship. As if an egg had been shoved into his mouth, Han Shua's mouth gaped wide open with a dazed look on his face. He only reacted when he felt Phoebe's small hand secretly tighten around his arm. He laughed dryly and nodded, but didn't open his mouth to explain anything. An elder of the trading firm who was chatting cheerfully with Grover couldn't help but ask Grover in a low voice, What's the background of this kid? Grover didn't say much and only shot a look at the person, then moved aside a bit and said with a smile, Since he's Phoebe's boyfriend, then there's no problem. Hurry up and come in. Forcefully pulling Han Shua along, Phoebe's expression was as usual as she walked into the great hall. She smiled at a few of the elders along the way and then pulled Han Shua toward a place with fewer people. Inside the great hall, waiters were carrying platters of fruit and fine wine, placing them on a wide square table in the center. An enormous chandelier hung overhead, emitting bright light. The entire great hall was decorated magnificently, surprising a country bumpkin like Han Shua quite a bit. However, what surprised Han Shua the most was Phoebe's words just now. When he saw that there was no one around, Han Shua immediately smiled wryly at Phoebe. I say, Miss Phoebe, what do you mean by this? Casually picking up a goblet, Phoebe poured herself a cup of rosy fine wine and gracefully took a sip. She then said, Don't think too much. I'm just finding a cover for your identity. There's no other meaning. If I didn't say this, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to come in at all. Nodding, Han Shua sighed helplessly and said, I knew that nothing good would come out of coming with you. You have to act a bit more naturally. I'll help you deal with it. This is our guild's annual gathering, and all the elders will be here. As bold as Grover is, he wouldn't dare make a move at this time, so we don't have to worry. Phoebe spoke softly to Han Shua, but her eyes continuously scanned the surroundings. Similarly picking up a goblet and pouring half a cup of wine, Han Shua took a sip and felt that it was quite sweet and sour. After a moment of careful observation, Han Shua discovered that many of these buzzed merchant guild members had brought their families as well. There were 20 to 30 people in the great hall, and among them were old elders, handsome youths, as well as a few attractive women and dignified young ladies. Without exception, all of these people were richly dressed, and their actions were refined and courteous. It looked like this was the style of the so-called upper class. Grover held a goblet in one hand as he shuttled back and forth among these people, greeting everyone kindly and appearing to be quite familiar with them. The Bust Merchant Guild has always been controlled by our Bust family. My father was originally the chairman, but because I've always been traveling, the old thing temporarily took over the position when my father died. However, don't look at how he seems to be on good terms with many of the elders. No one really knows what's going on behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would be useless for me to come back. Phoebe explained to Han Shua in a low voice as Han Shua silently observed the surroundings. Han Shua's thoughts raced when he heard Phoebe's words, and he suddenly said, Your father, how did he suddenly die? Did you not know anything about it beforehand? A trace of murderous intent flashed through Phoebe's eyes when she heard this question. She then lowered her voice and said with a cold face, I'm still investigating how my father died and haven't found any evidence yet. Because I've never been in the guild, there are many things I'm not clear on. The elders likely don't believe me, and their attitudes are all uncertain. What I need to do now is win the support of these elders. Otherwise, I won't be able to shake the old thing's position in the guild with my own strength alone. Han Shua understood from Phoebe's words that she was also suspicious of his father's death. He didn't say anything else and held his goblet as he observed the people in the hall, silently weighing his options. After a while, a few more people arrived in succession. Finally, an old man with grizzled sideburns walked into the great hall with the help of a steward. Many people in the hall came over to greet this person when he appeared. When Phoebe saw this, she immediately pulled Han Shua along and hurried over. She quickly explained in a low voice, he's Andrew. He founded the Bust Merchant Guild with my grandfather. He's one of the most senior members of the guild now, and even Grover doesn't dare be too presumptuous in front of him. If he helps us, we won't be so passive. Phoebe bowed in a reserved manner when she arrived in front of Andrew and said with a joyful smile, Grandpa Andrew, why have you come as well? It's our beautiful little Phoebe. Grandpa hasn't seen you in a long time. Ha ha, you've grown so tall. Andrew's left hand leaned on a cane, and his right hand was supported by a steward as he chuckled merrily at Phoebe. Good niece, don't just talk and hurry up and let the old man sit in the hall. The old man is getting on in years and must be very tired after riding the carriage all the way here. He can't stand like this anymore. Grover said this to Phoebe when he came over and walked towards Andrew, seeming to want to take Andrew to sit on his side. Ha, it's fine. Little Phoebe and I had a great time chatting. It's been a long time since we've seen our little Phoebe. Andrew avoided Grover's support and lifted his cane instead, walking towards Phoebe and Han Shua. Grover's brow furrowed involuntarily as he watched Phoebe lead Andrew to the other side with a face full of surprise. His gaze roamed over Andrew's body, seeming to be thinking about something. When Phoebe, Andrew, and Han Shua had walked to the other corner of the hall and sat down, Grover had already raised his wine cup and chuckled. Founding elders of the Bust Merchant Guild. Today is our Bust Merchant Guild's annual gathering. I'm very happy to be able to see all of you again this year. It's a pity that my dear brother has passed away due to his health. This is a truly tragic matter. Don't be sad, Grover. Currently, the Chamber of Commerce is in good order under your management. I think the president would be very pleased if he knew of your hard work. One of the founding members suddenly spoke up. As soon as he spoke, another 2 people beside him echoed. Han Shuo watched these people's performance with cold eyes. He already had an idea in his heart and understood that these people must have a close relationship with Grover. They were only expressing their attitudes by saying this. At this moment, Han Shuo, who was sitting next to Phoebe, clearly heard Andrew give an extremely low snort. Phoebe was closer to Andrew and naturally heard it clearly. She couldn't help but look at Andrew with pleasant surprise and exchange a look with Han Shuo. The chairman has passed away, but our buzzed merchant guild can't keep the chairman's position empty forever. I think we should take advantage of this time's gathering to properly discuss the matters of the new chairman. What do you all think? The same person raised his voice and spoke up. The 2 founding elders who had responded earlier spoke up again to express their agreement. Grover's face was calm as he sat there, continuously surveying the surroundings. His gaze lingered on Phoebe and Andrew for a bit longer. Of course, the chairman's position can't be left empty for too long, but the question of who will be the chairman is an important one. A broad-headed founding elder spoke up in a low, muffled voice not too far away. What's there to discuss? Of course Grover should be the new chairman. After the chairman passed away, Grover has always been in charge of the guild's business. The guild has been stable and orderly in Grover's hands. Everyone has seen that. Apart from Grover, I don't think anyone else has the right to sit in this position. The person named Grover abruptly stood up and raised his voice, winning the agreement of the other 2. Grover stood up with a smile on his face and put on a modest and hypocritical expression. He'd said some things about his limited abilities and that he didn't dare take on the role. But the other 3 had firmly expressed that he was the only one. Their cooperation could be considered to be tacit. Uncle Andrew, who do you think is most suitable to be the new chairman? At this moment, the founding elder with the low, muffled voice looked at Andrew from afar and asked. As he spoke, the gazes of the other senior elders gathered on Andrew. It seemed like they were all waiting for Andrew's response. Andrew looked at Phoebe, who was forcibly putting on a calm expression. He rose slightly and chuckled softly, finally opening his mouth to say, "It's not an old fellow like me, because I don't have many days left to live, ha-ha!" Everyone smiled kindly when he said this. Grover also smiled and seemed to heave a sigh of relief, as if he'd been very afraid that Andrew would step forward and fight for the chairman's position with him. However, Andrew swept his gaze across the crowd and continued, "I feel that little Phoebe has already grown up. Since she's the chairman's daughter and a member of the Bust family, she should be the most qualified to be the new chairman according to reason. Why hasn't anyone mentioned this? No, absolutely not. Miss Phoebe is still too young and has always been traveling outside. She doesn't know the matters of the guild at all. If she's the chairman, she may drag down our Bust Merchant Guild's business." It was still the founding elder who'd always defended Grover who immediately protested fiercely. "Kilo, that's hard to say. Although Miss Phoebe is young, I think she understands the big picture and has a sense of propriety in her conduct. Perhaps she can bring the guild to greater development if she's in charge." An elder suddenly opened his mouth to speak. The founding elders who'd been silent all along suddenly echoed when they saw Andrew express his support for Phoebe. There were still 3 or 4 founding elders who didn't say a word, as if expressing their neutrality. How can this be? We can't use the guild's future as a test subject for her abilities." That Kilo, Grover's loyal supporter, immediately spoke up noisily. "Why not? If I remember correctly, the old chairman was only 23 years old when he was in charge of the Merchant Guild. But with the help of Andrew and a few other old gentlemen, the old chairman grew up very quickly and made the Bust Merchant Guild flourish with each passing day. I think that Miss Phoebe should be able to do the same." Not to mention that with all of us supporting her, there won't be any big problems. The man continued. Grover's face had darkened since Andrew's words. He finally stood up at this moment and said to Phoebe, Good niece, this boyfriend of yours was once an errand boy at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and had the status of a slave. Don't blame Uncle for being meddlesome, but if others find out that you're with him, it will affect our guild's reputation. When these words left his mouth, some of the elders in the hall immediately focused their attention on Han Shuo. They couldn't disguise their expressions of disdain and disdain. Han Shuo was startled and finally understood that Phoebe's worries weren't without reason. It looked like he'd underestimated the power of Grover and Shadow Ghost. He hadn't thought that they'd be able to discover his origins with just a name. It was a good thing that he'd spent most of his time in the cemetery of death these days. Otherwise, if he'd stayed in the academy, he might have long since been assassinated by experts. Uncle, what do you mean by this? Phoebe suddenly stood up at this moment and glared angrily at Grover with a frosty face. She wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality and yell, Good niece, don't be angry. I just want to tell everyone that your foresight doesn't seem to be very good. In order to be in charge of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, foresight and wisdom are the most important. If you have to choose your future husband from among the slaves, then I think everyone won't be at ease in letting you be the chairman. Grover still wore a peaceful smile on his face, but the words he spoke were quite malicious. A person who would murder his own brother for the sake of profit and continuously send out killers to harm his own niece, I think he's even more unworthy of the chairman's position. Han Shuo also stood up and looked at Grover with a cold, fearless smile, as if he didn't know how deadly his words were. Pausing, Han Shuo spoke again under the astonished gazes of everyone present. Please remember, I am now a student of the Babylon Academy. I no longer have the status of a slave, and never will in the future. Chapter 78. Shut up. Don't make slanderous accusations. Big brother and I have a deep relationship. How could I do such a thing? Good niece, how could you find such a boyfriend who doesn't see the big picture? Uncle truly feels sorry for you. Grover's expression immediately changed as he stood up with a rumble and slammed the table, roaring angrily. His expression, as usual, Han Shuo laughed lightly and said with a laugh, Everyone knows that as the only daughter of the chairman, Phoebe should be the most qualified candidate to succeed the position of chairman. If she were to be assassinated, who would benefit the most? When has it ever been an outsider's turn to speak about the matters of our Buzzed Merchant Guild? Phoebe, you should properly discipline this outsider who doesn't know anything. Grover glared viciously at Han Shuo and then turned his head to speak to Phoebe. Phoebe had already calmed down by this time from her earlier panic. She'd always maintained an amiable facade with Grover, but who would have thought that Han Shuo wouldn't care at all and would be so diametrically opposed from the start, almost immediately shedding all pretense of cordiality with Grover and disrupting all of her steps. She didn't know what to do for a moment. However, when Han Shuo and Grover were refuting each other, Phoebe's thoughts changed and she felt that Han Shuo's actions were rather straightforward. Because of Han Shuo's actions, Phoebe's attitude was clearly expressed in front of these elders. This also let them see that she, Phoebe, wasn't a weak person who didn't want to fight for things. Except, now wasn't the time to weigh gains and losses. Since Han Shuo had already expressed himself so sharply, Phoebe couldn't do anything even if she wanted to. She immediately said confidently after Grover had finished speaking, That's right, Uncle Grover. I think I'm qualified to be the chairman of the guild. Although I've been traveling all these years, my father has never given up on teaching me. Moreover, the knowledge I've learned is also related to managing the company. This is all arranged by my father. I hope that Uncle can support me. If there's anything I'm lacking in, Uncle can also teach me. I'm confident that I can manage the company well. Good niece, your courage is commendable, but this kind of matter is not child's play. A single careless mistake can send the trading company into a situation of eternal damnation. Uncle is cowardly and cannot bear this kind of responsibility. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Grover no longer concealed anything and spoke with a dark expression. It was at this moment that Andrew suddenly stood up shakily with the support of his walking stick. He said, "There's no point in continuing to argue like this. How about this? Why don't we let little Phoebe try first? If the company can develop smoothly in her hands within 3 months, then we'll let Phoebe be the president. Otherwise, it'll be Grover. What does everyone think?" With Andrew's words, apart from the 3 elders who favored Grover, all the other elders expressed their agreement. Andrew waited until everyone had voted before looking at Grover with a smile. He said merrily, "Since the majority has agreed, I think we'll leave it at that for the time being. What do you think?" No matter how unwilling he was in his heart, Grover felt that he couldn't change anything now that the majority of the elders of the company had agreed. In the end, he could only brace himself and say helplessly, "Since that's the case, then we'll do as you wish." Nodding, Andrew smiled. "All right then, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Oh, little Phoebe, Grandpa hasn't seen you in a long time. If there's nothing else, why don't you come with me to my house for a chat?" "All right, I was just about to ask Grandpa for some experience in managing the company." Phoebe stood up with a smile and put down her wine cup. She gave Han Shuo a look and didn't even look at Grover as she walked out the door. Han Shuo put down his wine cup in understanding and flashed a cold smile of disdain at Grover, who was looking at him with a dark expression. He followed behind Phoebe and also walked out of the hall. As soon as they left the company, Phoebe looked around to make sure that no one was around and said softly to Han Shuo, "Go back to my residence first. I'll hurry back after chatting with Grandpa Andrew for a bit. We'll talk later." "Ha, little Phoebe, this boyfriend of yours is quite bold. He actually went head-to-head with Grover in the hall. I think you have good taste." Andrew stood beside his carriage and looked at Phoebe and Han Shuo with an amiable expression as he spoke with a smile. Blushing slightly, Phoebe looked at Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "Be careful on the road." She then walked over to Andrew and said, coquettishly, "Of course not. He's so dumb that you don't know how infuriating it is." Han Shuo didn't continue to listen to their conversation and didn't ride in the carriage that had come with Phoebe. Instead, he walked towards the north of the city alone. It was already late at night and there were almost no pedestrians on the road. Han Shuo hadn't felt any danger when he'd just left the buzzed merchant guild, but when Han Shuo had passed through a road and just entered an alley, he suddenly raised his guard. With a thought, 3 original demons were silently released from the back of Han Shuo's neck. As soon as the original demons left Han Shuo's neck, they immediately transformed into an incorporeal state and concealed themselves in 3 directions without leaving a trace in the darkness. It was as if he'd suddenly gained a few more pairs of eyes. Apart from what was directly in front of him, Han Shuo could even clearly see the situation behind and to his left and right. The original demons, formed from magical yuan, didn't have a trace of fighting aura or magic on their bodies. In their incorporeal state, it was very difficult to detect them with the naked eye. Therefore, the departure and concealment of the original demons didn't alarm anyone at all. Behind Han Shuo was the wind adept mage Ellis that he'd seen last time. His body floated like a wisp of a ghost, silently trailing behind Han Shuo. On the rooftops of the alleys to his left and right, for assassins dressed in black walked silently behind him, slowly closing in on him. Shocked, Han Shuo hadn't thought that Grover would be so daring. He'd made his move right after he'd left the Merchant Guild. It looked like he really did hate Han Shuo to the bone. Han Shuo suddenly calmed down at a time like this that concerned his life and death. There were 5 people in total, apart from the wind adept mage Ellis. The strength of the other 4 wasn't weak either. According to the observations of the original demons, Han Shuo discovered that the 4 were divided into 2 warriors, 1 mage and 1 archer. If it wasn't for the fact that the original demons could monitor their movements at all times this time, Han Shuo would have been hard-pressed to escape death. However, now that he had the original demons, Although Han Shuo didn't have the slightest advantage in terms of strength, it wasn't like he didn't have any hope of escaping alive. Because on the way here, Han Shuo had already learned from Phoebe's explanation that there was a mansion of Imperial soldiers stationed not too far ahead of the alleyway. The reason why Han Shuo had chosen to walk through this dark alleyway was also because of the mansion in front of him. His mind raced for a moment, and Han Shuo understood that these people could only make their move in this alleyway. Otherwise, once he passed through this alleyway, they wouldn't have a chance. The space ring lit up faintly, and Han Shuo grasped the dagger in his right hand. Han Shuo's footsteps were neither fast nor slow as he advanced, paying attention to the movements of his enemies at all times according to the surveillance of the original demons. Finally, when Han Shuo had reached the middle of the alleyway, the 5 assassins, including Ellis, seemed to think that they were in position and suddenly sped up their approach. The faint sound of an arrow breaking through the air suddenly fell into Han Shuo's ears. This arrow was incomparably sharp and shot swiftly and violently towards Han Shuo's back as soon as it appeared. Its momentum was exceedingly fierce. This arrow had come from a professional archer, and the angle was exceedingly tricky and vicious. If it wasn't for Han Shuo observing his movements clearly through the original demons, this arrow alone would likely have killed Han Shuo on the spot. His originally unhurried footsteps suddenly sped up, but he didn't charge forward, instead retreating to the left. With a whoosh, the arrow streaked past the corner of Han Shuo's clothes and suddenly whistled forward. In front of Han Shuo, the arrow suddenly shattered into pieces. Several sharp wind blades had long since been released by Ellis, as if waiting for Han Shuo to subconsciously burrow into them. It was a pity that Han Shuo had detected them one step ahead and forcibly avoided them. At the same time, the top of his head suddenly lit up and a wall of fire abruptly formed, enveloping Han Shuo below. 2 nimble figures instantly lifted long swords and flew down from the roof. Han Shuo could see the light and dark green fighting aura clearly under the illumination of the wall of fire. Suddenly accelerating, Han Shuo's speed soared in a flash, and he suddenly circled around from the left, then avoided the obstruction of Ellis wind blades and flew towards the exit of the alleyway. Han Shuo had just left his original spot when the wall of fire came crashing down. The place where he'd been standing before was filled with sparks. No matter how they imagined it, they didn't know that Han Shuo had already clearly seen their deliberate concealment through the original demons. They'd originally thought the attack to be absolutely accidental, but Han Shuo had already seen all. This was why the first wave of attacks from the 5 of them with extraordinary strength had all failed. "We can't let him leave this alleyway alive." Ellis' gentle voice had purposefully become sharp and suddenly rang out at this moment. The archer and the other fire mage stood on the rooftops on both sides of the alleyway. As soon as Ellis' words had landed, they acted at almost the same time. 3 arrows were grabbed by the archer and placed on his longbow. With a whoosh, they shot out swiftly and violently towards Han Shuo's forehead, back and thighs. Another wall of fire suddenly formed in front of Han Shuo, forcibly blocking off Han Shuo's path and forcing Han Shuo to take a detour. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape the burning of the wall of fire. The 2 swordsmen who just landed took advantage of this moment to quickly approach with their swords raised. They were only 10 meters away from Han Shuo. Ellis' feet didn't touch the ground as he also swiftly rushed over from behind, obviously intending to leave Han Shuo here. His body tilting, Han Shuo changed direction again and circled to the right, intending to go around the wall of fire and rush out of the long street. A few wind blades came whistling over. All of this was within Han Shuo's expectations. The dagger in his hand quickly waved, and 5 wind blades were chopped away by Han Shuo's dagger. However, 3 of the wind blades still slashed past Han Shuo's thigh and arm. Han Shuo had only been hit by 3 wind blades because he'd known beforehand that Ellis had set up wind blades here. Otherwise, if more than 10 wind blades had struck his vitals, he probably wouldn't have been able to take another step forward. Braving the injuries to his thigh and arm, Han Shuo rushed out of the attack of the wind blades and evaded the wall of fire and flying arrows at the same time. He dashed towards the entrance of the alleyway like lightning and had already escaped the second wave of attacks. He was about to rush out of the long street. Right at this moment, a mournful scream suddenly tore through the silent sky. Han Shuo, in the midst of running, suddenly discovered the archer with the aid of the original demons. The longbow in his hand had been broken in two, and fresh blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth as he fell limply from the roof. Phoebe stood proudly with a long sword in her hand where he'd just been. "Fie, Phoebe, you're actually a sword master." The hooded Ellis had forgotten to change his voice due to his excitement. He used his original voice and exclaimed in surprise. Then, without calling for the others, Ellis' rapidly charging body abruptly stopped. He abruptly turned around and fled at an even faster speed to the back. Phoebe snorted coldly and didn't chase after the fleeing Ellis. After all, if a wind mage ran with all his might, it was indeed very difficult to catch up to him. Waving the longsword in her hand, Phoebe, standing majestically on the roof, landed lightly on the two warriors below. It looked like she planned on taking care of the remaining people first. At this moment, Han Shuo had almost made it out of the long alley when he saw Phoebe suddenly appear. He was overjoyed and abruptly turned around, opening his mouth to summon Little Skull and walking quickly towards the two warriors. Han Shuo had been running with all his might earlier, so Little Skull hadn't been of much use. Now that a sword master like Phoebe was present, Han Shuo had turned from prey to hunter. It was naturally time for Little Skull to appear and kill the enemy. When Little Skull appeared with the bone dagger in hand, its calf bones started running quickly under Han Shuo's orders. The 7 bone spurs on its back flapped as it rushed towards the roof with a whoosh, attempting to take care of the other fire mage. The fire mage jumped in fright, never having thought that Little Skull would be able to use the momentum to leap onto the roof. In his panic, he immediately chanted an incantation. A wall of blazing flames appeared once again, completely blocking off Little Skull's only path. However, Little Skull didn't care about the obstruction of the wall of flames at all and charged headlong into the wall of flames. When Little Skull walked out of the wall of flames, the fire mage was already in front of him, flabbergasted. It waved the bone dagger in its hand and turned the fire mage into a beehive. Chapter 79. There were only 2 swordsmen left, one senior swordsman and the other journeyman warrior. Just Phoebe alone was enough to make it hard for the 2 of them to escape death. Han Shuo, turning around, only sped up the speed of their deaths. With a flash of his space ring, Han Shuo took out a crossbow and inserted an arrow into it. He was already facing one of the swordsmen. Just as they suddenly retreated and wanted to escape, Han Shuo's crossbow had already been fired, shooting towards the back of the senior warrior's heart. The senior swordsman who had turned around and planned to escape had no choice but to turn around and block the arrow, but by the time he'd shattered the crossbow arrow shot by Han Shuo, Phoebe was already standing in front of him. The Little Skull, who'd killed the fire mage, held a bag in his left hand and jumped down from the roof with a whoosh. The skeleton shook for a bit and was already standing in front of another journeyman, swordsman with a sword. When Han Shuo walked over with a cold smile, the 2 swordsmen suddenly slashed their own necks with the long swords in their hands and fell to the ground. These are the people of Shadow Ghost. If they know that there's no way out, they'll choose to end their own lives. Phoebe shook her head and put the sword in her hand back into her space ring, frowning as she spoke. At this moment, the Little Skull arrived in front of the 2 corpses and began to loot their bodies with practiced ease. When he'd hung 2 more bags in his left hand, he picked up the bone knife and walked happily towards Han Shuo, handing a total of 3 bags to Han Shuo, smiling as he touched the Little Skull's skull. Han Shuo took the 3 bags and cursed out loud after taking a look. "Damn it! 3 poor bastards and only 10 gold coins!" Rolling her eyes at Han Shuo, Phoebe didn't examine the corpses and directly said to Han Shuo, "I've never seen someone as greedy as you. There's no need to examine the corpses. You won't find anything. The people of Shadow Ghost don't bring anything important when they go out to do things. So just give up. They won't bring you any wealth." Hearing Phoebe say this, Han Shuo cursed again and chanted an incantation to send the little skull away. He then grinned and said softly, "Didn't you leave with Andrew? Why are you suddenly back? You're hurt?" Phoebe was startled and immediately walked towards Han Shuo. She revealed a worried expression when she saw that Han Shuo's body had been slashed by the wind blades. Her space ring lit up and gauze and medicine appeared in her hands. She no longer held back and said gently, "Don't move." It was rare for Han Shuo to see this kind of expression on Phoebe's face, and he was slightly touched. He stood there dumbly without moving and watched as Phoebe carefully applied the medicinal powder on his wounds and bandaged them with gauze. When Phoebe was done, she finally tugged at Han Shuo and exhaled softly, "You've picked a good place. There are 2 large mansions around this alley, and the people from both families are gone. No one came out despite the fierce fighting here. So it looks like the houses haven't been sold yet. However, we can't stay here for long. Although the security here isn't very tight, there will still be soldiers patrolling the streets every once in a while. We should leave as soon as possible. Let's go." Han Shuo agreed and left with Phoebe, hurrying towards the northern part of the city. He asked along the way, "Right, you still haven't told me why you suddenly came back." Seeing that there was no one around, Phoebe furrowed her brow and said in a low voice, "In Grandpa Andrew's carriage, he told me that Grover has been doing business with the barbaric orcs recently. He actually sold the Empire's weapons to the orcs. This matter has too many implications, and the Empire will never let him go once they find out. If I take control of the Merchant Guild, Grover definitely won't be able to conceal this matter. Therefore, he won't wait for me to take control of the Merchant Guild and will certainly kill me before that. Otherwise, once this matter is exposed, Grover will find it difficult to escape the Empire's punishment no matter how strong he is. After I found out about this, I knew that he would definitely kill you first. I was worried about you, so I left Grandpa Andrew midway and came to find you." Nodding, Han Shuo said, "So that's how it is. No wonder that Grover wants to kill us so quickly. It looks like as long as you have this bit of evidence, Grover will die without a doubt." "That's right." Phoebe smiled coldly and thought for a moment. She sighed and said, "However, now that Ellis knows of my strength, I think Grover will definitely think of another way. The next time there's an assassination attempt, I think even I will have a hard time dealing with it." Han Shuo knew that his own strength was limited. If he couldn't even deal with Phoebe, then he likely wouldn't be of much use. The only thing that could help Phoebe was his sensitive senses for assassins. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo said, "I'll leave for a moment and come find you when my injuries have healed. Grover is our common enemy now. I know what to do." "All right, but don't return to the academy no matter what. Since Grover knows of your identity, you'll face great danger if you remain in the academy for the next few days." Phoebe mused for a moment and said to Han Shuo, nodding his head to indicate that he understood. Han Shuo told Phoebe to be careful and left by himself. The 3 original demons accompanied him from beginning to end. They didn't discover any other activity until Han Shuo arrived at the cemetery in the mountains behind the academy. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo first practiced a bit of magical yuan. Under the circulation of magical yuan, Han Shuo's wounds had a cool feeling and the pain was greatly reduced. It was already noon the next day after he slept. Now that all the ingredients had been gathered, Han Shuo impatiently left the Cemetery of Death and headed towards the dwarf village. He planned on having the dwarf village chief, Calvin, forge the demon's lair edge for him. The dwarf village was within a small mountain valley, and there were enormous trees covering the front of the village. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo had followed the dwarves here before, he really would have found it difficult to discover where they lived. Now that Han Shuo was familiar with the road, he arrived at the dwarf village in a short while. After passing through the enormous trees, a dwarf standing guard in front of him held a sharp axe in his hand. When he saw Han Shuo, he immediately called out in a friendly voice, "Oh, good friend, you've come again." Following behind the dwarf, Han Shuo passed through a small shrubbery path and finally arrived at the dwarf village. Calvin, Bennett, and the others who had come upon hearing the news all came out to welcome Han Shuo with smiles on their faces. Fine wine was served after a while. The dwarves lived in the small wooden houses they'd built themselves, and some also lived in hollowed-out tree holes. There were only 100 or so dwarves in this village, and women and children made up the majority. Only 60 or so of the able-bodied men could truly fight. After spending time together, Han Shuo had already won the sincere friendship of the dwarves. They were quite generous to Han Shuo, and every time Han Shuo came over, they would welcome him with fine wine and meat, making Han Shuo quite moved. "Han Shuo, how did you find the time to come over this time?" Calvin chuckled as he greeted Han Shuo. Taking out the materials that Phoebe had prepared from his space ring, Han Shuo handed them over to Calvin. "Elder, these are the materials that were prepared according to your requirements. There's enough black iron ore as well. Can you see if you can forge a weapon for me?" Calvin took the materials that Han Shuo had handed over and carefully examined them, saying with pleasant surprise, "Yes, of course I can. It's a happy thing for us to have enough materials to forge a good weapon. Don't worry, Han, we'll start work tomorrow, and we'll be able to forge a weapon for you in about a week. You'll be sure to be satisfied." Han Shuo truly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this guarantee, and immediately expressed his sincere gratitude to Calvin. The low complaints of a few dwarven women traveled in from the distance. Han Shuo's ears were quite sharp, and he couldn't help but pay attention to their conversation. "Ai, it's almost winter. We won't be able to secure our food in the snow, and the village chief has already taken out his stored rations to entertain the guests. I don't know how we'll get through the winter if this continues." "That's right. A few days ago, I heard that those damned ogres appeared in the vicinity again. It looks like these ogres are going to plunder again in order to get through the winter. If they discover our village, then we'll have to move again. I really don't know when these days will come to an end." Han Shuo heard every word of the dwarven women's conversation. Han Shuo was a bit moved. It looked like the lives of the dwarves weren't as easy as he'd imagined. But even so, they always brought out the best food to entertain Han Shuo whenever he came over. This made Han Shuo feel quite apologetic. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo sighed lightly and said to Calvin, "Elder, do you not think of me as a friend?" "Han, why would you say that? Could it be that we've done something wrong?" Bennett, who had a good impression of Han Shuo, was the first to exclaim in surprise and look at Han Shuo in confusion before Calvin could open his mouth. Shaking his head, Han Shuo sighed. "Why do you worry about food and the ogres, but not tell me you're friend?" "Han, it's because we're good friends that we don't want to trouble you. In addition, because of your help, we've already obtained a lot of ore. We can forge many weapons with these ores. We won't have to be afraid of those ogre villains this year." Calvin sighed in relief when he heard Han Shuo's words and responded with a smile. "No, since the elder is willing to take out the village's winter rations for me, I have to do something as a friend. Don't worry, elder. I'll head to the human society and help you resolve your winter rations problem. Apart from these, I can help you deliver anything else you need." "How can that be? Although we're friends, we can't trouble you. We also want to purchase these items from the human society, but we'll have to pass through a long stretch of the dark forest to get there. Not only will we be attacked by magical creatures, but we may also run into adventurers with ill intentions. That's why we have to stay here. Han, I know that if you help us purchase these items, it'll cost you a lot of gold coins. We can't trouble you like this. I think if we work a bit harder, we'll be able to make it through this winter." Calvin said, "Then it's decided. I'll help you think of a way to deal with your winter rations and the threat of the ogres. You can continue to focus on forging weapons and leave the rest to me." Han Shuo did some mental calculations. The dwarven village had a population of 100 or so. According to the amount of food stored in the space ring, he'd be able to bring all the food they needed to the cemetery of death after a few teleportations. If he bought it from Phoebe, it probably wouldn't cost much either. Han Shuo was naturally willing to do this for the dwarves. "Thank you. I thank you on behalf of my children and the mothers in the village." A dwarf woman suddenly heard Han Shuo's promise when she'd come over to deliver some fruits. She was so moved that she immediately used the dwarven etiquette to express her gratitude to Han Shuo. "Hurry up and go down," Calvin admonished, and then said with equal gratitude, "Han, we only know how to brew wine and forge weapons. Because we rarely interact with humans, we don't have many gold coins. We're willing to brew wine and forge some weapons for you in exchange. Otherwise, I won't accept your good intentions." Although Han Shuo didn't covet their wine and weapons, he understood the dwarves' stubborn temperament and knew that they wouldn't be willing to accept good intentions for no reason. He finally agreed after thinking for a bit. With Han Shuo's guarantee of winter rations, all the dwarves were seething with excitement. Even Calvin drank to his heart's content with Han Shuo, a rare occasion. One had to say the wine that the dwarves brewed was indeed quite sweet and fragrant. Even the wine that Han Shuo had drunk in the Buzzed Merchant Guild last night couldn't compare to their brews. Because the Demon's Lair edge had been secured, Han Shuo was also in a good mood and drank to his heart's content with the dwarves. However, because of his training in magical yuan, Han Shuo had completely awakened as soon as he'd left the dwarven village. He'd vigilantly returned to the cemetery of death. Before continuing to meditate, Han Shuo thought for a bit and decided to once again explore the boundary that was preventing Han Shuo from entering the depths of the cemetery of death. He wanted to see if he could break through the boundary with his current mental strength. After using the round green ball to open up the passageway, Han Shuo focused his mental strength and abruptly burrowed in. His mind was instantly filled with bone-piercing pain, but because he was used to the pain that the round green ball brought him when training, Han Shuo forced himself to endure it. He raised his magical yuan to the maximum and charged straight in. A crisp crack sounded as Han Shuo's body tilted and broke through the invisible boundary, his body falling towards the bottom of the passageway. Chapter 80. When Han Shuo landed on the ground and steadied himself again, he took a look around and discovered that he was in an enormous laboratory. All sorts of containers and enormous bones were placed everywhere. On the walls to the side, a few ghostly green lanterns lit up the interior so that it was no longer completely dark. There were also a few rooms in the surroundings. When Han Shuo entered the rooms one by one, he discovered that 2 of the rooms were filled with all sorts of books on necromancy magic, including some on dark magic. The books here all appeared to be very ancient and were covered with a lot of dust. The collection of books here was even more voluminous than the library of the Academy of Magic and Force. Many of the books were ones that Han Shuo had never heard of before. The other 4 rooms were filled with all sorts of magical materials. All the containers were sealed and filled with colorful liquids, as well as some peculiar bones and the shining teeth of vicious magical beasts. Just as Han Shuo was taking in his surroundings, the green ball in his hand suddenly blossomed with a dazzling green light. The light enveloped the entire laboratory, and a dark, ghostly shadow suddenly appeared in a circular magical symbol in the middle of the laboratory. "My child, welcome. When you see this mirror image, I will have already returned to the earth. If you want to understand everything about the cemetery of death, you must pay attention to every word I say." The dark shadow was thick and thick. Whether it was the lanterns or the light of the green ball, neither allowed Han Shuo to see its original appearance. It spat out one word after another with some difficulty in a hoarse voice. Han Shuo was shocked and immediately understood that this was a way for mages to leave behind information, mirror images. According to the meaning of the words, Han Shuo quickly concentrated and started to listen to every word it said. First of all, you must know that the Cemetery of Death was the holy land of necromancers in our era. It symbolized the pinnacle of necromancy magic. The Cemetery of Death can be moved. As long as you can control everything here in the end, you will discover that you possess a terrifying city. The faint voice continued to narrate. Han Shuo focused his attention and listened to the voice's slow narration. When the voice said, "You can still see me on the next level," the dark shadow suddenly disappeared without a trace. Apart from the large-scale magical matrix on the top floor, the laboratory and library on this floor, there were 2 floors below the Cemetery of Death. If one wanted to completely grasp all the secrets of the Cemetery of Death, they had to reach the 2 floors below together. From the dark shadow's words, Han Shuo understood that the Cemetery of Death was actually a moving castle, and a castle with boundless power. This greatly shocked Han Shuo. The green ball was the key to the Cemetery of Death. It contained the necromancer's evil mental brand. Apart from necromancers with necromancy aura of death, ordinary people who obtained this ball would not be able to escape its corrosion and would ultimately turn into a senseless zombie. Although Han Shuo was only a magic apprentice, he still had the aura of a necromancer. Fortunately, he had not been assimilated by the curse. However, because his mental strength was too weak, if it wasn't for the help of his magical yuan, he would likely have been unable to escape death if he had rashly used his mental strength to explore. The miraculous, magical yuan was different from any energy in this world. It had actually helped Han Shuo. When Han Shuo's mental strength had invaded his brain, it had unimaginably helped him increase his mental strength. Han Shuo had continuously reaped great rewards amidst the inhuman pain. This was something that even the creator of the round ball would not have imagined. The information that Han Shuo had obtained from the Dark Shadow's narration was limited. It seemed that a more in-depth explanation existed on the 2 floors below. Han Shuo mused silently for a moment and once again entered the room where the magic books were stored. Magic books were the crystallization of necromancy magic, products from the peak of necromancy magic. These were priceless treasures to Han Shuo. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force already had a very large collection of books, but there weren't that many books on necromancy magic. Moreover, many of them were only books on basic and intermediate magic. There were very few books on more advanced necromancy magic. In the 2 rooms, Han Shuo flipped through the magic books that were already covered in a thick layer of dust. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The magic books here were much higher in quality and quantity compared to those in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. 3 of the magic books were called Necromancy Magic. They were divided into upper, middle, and lower volumes and placed in the most conspicuous places. These 3 volumes had obviously been given special treatment and were stored in a magic container. They looked as new as ever and would not be damaged even after tens of thousands of years. Just the first volume of Necromancy Magic was already very thick. After opening it, Han Shuo discovered that the first volume had a detailed explanation from the origin of necromancy magic to the essence of necromancy magic. The knowledge within was very different from what was taught in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Some of the necromancy knowledge and magic recorded in the first volume were mostly things that Han Shuo had never heard of before. Starting from the middle volume, there was a handwritten note on every page, with detailed notes on that page. However, it looked like the 3 volumes were a whole. When Han Shuo read the second volumes, even with the help of the handwritten notes, he still couldn't understand some of the knowledge within. Han Shuo could just barely understand the first half of the first volume, but unfortunately, this volume didn't have the help of the handwritten notes. This still made Han Shuo feel that it was very difficult. Perhaps the person who prepared this set of magic books thought that the visitor didn't need any notes at all to understand the first volume, and thus didn't leave behind any explanations. After thinking for a while, Han Shuo decided to start with the first volume. He planned to use this complete set of necromancy magic as a teaching material and slowly study and practice it. After making up his mind, Han Shuo took the round ball and left this level, returning to the upper level. He wasn't obstructed by the boundary, and then completely immersed himself in studying this volume of magic, forgetting to eat and sleep. For a few days, Han Shuo hugged this volume of necromancy magic and tried to understand every word and sentence on it. From this volume of necromancy magic, Han Shuo understood that the magical knowledge he'd studied at the academy, including some of the release spells, was much more superficial than the explanations in the book. There were also many evil spells that Han Shuo hadn't been able to learn from Fanny. Corpse resurrection was one of the most basic necromancy spells. It could directly turn the dead into zombies and start fighting according to the caster's will. As long as one's mental strength was strong enough, they could resurrect a terrifying zombie army. Canopy of necromancy was another evil spell. As long as the canopy of necromancy was released, the combat strength and agility of dark creatures would be greatly increased under the cover of the canopy of necromancy. The enemy would be very uncomfortable under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. There were quite a few spells like corpse resurrection and canopy of necromancy in this volume alone. It was said that these spells had been lost for a long time and that the necromancers of today had no way of grasping them. However, there were detailed records in this volume of necromancy magic. Han Shuo understood that he had picked up a priceless treasure this time. If this book of necromancy magic were to circulate, perhaps it would immediately change the current situation of necromancy mages, greatly increasing the strength of necromancy mages. The terror of necromancy mages would also reappear on the continent. After studying for almost 10 days, Han Shuo was either meditating or studying this volume of necromancy magic. Corpse resurrection was a type of elementary spell, but it was a pity that Han Shuo couldn't practice it without a corpse. Canopy of necromancy was already an advanced spell, and Han Shuo also couldn't practice it because his mental strength wasn't enough. However, Han Shuo did manage to grasp the spellbone spear through this period of training. He even seemed to be on the verge of mastering the spell Summon Zombie. It was just that there was a slight obstruction when communicating with the other dimension. Calculating the time, it should be about time that the Demon's Lair edge was completed. Han Shuo thought for a bit and left the Cemetery of Death first. Together with Little Skull, they carefully avoided some level 3 and above magical beasts, hunted some low-level magical beasts, and carried them with them. They once again walked towards the dwarf village. Halfway through their journey, just as Han Shuo was about to enter the dwarf village, he heard the sound of weapons clashing. Han Shuo was shocked and suddenly increased his speed, shuttling through the bushes with Little Skull, heading straight for the source of the sound. Dozens of ogres and close to 100 goblins were holding weapons and attacking the dwarves from all sides. The dwarves had brand new weapons in their hands. Their weapons were much more advanced and sharper than those used by the ogres and goblins. In particular, the goblins were wielding simple knives, forks, and clubs, which broke into many pieces when they clashed with the dwarves' weapons. It was because of their advanced weapons that the dwarves, who were at a complete disadvantage in terms of numbers, had been able to hold out until now. Not far behind them was the dwarf village. There were women and children who had no fighting ability there. Therefore, for the safety of the village, they couldn't even retreat into the village, lest the women and children be exposed and endanger the safety of the women and children. When Han Shuo saw this scene, Han Shuo was instantly enraged. His crossbow was already in hand as he ran. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few crossbow bolts tore through the air as one ogre and 2 goblins were shot to death. Little Skull seemed to have sensed the anger in Han Shuo's heart. The 7-bone spurs on its back shot out in all directions as it dashed forward. Blood spurted out from the ogres' and goblins' bodies after a sharp whistle. "Oh, it's Han, he's here." Bennett raised his iron hammer and was surrounded by 5 or 6 goblins when he suddenly saw Han Shuo appear and cried out in surprise. Like a wolf in a flock of sheep, Han Shua and Little Skull's arrival immediately brought about a bout of blood. Little Skull was especially valiant as its 7-boned spurs danced in the air within the group of ogres and goblins, causing large numbers of ogres and goblins to die. When Han Shua arrived, he first summoned a few skeletal warriors. Each of them wielded bone knives as they charged at these villains. Han Shua himself remained in place and targeted the dead ogres and goblins, starting to cast the spell Corpse Resurrection. After experiencing repeated failures, Han Shua continued to chant magical incantations under the surprised gazes of the dwarves, attempting to make these corpses that had just lost their lives stand up again. Finally, an ugly goblin with a crossbow bolt in its chest suddenly stood up under Han Shua's incantations. It wobbled as it held an iron rod and started attacking a living goblin next to it. With the experience of one success, Han Shua calmly recalled the steps of the spell he just cast, and then cast the spell Corpse Resurrection again. Success again. This time it was an ogre. Then, under the release of Han Shua's Corpse Resurrection spell, another 5 or 6 ogres and goblins stood up and raised their weapons. They started attacking the living ogres and goblins next to them according to Han Shua's orders. When these ogres and goblins discovered this phenomenon, they immediately fell into a great panic. When these ogres and goblins saw their dead companions stand up blankly and then attack them with weapons, they were frightened out of their wits. The remaining ogres and goblins used their native language to point at Han Shua and say a few words in panic. All of them fled in all directions as if their lives depended on it. Even the dwarves next to them were a bit fearful. They looked at Han Shua with very strange gazes, a bit different from usual. Han Shua started and suddenly reacted. He undid the spell, and the dead ogres and goblins fell back down with a loud thud. Han Shua, this spell of yours is too evil. We're all a bit scared when we see it. Bennett walked towards Han Shua and stammered as he spoke. Han Shua understood and knew that this kind of corpse resurrection spell was indeed very evil. Most people would find it hard to accept. Thinking for a bit, Han Shua nodded and said, "Bennett, I understand what you mean, but I'm doing this because I want to save you guys." "We know, thank you, Han. However, this kind of magic is indeed too hard to accept. Even the ogres and goblins, these villains, were scared out of their wits by you. Ha ha, let's go, your weapon is ready. We'll get it for you when we return to the village. Then I'm very grateful to you guys." Han Shua was very surprised to hear that the Demon's Lair edge was ready. He followed behind Bennett and walked towards the dwarven village. The 7-boned spurs of the little skull returned to its spine and didn't follow Han Shua to the dwarven village. Instead, it followed Han Shua's orders and skillfully collected the items on the bodies of the dead. Following Calvin, Han Shua arrived at the dwarven village. With Bennett leading the way, they arrived at the place where the Demon's Lair edge was forged. "Han Shua, this is the weapon we forged according to your request. See if you're satisfied with it." Bennett pointed at the weapon beside him with the hammer in his hand and said to Han Shua, "The Demon's Lair edge was 2 feet long, and its sharp edge sparkled with a faint cold light. Its entire body was dark brown, and its tip was as sharp as a tri-edged military knife. It was very heavy to hold in one's hand." Han Shua held the Demon's Lair edge and examined it carefully. He then abruptly stabbed it into the whetstone below. With a poof, the entire Demon's Lair edge sank into the whetstone. Nodding, Han Shua looked satisfactorily at the somewhat apprehensive Calvin and said with a slight smile, "Elder, thank you for your forging. I like this weapon very much." "Ha ha, as long as you like it. I'm also very satisfied with this weapon that's a mixture of black iron and black gold, as well as 10 or so rare metals." Calvin heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the Demon's Lair edge. "You guys keep an eye out. Perhaps the ogres and goblins will appear again in the near future. I'll leave for a while first. When I come back next time, I'll bring your winter rations. You guys be careful. After repeatedly reminding the dwarves, Han Shoa impatiently returned to the Cemetery of Death and activated the magical yuan in his body. He used his essence blood as a primer to flow into the demon's lair edge. According to the memories left behind by Chu Kanglin, he continued to forge the demon's lair edge for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, Han Shua's magical yuan mixed with his essence blood slowly flowed into the demon's lair edge. After 3 days, Han Shua was completely exhausted and felt that his magical yuan was somewhat depleted. However, the originally dark brown demon's lair edge had turned completely dark red. For the next few days, Han Shua waited for his magical yuan to recover before using the demon's lair edge to practice the arts of controlling magic, attempting to control the demon's lair edge with his mind. During this process, Han Shua's meridians would often swell painfully. On this day, relying on the enormous impact of the waterfall, Han Shua gritted his teeth and continuously used his magical yuan to refine all the meridians in his body. Suddenly, his entire person sank into a trance. Without realizing it, Han Shua slowly woke up and discovered that he had actually fallen into a deep pool at some unknown time. When Han Shua walked out of the icy pool, he suddenly discovered that the demon's lair edge was missing. He was shocked and hurriedly tried to find the demon's lair edge. Just at this moment, a dark red light suddenly shot out from the pool and flew straight towards Han Shua. Han Shua thought that it was a dangerous attack and was about to dodge when he discovered that an indescribable feeling rose up in his heart. It was as if there was a faint connection between him and the dark red light that shot towards him. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment before a thought flashed through his mind. The abruptly awakened Han Shua's heart moved. The dark red light that had shot towards him suddenly danced in the air according to Han Shua's will. After that, Han Shua sensed a swimming fish in the deep pool. A thought surfaced in his mind, and the fish was instantly pierced through by the demon's lair edge. It looks like I've succeeded. Han Shua opened his left hand, and the demon's lair edge shot out from the water and landed in the center of Han Shua's palm with a whoosh. Under the circulation of the magical yuan, the speed of the mystical glacial spellfire was much faster than usual. Han Shua was once again shocked and suddenly discovered that threads of cold air were leaking out from the demon's lair edge in his left hand under the infusion of the mystical glacial aura. Because the demon's lair edge was facing the deep pool, a layer of ice had already formed on the surface of the pool water that was emitting cold air. After the magical yuan had circulated around his body once, Han Shua discovered to his surprise that the speed of the magical yuan flowing through his body was many times faster than usual. This was the case for all of the meridians in his body. There was no longer any feeling of stagnation anywhere. This made Han Shua wildly excited. This was because he knew that this was the sign of breaking through to the channel opening stage and reaching the molded spirit stage. Han Shua was gratified to know that after experiencing several life and death battles, as well as the sleepless days of magical training, he had finally broken through again. Now that Han Shua's demonic arts had improved again, and he'd obtained the demonic treasure, the demon's lair edge, Han Shua felt that it was time to leave the Cemetery of Death and thoroughly eradicate the threat of Grover. Walking out from the cemetery in the back of the mountain, Han Shua didn't immediately go find Phoebe. Instead, he thought of Fanny. Han Shua admired Fanny from the bottom of his heart. After their last meeting, he had originally planned to ask her for guidance on magical knowledge. Unfortunately, because he had obtained the black gold or from Phoebe, he couldn't wait to return to the Cemetery of Death. There was a lot of knowledge in the first volume of Necromancy Magic that even Han Shua wasn't clear on. This volume didn't have any notes yet. As an adept mage in the Necromancy Major, Phoebe should have a higher level of understanding. Therefore, Han Shua had long since noted down the questions that he didn't understand and planned on taking the opportunity to ask Phoebe again. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had a lofty position in the Empire. Although Grover hated Han Shua to the bone, he didn't dare openly make a move against Han Shua within the academy. The strength of the teachers of each major was very strong. Apart from the necromancy major, the other majors had even stronger principles holding down the fort. Even if a shadow ghost assassin came, it was basically impossible for him to leave alive if he was discovered. It was now evening, and the students were relaxing and eating after a day of study. Han Shoa didn't directly go to the laboratory to find Fanny, afraid that he would attract the attention of others. Instead, he waited for a while until the sky was completely dark before he took advantage of the fact that no one was aware and walked towards the small building that Fanny lived in. Han Shoa had stayed in the necromancy major for so long, and because he especially admired Fanny, he had naturally long since found out where Fanny lived. Taking advantage of the dead of night, Han Shoa easily identified the direction and walked directly towards the teacher's dormitory that Fanny lived in. Chapter 81. Fanny's room was next to a few dark, major female teachers, but there was still a bit of distance between them. His sensitive senses allowed Han Shoa to clearly hear the low sounds of conversation coming from the teachers' dormitories. It looked like none of them had fallen asleep yet. Every teacher of the Babylon Academy was an expert with extraordinary strength. Han Shoa purposefully concealed his presence as he approached, and even his heartbeat slowed considerably. Just as Han Shoa stood in front of Fanny's room and was about to extend a hand to knock on the door suddenly opened. Fanny was wearing a silk nightgown, revealing a patch of snow-white skin on her chest. She wore the ruby necklace that Han Shoa had given her, making her appear even more radiant and beautiful. "Brian, what are you sneaking over here for?" Fanny looked at Han Shoa with a bit of displeasure. Looking left and right, Han Shoa asked in surprise, how did you discover me?" "I felt like I've been followed recently, so I've been on guard. I released life detection in front of the door, so I discovered you as soon as you came over." Fanny rolled her eyes at Han Shoa and said unhappily when she saw Han Shoa look around furtively, Teacher Fanny, can I go in?" It wasn't convenient to stand at the door and talk. Add to that the fact that the teachers in the surrounding rooms weren't asleep yet. It wouldn't be good if they saw them. Who would have thought that Fanny's dainty cheeks would flush slightly red when Han Shoa said this? Fanny hesitated for a moment and also stuck her head out to look around. Only then did she drag Han Shoa in with a red face and hastily shut the door. Upon entering Fanny's room, Han Shoa discovered that the room was filled with a feminine aura. The pink bed curtains, clean and tidy tables, chairs, and carpets, as well as some elegant furnishings, all indicated that the owner of the room was female. A thought suddenly struck Han Shoa as he remembered that in his original world, young girls wouldn't easily allow unfamiliar men into their rooms. Every girl's room was the window to her soul. If one didn't receive her approval, they absolutely wouldn't be able to enter. Han Shua's heart rippled as he looked at Fanny with a fiery gaze. "What are you looking at? Where have you been these days? There will be a test in half a month. You must come and participate, otherwise the school has the right to expel you." Fanny glared fiercely when she saw Han Shua's fiery gaze. She then thought of something and turned her back on Han Shua, removing the ruby necklace from her pure white neck. "I understand. I've come to find you this time because I want to ask you for some magical knowledge." Why did you take off the necklace? I feel that you look quite beautiful with this necklace on." "None of your business. It's already night time. Of course, I'm going to rest after taking off the necklace. If you want to ask for magical knowledge, come find me in the lab tomorrow during the day. It's already night time. It wouldn't be good if someone discovered you were here." Fanny looked unhappily at Han Shua. Footsteps rang out from outside the door at this moment. After a while, the footsteps had arrived in front of Fanny's door. There were 2 knocks on the door and a girl's voice sounded. "Master Fanny, you're not asleep yet. Can I come in?" Fanny and Han Shua glanced at each other and both of their faces froze. Fanny then glared fiercely at Han Shua and made a shushing gesture with her hand. She raised her voice. "Master Camilla, wait a moment. I'll open the door for you right away." Fanny suddenly began to walk around the room after speaking, her eyes continuously scanning the surroundings. It looked like she wanted to help Han Shua find a place to hide. Fanny's room wasn't too large, and there didn't seem to be a place where Han Shua's entire body could be hidden. In her anxiety, Fanny suddenly saw her bed and her face lit up with joy. She pointed at the bed to Han Shua. Han Shua saw that Fanny was so anxious and shrugged his shoulders. He followed Fanny's instructions and stood up from the side of the table, walking towards her bed with pink curtains. He climbed onto Fanny's bed with a whoosh, an expression of great enjoyment appearing on his face. Fanny had already walked to the door and was about to open it when she turned her head and was greatly startled. She mouthed soundlessly and pointed anxiously under the bed with her right hand. It looked like she wanted Han Shua to hide under the bed, but who would have thought that Han Shua would misunderstand and had already climbed onto the bed that no man had ever touched before. "Master Fanny, hurry up and open the door." Camilla stood in front of the door and saw that Fanny was at the door through the light. She opened her mouth to urge Fanny to open the door. Han Shua was lying on his side on the bed, surrounded by the delicate fragrance of the bed. He ignored Fanny's anxious hints and smiled as he opened the curtains, covering himself with Fanny's fragrant thin blankets. Fanny ground her teeth in anger at Han Shua's current actions, but Camilla kept urging her to open the door. Fanny had no choice but to open the door and pretend to be calm as she responded with a smile. "Master Camilla, why have you come to find me so late at night?" Camilla was an adept mage of the Dark Major. She was already middle-aged, and her looks could only be considered ordinary. When she walked into Fanny's room, she walked over to the table and sat down. She opened her mouth and said, "Your necromancy major actually suppressed the light major in the last Dark Forest trial. This gave us a lot of face. Our major will also be going out to train soon. I've come to ask you for some secrets." "What secrets?" "It was pure luck that our necromancy major was able to hunt those magical creatures this time. Master Camilla, you've been in the Dark Major for many years and have led students to train many times. You should have quite a bit of experience. I think you're asking the wrong person." Fanny kept feeling uneasy when she saw Camilla in the room. She was deathly afraid that she'd discover Han Shua. The more worried she was, the more Fanny's gaze kept wandering around the edge of the bed, paying attention to the movements on her bed at all times. She was deathly afraid that Han Shua would make some noise and attract Camilla's attention. "Master Fanny's bed curtains are very beautiful. Where did you buy them?" Camilla suddenly stood up and walked towards Fanny's bed unexpectedly. She kept her eyes on Fanny's bed curtains, and an expression of great interest appeared on her face, her heart trembling. Fanny suddenly and quickly approached and walked towards the bed before Camilla did. She even sat down and blocked Camilla's line of sight with her body. She straightened her spine and hastily said, "I bought them from Mill Clothing Shop. If Master Camilla likes them, then go buy one as well. 1 gold coin is enough, Fanny's bed wasn't that big to begin with." Han Shua was already tightly pressed against the wall as he lay on his side. Fanny was so anxious that she suddenly sat down on the bed and actually sat on the back of Han Shua's left hand. Fanny explained to Camilla in the end. A soft was enough to indicate that Fanny also felt that something was amiss. "So you bought them from Mill Clothing Shop. No wonder they're so beautiful. It's a pity that I'm already of age and not as beautiful as Master Fanny. If I bought a curtain like this, I'd certainly be cursed at behind my back." Fanny's full bottom sat on the back of Han Shua's hand. Han Shua felt the wonderful sensation, and his heart was like a monkey's gallop, not knowing what to do. Han Shua was in the middle of enjoying the wonderful sensation when he suddenly felt that the wonderful sensation on the back of his left hand was gone. Disappointment rose in Han Shua's heart, and he looked carefully to see that Fanny's body was still in a sitting position. It was just that her waist and abdomen had lifted her beautiful bottom slightly. The place where Fanny sat just so happened to block Camilla's line of sight. If Fanny moved, then Han Shua behind her might be exposed. Fanny clearly felt that she was sitting where she shouldn't be. She couldn't move her body and could only lift her bottom to prevent Han Shua from taking advantage of her. Han Shua, who was watching from behind, could see the red flush on Fanny's neck, her fragrant shoulders and beautiful back, as well as Fanny's full bottom that revealed her curves due to her tensed body. All of this fell into Han Shua's eyes. Han Shua didn't know what Fanny and Camilla talked about after that. His burning gaze roamed greedily over Fanny's body. As a mage, Fanny maintained the difficult horse stance. Her body trembled slightly after a while. She didn't know if it was because she couldn't bear it anymore, or if she felt that Han Shua had already withdrawn his hand from that area. Fanny's body relaxed and her bottom sank as she sat down again. A soft came from Fanny's mouth again. Han Shua, who had flipped his hand over to face his palm, had his palm pressed down by Fanny's bottom this time. He bent his fingers slightly and scratched an extremely sensitive area of Fanny's buttocks, immediately causing Fanny to cry out unbearably. "Master Fanny, what's wrong? Your face is so red and your body is boiling hot. Are you sick? Let me take a look for you." "No, it's nothing. Master Camilla, if there's nothing else, you can leave first. I'm tired and want to rest early." Fanny raised her trembling bottom as she spoke, wanting to stand up from the edge of the bed. Han Shua had been enjoying the beauty of Fanny's full, smooth bottom. When he saw that he'd lost the sensation, he subconsciously reached out a hand and caressed the area where Fanny had just raised a little, Fanny's bottom. Fanny, who had been about to stand up, suddenly trembled. Her body uncontrollably sat down again due to the violent stimulation. Her bottom completely swallowed up Han Shua's messing around left hand. "What is it? What is it?" "Master Fanny, there's something wrong with your body," Camilla said anxiously, and then flipped open the bed drapes, wanting to put down the absent-minded Fanny. She suddenly saw Han Shua's burning gaze and let out a startled cry. This cry roused the absent-minded Fanny. Suddenly coming to her senses, Fanny hastily stood up and paid no more attention to Han Shua. She hastily explained, "Master Camilla, he's my student and has come to ask me questions. I was afraid that you'd misunderstand, so I told him to hide." "Master Fanny, you don't need to explain. This is your private matter." "Ha ha! No wonder you've refused the good intentions of so many young people, even ignoring Jean. So this is what's going on. Your relationship has actually developed to the stage of sleeping together. I'm quite surprised. Master Fanny, I'm sorry that I've disturbed your fun. I'll leave right now." Camilla cried out in surprise and walked straight outside after apologizing in an odd voice. Fanny's heart was extremely flustered, and she continuously tugged at Camilla, seeming to want to clarify things. However, no matter how she explained, Camilla's expression remained ambiguous, and she displayed an expression of understanding. She chuckled as she walked out of Fanny's room. When Camilla left Fanny's room, Fanny stood in front of the door and anxiously circled the table. She suddenly thought of something and abruptly charged at Han Shua, who was still lying on the bed, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She opened her mouth and yelled, "Damned Brian, I won't forgive you today." Fanny had already leapt onto the bed as soon as she'd finished speaking and began punching and kicking at Han Shua as punishment. Her little fists rained down on Han Shua's chest. As a mage, Fanny had no way of using her fists and feet to attack and cause any harm to Han Shua. However, when he saw the agitated Fanny's twin peaks jiggling as she waved her little fists and her long, snow-white thighs that were revealed because her dress had been lifted a bit after she'd gotten onto the bed, Han Shua was completely intoxicated. He first reached out his hand to stop her, then Han Shua couldn't contain his excitement and pushed Fanny down like a fever in his head. He used his strong body to completely press down on Fanny's well-rounded and perfect body, saying repeatedly, "Master Fanny, calm down, calm down." Han Shua yelled for Fanny to calm down, but pressed Fanny beneath him. His chest felt Fanny's firm twin peaks, his chest pressed tightly against Fanny. As Fanny struggled, the friction between their bodies caused Han Shua to gradually lose himself. Han Shua's face was completely red, and his eyes revealed a fiery light that made Fanny feel afraid. When Fanny couldn't move and was completely pressed under Han Shua's body, Fanny could only see Han Shua panting heavily. His eyes were red and filled with naked desire as he stared at her, but his mouth kept saying, "Calm down, calm down." Fanny couldn't help but feel angry. He was clearly more impulsive than anyone else, but he actually told her to calm down. Her hand was getting more and more painful, and she couldn't move no matter how she struggled. Fanny watched as Han Shua gradually approached, and her heart was filled with anxiety. She kept softly saying, "Damn it, hurry and stop, or I won't be polite." Chapter 82. With a ghastly howl, Han Shua clutched his lower body and moved away from Fanny's body. He curled his body with a pained expression, but his mind had completely returned to normal. Fanny sat up, straightened her clothes, and got off the bed as if nothing had happened. She glanced smugly at Han Shua and snorted lightly. "Well, now you know how strong I am." "Master Fanny, there's no need to be so vicious, is there?" Han Shua grimaced as he clutched his aching lower body. "Damn it, you still dare say that? It was fine last time in the pool, but this time you actually violated me again. This time you actually violated me again. I'm already letting you off easy by not killing you." Fanny was filled with rage when she thought of what had just happened and glared at Han Shua with a face full of rage. Han Shua rolled off the bed and sat down next to Fanny with a deadpan expression. He said calmly, "Let bygones be bygones. I'll recite a magic incantation for you." Fanny looked at Han Shua's serious demeanor and knew that he was purposefully trying to cover up what had just happened. She was about to open her mouth to yell at Han Shua when she suddenly heard Han Shua recite an incantation. Fanny didn't pay attention at first, but her face was filled with shock when she heard the last part. Her bright eyes sparkled with an indescribable light of excitement as she focused on Han Shua. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "This is necromancy magic. I can feel it. But why have I never known of such magic?" "This is the incantation for the adept magic canopy of necromancy. It's a necromancy magic that has been lost for many years. I obtained it by accident." Han Shua slowly explained when he saw Fanny's wild, joyful expression. "Just what is going on? Tell me clearly. Are there any other lost necromancy magic spells? Tell me quickly." Fanny, who had been immersed in necromancy magic, had long since forgotten her previous anger when she heard Han Shua recite the long-lost ancient incantation from his mouth. She hurriedly asked Han Shua about it. Heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, Han Shua thought calmly for a moment before nodding. "There's also an evil corpse resurrection spell that I stumbled upon. Master Fanny, you should understand that this is the lost magic of our necromancy major, so I need you to keep it a secret for now." Fanny was not stupid. When Han Shua said this, Fanny immediately understood what he meant. She nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice and kept urging Han Shua with her eyes. Han Shua then carefully described the incantations and gestures for corpse resurrection and canopy of necromancy to Fanny. He then took out some of the unsolved knowledge and started asking Fanny one by one. Fanny was overjoyed and had long since forgotten Han Shua's rudeness towards her. She patiently explained the doubts that Han Shua had encountered in detail. Han Shua understood that he would be able to use these necromancy magic spells sooner or later. However, before his strength was sufficient, Han Shua didn't plan on letting others know that he had obtained these secrets. Fanny was an adept mage of the necromancy major and the target of Han Shua's admiration. Add to that the fact that Han Shua knew that Fanny was a hard-mouthed but kind person and was very concerned about him. He didn't plan on keeping it a secret. After all, there was some magical knowledge that Han Shua had to ask Fanny in order to comprehend. Unknowingly, Han Shua stayed in Fanny's room and chatted until late at night. Fanny, who was previously excited, started to yawn continuously. When she discovered that it was already late at night, Fanny reached out to cover her mouth and yawned. She said lazily to Han Shua, "It's getting late. I'm going to rest. I've explained all these questions to you. You should go back to the dorms and rest." "Oh, that's right. You haven't stayed in the dorms that I've arranged for you, have you?" Nodding, Han Shuo got up and walked towards the door. Just as Han Shuo was about to push open the door and leave, Fanny suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Brian, don't think that I've forgotten the bad things that you've done to me. However, if you can study hard and graduate from the necromancy major a bit faster, maybe I'll forgive you." Han Shuo was stunned and stopped at the door. He turned around to see Fanny looking at him with anticipation. Fanny's expression was solemn as she said seriously, "Brian, with your talent, this isn't a difficult matter. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely become a very powerful necromancer and obtain everything that you want." "Does that include Master Fanny?" Han Shuo subconsciously opened his mouth to ask. Fanny's heart suddenly trembled as she looked at Han Shuo looking at her with a dazed expression. Her cheeks suddenly flushed red, and she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She yelled out, "Get out! Hurry up and scram, you lecherous bad boy!" His heart filled with joy. Han Shuo felt that Fanny seemed to be a bit interested in him. From their recent conversations, Han Shuo felt that Fanny had high hopes for him. After careful consideration, Han Shuo suddenly realized that it wasn't realistic for him to obtain Fanny's affection with his current strength and status. "Don't worry, I'll work hard. You'll see very soon." Pausing in front of the door, Han Shuo spoke in a low voice and left in the darkness. After leaving Fanny's room, Han Shuo didn't return to the dormitory that Fanny had arranged for him. This was because there were people watching the door to the dormitory, and the rooms inside were close to each other. Han Shuo didn't want to be discovered by others in order to avoid attracting the attention of Shadow Ghost and Grover, especially when Han Shuo had heard Fanny mention that she felt as if someone was following her. This made Han Shuo even more vigilant, and he didn't dare easily expose himself in front of others. He thought to himself that it looked like he should buy a residence outside of the school, or else he wouldn't even have a place to stay when he returned to the Empire. If he had his own private residence, then he wouldn't have to go to the cemetery behind the academy to activate the magical matrix every time. Just as Han Shuo was silently thinking and walking to the side of the dark major library, he suddenly heard the sound of pages flipping. This made Han Shuo's heart abruptly jump, and he immediately and soundlessly hid himself in the shadows of a corner around the library. With a slight movement of his neck, the 3 original demons flew out soundlessly and snuck into the library in the middle of the night. 2 figures held a weak light in their hands, and Han Shuo saw 2 familiar faces under the dim light: Old Mage Duke and Senior Swordsman Eric. Han Shuo had obtained the green ball to open the Cemetery of Death from these 2 when he had been in the cemetery behind the necromancy major. The confident Eric had thought that Han Shuo would die without a doubt if he struck out with a sword filled with fighting aura, which was why he hadn't examined Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo hadn't thought that he would be able to see these 2 again after a few months in the Dark Major's library. Be careful! There are many strong characters in this Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Don't alarm others, or we'll be in big trouble. Duke saw that Eric's movements were too large and immediately admonished him softly. "I still haven't discovered anything. There aren't any records of the Eye of Darkness in some of the Necromancy Major's books." Eric's movements were a bit more gentle as he complained lowly. "Humph! The Eye of Darkness is the key to opening the Cemetery of Death. We spent a lot of effort to obtain it, but didn't think that it would suddenly disappear without a trace. When Dylan died last time, the item wasn't on his body anymore. We went back and searched his place but didn't find anything. It's very strange why the item would suddenly disappear. The Babylon Academy of Magic and Force has many books in the Necromancy Major. Perhaps we'll be able to find some clues. Otherwise, we won't be able to bear the consequences if the higher-ups blame us." Duke glared hatefully at Eric and said lowly. Han Shuo, who was outside, had clearly observed the conversation and expressions of the 2 with the help of the original demons spying. He finally understood that the ball he controlled was called the Eye of Darkness. It looked like the two had the same intentions as him when they explored the Dark Major's library at night and wanted to search for the secrets of the Eye of Darkness in the library. The two came up empty-handed after a while and left the library dejectedly. They followed the small path that led to the back of the Babylon Academy and quickly left. From their conversation, Han Shuo knew that these two seemed to be from a certain organization. Now that he had obtained the Eye of Darkness, Han Shuo wanted to know more secrets from these two and see if they would be a threat to him. With the help of the 3 original demons, Han Shuo followed the two from afar and slowly snuck along with them towards the back of the mountain. The two didn't pass through the direction of the cemetery in the back of the mountain. They started to change directions as soon as they left the boundaries of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and quickly walked towards the northern streets. The two only walked in when they arrived at a remote courtyard in the northern district. The 3 original demons followed them all the way here. Just as the original demons were about to follow Han Shuo's intentions and burrow in to see what was going on, Han Shuo suddenly felt the original demons bump into something. Suddenly, he felt as if Yuan Mo had bumped into something. Then a voice came from the courtyard. "Who is it?" Han Shuo was startled and suddenly understood that there must have been some sort of boundary set up around the courtyard. Otherwise, with the original demons' formless state, they wouldn't have been discovered at all. Just as Han Shuo was surprised, the original demons seemed to sense danger and suddenly retreated quickly. Han Shuo, who was far away, hastily used his mind to control the original demons and fled in 3 different directions on the northern street as fast as he could. After a while, the 3 original demons returned to Han Shuo's body from 3 different directions. Only then did Han Shuo heave a sigh of relief. He remembered the courtyard clearly and knew that a strong character was stationed there. He temporarily gave up on continuing to observe. He was just about to leave when he discovered that this was a street in the northern district. This courtyard wasn't too far from Phoebe's residence. At this time, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Han Shuo remembered that he had promised the dwarves food and spent a few silver coins to eat breakfast on the way. He then walked towards Phoebe's residence. When Han Shuo arrived in front of Phoebe's residence, he immediately discovered that Phoebe's residence was now much more heavily guarded. Extremely faint breathing sounds could be heard from behind the door. It looked like there were experts lying in ambush inside. In addition, there was another place in the courtyard where Han Shuo couldn't feel any circulation of air. This made Han Shuo understand that some sort of boundary must have been set up. When he arrived in front of Phoebe's door, Han Shuo knocked lightly. Someone immediately arrived quickly when the knocking sounded. The person didn't immediately open the door, but asked softly from behind the door, "Who is it?" "I'm Brian. I've come to find Miss Phoebe." Han Shuo stood in front of the door and said softly, "Please wait a moment." The person inside responded as another set of footsteps quickly left. 2 sets of footsteps could be heard after a short while. "Is that Brian?" Fabian's voice sounded from the other side of the door. "It's me," Han Shuo responded. Breathing a sigh of relief, Fabian instructed, "Open the door, it is indeed Brian." The door opened, and 2 swordsmen wearing silver armor stood on either side of Fabian. The lines on their faces were rough, with traces of being exposed to the elements for many years. They looked like 2 skilled fighters. "Hurry and come in. I haven't seen you for another 10 days. Phoebe always mentions you in front of me. She says that with you by her side with your extraordinary reflexes, we can save a lot of trouble." Although a smile hung on Fabian's face, he still appeared a bit exhausted. "It looks like you haven't been doing too well lately. The last time I was here, the security wasn't as tight as it is now." Han Shuo swept his gaze over Fabian and opened his mouth to tease him. Sighing lightly, Fabian said, "Don't mention it. Miss Phoebe has already been assassinated 3 times in the 10 days since we returned from the banquet. Each time is more dangerous than the last. These people are from the Battle Fire Mercenary Band, and Miss Phoebe spent a great deal of money to invite them over. However, 3 of them have been injured and 2 have died in the past few days. It looks like Grover is starting to get anxious. It's just that we're in more and more danger now. Han Shuo felt 2 mages and 1 warrior in the surrounding corners as he walked towards the hall where the speaker was speaking. Their strength seemed to be quite impressive, with so many experts protecting them and Phoebe's strength as a sword master. It looked like Grover and Shadow Ghost were indeed quite frightening with so many casualties. The 3 original demons once again soundlessly flew out from the back of Han Shuo's neck and avoided the boundaries set up by the Battle Fire Mercenary Band. They concealed themselves in 3 different directions on the roof and silently observed everything around them. After a while, Phoebe walked in with a tall, beautiful woman with fiery red hair and a ponytail. This woman had bronze skin and a tall, muscular, and beautiful figure. She had a large chest, butt and body, and a broadsword on her back. She looked like a swordsman. "Brian, I finally see you again. How wonderful!" Phoebe looked at Han Shuo with pleasant surprise. "Phoebe, this is the amazing Brian that you've been talking about?" The muscular woman with fiery red hair looked at Han Shuo with a face full of suspicion as she spoke. "Yes, Candace. Let me see if he's as amazing as you say." Candace snorted lightly and drew the broadsword on her back, slashing fiercely at Han Shuo. When the broadsword was drawn, red flames spread to the entire broadsword like a fire dragon. It looked like she was a magical swordsman. Chapter 83. Han Shuo never would have thought that this girl would make a move as soon as she said so. She didn't even give him a chance to say another word. Before the broadsword neared his body, the scorching temperature was already making his skin feel a bit uncomfortable. Snorting coldly, the demon's lair edge suddenly appeared in Han Shuo's left hand. Han Shuo imbued it with magical yuan and activated it using the mystical glacial spellfire method. The dark red demon's lair edge suddenly emitted a faint purple cold air, and the temperature in the room suddenly changed. Candace's side was scorching hot, while Han Shuo's side was eerily cold. The 2 swords in their hands hadn't yet met when the hot and cold auras had already met. Wisps of white smoke rippled out. However, what astonished Phoebe was that Han Shuo's purple cold air was different from any ice magic she'd seen before. It was like a living creature, and could even bend as it advanced. When Han Shuo's and Candace's swords collided, a ferocious force mixed with fighting aura crashed onto Han Shuo's demon's lair edge like a hammer. Han Shuo's body staggered back a few steps, but when his fighting aura surged into the demon's lair edge, he found it difficult to move an inch. He had no way of breaking through the demon's lair edge's obstruction and harming Han Shuo. Candace, on the other hand, suddenly cried out loudly. When the white smoke dissipated, Han Shuo looked at Candace again and discovered that the broadsword in her hand had a chip on it. It looked like it had been cut by the demon's lair edge. Candace should have the strength of a senior swordsman, and because she also possessed fire magic, her strength was even more unfathomable. The broadsword in her hand should be an exceedingly high-quality magic sword, and had the effect of amplifying the fusion of fire magic. Who would have thought that such a good sword would be damaged by Han Shuo in an instant? Just as Candace looked at the broadsword in her hand with a face full of shock and anger, seemingly planning on continuing to attack Han Shuo, Phoebe, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. "All right, Candace, Brian's forte isn't brute force. I've already said that his miraculous abilities come from his extraordinary senses. He destroyed my magic sword." Candace glared at Han Shuo before complaining to Phoebe. "Serves you right. You asked for it. If you don't change your reckless temper, you'll suffer a lot in the future." Phoebe flicked a helpless glance at Candace and advised with good intentions. Her beautiful eyes swept over Han Shuo and focused on the demon's lair edge in Han Shuo's hands. Phoebe revealed an extremely interested expression and exclaimed, Is this the weapon you want to forge? Can I take a look? There's nothing to look at. It's just a bit sharper than ordinary weapons. Han Shuo put away the demon's lair edge without batting an eyelid and smiled at Phoebe. Humph, petty. Phoebe exclaimed softly and then pointed at Candace, introducing her to Han Shuo. This is the vice chief of the Battlefire mercenary band, Candace. She's a friend I knew in the past. Her temper is a bit brash, but she's actually a good person. Don't mind her. Nodding, Han Shuo flicked a glance at Candace and said with a smile, I don't mind, I just hope she doesn't hate me. Ha. It's just a magic sword, not to mention that it hasn't been completely damaged. I won't be so petty. Phoebe, you guys discuss your private matters. I'll guard the door for you outside. I hope that damned Grover knows his place. Candace glared disdainfully at Han Shuo and then looked at the broadsword in her hands with a face full of heartache, walking outside with large strides. As he watched Candace walk out of the room, Han Shuo felt that although this girl's temper was a bit brash, she wasn't a petty or hateful person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left so easily. I've come this time to buy some rations from you, and also to ask you to help me find a secluded place to live. It doesn't have to be a large place, as long as it's guaranteed that no one will discover it. Han Shuo didn't mince his words as he looked at Phoebe and went straight to the point. No problem. How much food do you need? Phoebe was quite straightforward and didn't put off at all. She first agreed and then asked about the amount of food. About 100 people. Enough to support a winter's worth of rations. Han Shuo responded. When these words were spoken, Phoebe looked at Han Shuo with an odd expression. When Han Shuo felt uneasy all over, Phoebe finally said in confusion, What do you want to do? A winter's worth of rations for 100 people. Are you planning on leaving the Empire? Shaking his head with a rueful smile, Han Shuo knew that she would be suspicious. He said, Don't think too much. I'm helping a friend resolve some difficult problems. I won't be leaving the Empire in the short term if I don't eliminate Grover. There's no problem with the rations, but you'll have to give me a few days to prepare. Also, a secluded place to live. I'd advise you not to live alone outside for the time being, because Grover and the people from Shadow Ghost have always viewed you as a thorn in their side. If I help you find a place to live, perhaps Grover will find some clues. If you don't mind, you can live here temporarily. That way, we can look out for each other. When Grover's threat has been eliminated, this house can be left to you and we can return to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. What do you think? Phoebe thought for a moment and looked directly at Han Shuo. Hearing Phoebe's words, Han Shuo thought carefully and felt that there was some truth to her words. However, Han Shuo was a bit hesitant to take this residence. After all, even if the threat of Grover was eliminated, Shadow Ghost was still an enormous assassin organization. They would always be a threat if they knew where he was hiding. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, as long as Grover is eliminated, I have a way to make sure Shadow Ghost doesn't make trouble for us again. I've officially taken charge of the Merchant Guild recently and am currently collecting evidence of Grover's crimes. Grandpa Andrew is also fully supporting me. Uncle Andrew has even found traces of Old Thing Grover's mistress and has sent people to seize it now. I think Grover is probably even more afraid than we are right now. Phoebe saw Han Shuo furrow his brow and couldn't help but speak comfortingly. Nodding, Han Shuo said, All right then, I'll live here for now. I'll leave after Grover is eliminated. That's great. With you here, those damned assassins won't be able to ambush us at all. Phoebe said joyfully when she saw that Han Shuo had agreed. Phoebe then had Fabian arrange a room for Han Shuo. Han Shuo's room was quite spacious and had all the usual amenities. He was only separated from Phoebe's room by a wall. When night fell, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on the bed in the room and began to concentrate, continuing to train his magical yuan as usual. Han Shuo's current magical realm had reached the molded spirit stage. This stage was mainly a process of developing the potential of the brain. As long as he could make it through this stage, Han Shua's entire being, whether it was memory, comprehension, or observation skills, would receive a large increase. His brain would be much more intelligent than the average person. However, it was precisely because this stage was a type of development of the brain's potential that it was especially dangerous. One careless mistake could cause one to sink into a stage where the mind would be completely muddled and act based on instinct. In serious cases, even if one recovered, they could still suffer from amnesia or split personality disorder. Han Shua, who was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, saw that his head was enveloped in a patch of dark light. It was as if a ball of black lightning had wrapped around Han Shua's head, continuously releasing astonishing lightning from within. Han Shua continued in this state for an unknown amount of time. He let out a light breath and also stopped practicing with a bit of trepidation. After knowing the horrors of the molded spirit stage, Han Shua himself was also very careful. Every time he trained, he chose to do it in a very quiet environment, not daring to let anything disturb him. After stopping his magical yuan, Han Shua saw that his mental state was still fine and couldn't help but carefully meditate again, wanting to continue meditating to increase his mental strength. Suddenly his mind rumbled, and the speed at which his mental strength gathered in accordance with Han Shua's was many times faster than usual. Han Shua could very clearly feel the presence of the undead that existed everywhere between heaven and earth. Through the use of his mental strength, Han Shua could even gather the presence of the undead bit by bit, and could also feel the method in which the presence of the undead was gathered. This was something that could not be achieved when casting magic normally. This time's meditation seemed to have allowed Han Shua to suddenly enter a wondrous state. Han Shua could clearly feel the growth of his mental strength, and it was much faster than usual. Although the benefits were not as great as when he used the Eye of Darkness to train, the mental strength obtained from this kind of meditation was very clear and natural, and there was no pain at all. When Han Shua awoke from his meditation, he suddenly remembered that the first 2 levels of magical yuan training focused on the training of the body, meridians, and bones, but this level of molded spirit was completely for the training of the brain's potential. The meditation of mages completely relied on the brain to gather mental strength and would never train other parts of the body. From the looks of it, if the potential of Han Shua's brain was greatly increased, then the speed at which his brain gathered mental strength through meditation would naturally increase as well. This would definitely have immeasurable benefits for Han Shua's future training in magic. As expected, the training of the same evil method in 2 different worlds can indeed complement each other. It looks like even without the Eye of Darkness in the future, the mental strength I obtain for meditation will still be much faster than that of ordinary mages. Han Shua was delighted as he murmured to himself, "Phoebe, have you fallen for this stinking brat?" Just at this moment, faint voices of conversation drifted over from next door. The soundproofing of this house was not bad, and if it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to hear the conversation in the other room. But Han Shua was naturally no ordinary person. His ears were perversely sensitive, and he clearly heard the whispers of the 2 girls in the dead of the night. "Candace, what nonsense are you saying? Brian has helped me many times. We're just friends who have fought side by side." Phoebe's voice was extremely low as she defended herself. "No way, if you're just friends who have fought side by side, why do you always protect him and give him such high praise? I keep feeling that you treat him a bit differently. Has something happened between the 2 of you? With my intuition as an experienced mercenary, your feelings for him are definitely different from others." Candace's voice was filled with thick distrust as she spoke in a very professional manner. "There really hasn't been anything. We've been good friends for so many years. Would I lie to you?" "Oh, right. What do you think of Brian?" "What do you mean?" "Every aspect." 2 words, odd. Whether it's his skills, the strange sword in his hand, or even his identity and origins, they all seem quite odd. I think he's certainly hiding a secret behind him. You'd best be on your guard against him. I'm not asking you these things. I already know these things and don't need you to remind me. I just want to ask how he is. Phoebe's voice was odd as she opened her mouth again. Humph. And you say you're just a normal friend to him? I don't think you care so much about friends. This person's looks aren't bad, but he's not handsome either. I haven't had any contact with other people, but according to what you've said, he doesn't seem to be much. Being greedy for money and power doesn't seem to have any merits. Han Shua heard every word of their conversation and was cursing Candace inwardly when the 3 original demons that had been released in the distance suddenly sensed the approach of the assassins. There were 10 assassins in this wave, and the leader was dressed in black. His body floated in midair and looked to be an archmage. Through the vision of the original demons, Han Shua saw that Grover had also appeared in the distance. Grover had a nervous and cautious expression on his face. Ellis and the other experts that had always followed him had all moved out this time. It looked like Grover was staking everything on one throw and was planning on making it difficult for Phoebe to escape with this wave. The 3 original demons slowly changed their direction according to Han Shua's thoughts, carefully avoiding the coverage of the Archmage's mental strength and carefully probing the strength and number of people coming. It was the wee hours of the night, and the guards of the heavily guarded northern part of the city would change shifts at this time. This would take a few minutes, and the northern part of the city would be the most relaxed at this time. It looked like the newcomers had already thoroughly investigated the situation here. Han Shua gauged the strength of the people on this side, and for the first time, a feeling of disaster rose up in his heart. He could no longer continue listening to Phoebe and Candace's conversation at this time. He walked out of the room as fast as he could and kicked open the door to Phoebe's room, disregarding the taboo and directly barging into her room. Chapter 84. What are you doing? Candace's face turned pale with fright as she suddenly stood up. On the other side, Phoebe seemed to have been about to undress and get ready for bed. She also jumped in fright when she saw Han Shua rush over and hastily pulled up her clothes, looking at Han Shua with a face full of panic. Grover's men and Shadow Ghost's men have arrived together. Don't waste words, and think of a way to deal with them. Han Shua's face was dark as he growled lowly at the 2 frantic women. Candace still had some doubts when these words left her mouth and was about to express her confusion when Phoebe's face turned grave as she yelled. Candace listened to him. Brian wouldn't make a mistake. Candace didn't believe Han Shua, but she did believe Phoebe. When she heard Phoebe's words, she immediately drew the broadsword from her back and nodded at Phoebe. Like a ball of fire, she suddenly rushed out. Candace's low voice of warning immediately sounded from outside the room. Phoebe didn't waste words, either, as she casually grabbed a robe from the side of the bed and put it on. Her space ring suddenly flashed, and a long sword flashing with cold light appeared in Phoebe's hand. Nodding at Phoebe, Han Shua quickly made his way outside the room and saw Candace standing outside, giving instructions in a low voice. Relying on the vision of the original demons, Han Shua closed his eyes and suddenly opened his mouth. 3 people are approaching 100 meters to the left. 2 warriors and a mage. The mage is the wind, adept mage Ellis. There's an archmage leading 4 warriors and an archer in front of them. They're 130 meters away from here and are moving stealthily from the rooftops. They should be Shadow Ghost's men. There's a few people hiding in an alley 50 meters to the right, and they seem to be setting up a trap. Han Shua closed his eyes and continuously described the positions of the swiftly approaching people in detail, as if he was personally in the midst of the battle. Candace didn't quite believe it at first. She wouldn't believe it even if she were beaten to death that he could so clearly detect human movements from so far away. However, as soon as Phoebe walked out of the room, she immediately followed Han Shua's description and asked Candace to arrange for people to defend. Miss Phoebe, I hope you are prepared to retreat this time. Based on my estimation, I think that even with you as a swordsman, we might not be their match. If the situation is not good, I hope you will not stay here. But no matter how dangerous it is, don't retreat to the right. That's a dead end. Han Shua suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Phoebe as he spoke solemnly. Thank you, Brian. I know what to do. You have to be careful, too. Phoebe trusted Han Shua quite a bit. When she saw Han Shua warn her so solemnly, she immediately understood that this time would be extremely dangerous. She immediately nodded solemnly to express her understanding. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua took out the demon's lair edge and held it in his hand. He inspected the dagger hidden on his body and the steel needle in his leg. He then held the crossbow in his left hand and leapt onto a large tree nearby. The shadows of the house perfectly concealed Han Shua's body. Han Shua stared at the left side with a solemn and calm expression, not moving an inch. They're here indeed. Everyone spread out carefully. As a swordsman, Phoebe finally heard the footsteps and rejoiced at her trust in Han Shua. She cast a meaningful glance at Candace beside her. It was only now that Candace looked in shock at Han Shua, who was hidden in the darkness. She never would have thought that Han Shua would be so amazing. Not only could he detect people's movements from a distance of 100 meters, but it was as if he had a pair of eyes in the sky and could clearly detect the enemy's movements. Candace was a seasoned mercenary after all. After a brief moment of shock, she glanced at Phoebe, and the two leapt up at the same time, hiding on either side of Han Shua and also hiding in the shadows. Boo. Brian, can you slowly inform me of the enemy's movements so that I can tell the people below to be careful? Candace was a meter away from Han Shua and said softly. Maintaining this posture, even his expression didn't change. Han Shua's voice was low as he faintly described the enemy's movements in detail. Candace held a magical tool in her hand and used it to give instructions to the mercenaries lying in ambush in other directions in the yard. The three people on Grover's side, led by Ellis, were the first to arrive. They stopped on a rooftop to the side. Han Shua and the others didn't make a move until the archmage hovering in the air appeared in front of the front door with a few shadow ghost experts. Only then did they hold their breaths and prepare to act at a moment's notice. The archmage didn't see how he moved. All that could be seen was that he, completely shrouded in a black robe, used an almost inaudible voice to chant a few incantations. Strong magical pulses suddenly emanated from the surroundings of Phoebe's residence, and then all the rooms began to shake violently as if a great earthquake had occurred. At the same time, the four warriors behind him quickly spread out. An archer retreated to the roof of a nearby building and surveyed the surroundings from above. Ellis saw the earth shake violently like a giant beast awakening and nodded to the two warriors in front of him. The two of them leapt down and landed in the yard below. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 arrows suddenly revealed themselves in the darkness. They were like 5 ruthless poisonous snakes lurking in the depths of a deep pond, quickly biting towards the two warriors who had just landed. The two had been hiding their tracks all along, but hadn't expected to be attacked so fiercely as soon as they landed. Their hearts jumped in fright, and they hastily swung their swords to defend themselves. 3 of the arrows were cut in half, and 1 was dodged by the 2. Only the arrow shot by Phoebe nailed into the calf of one of the warriors. When the 2 had landed, they'd already triggered the boundary that had been set up there. 3 bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the illumination of the lightning, Han Shua could clearly see that there were iron wires, as thin as hair. These iron wires were entangled with each other, and when the 2 landed, their ankles just happened to be entangled by these iron wires. With the help of the iron wire, the electricity spread out in an instant, forming a bright and beautiful silver net of electricity in that area. The 2 of them spasmed, their mouths letting out mournful howls of pain. The uninjured person was shocked by the electricity and nimbly swung his sword to cut through the iron wires. The other warrior, who had been shot in the calf, foamed at the mouth, and his hair was charred as he slowly fell into the electric net. Not good, there's an ambush. Ellis, who'd been planning to follow them down, suddenly shouted loudly when he saw the 2 warriors fall, warning the assassins of Shadow Ghost, who were attacking from the front. Crack, crack! The front door split apart, and 4 black-clad warriors rushed in with swords in hand. They patrolled the courtyard in 2 directions. The Archmage floated into the courtyard, the staff in his left hand wrapped in a long black sleeve. As he waved it, the surrounding rooms collapsed one after another with a violent earthquake. 2 of the Battlefire mercenary band members, who'd been hiding in the surrounding rooms, were directly crushed to death by the collapsing houses. The other 3 had no choice but to rush out as well, all of them holding weapons in the courtyard. However, Han Shua took a look and discovered that there was only a senior swordsman, a lightning journeyman mage, and an archer left. The Archmage waved the staff in his hand, and an enormous magical pulse appeared once again. 3 earth dragons that looked like icicles suddenly broke out of the ground and stabbed towards the 3 Battlefire mercenary band members that had appeared. The senior swordsman and journeyman mage dodged in time and nimbly dodged to the side before disaster befell them. The archer had raised his bow and focused his attention on the Archmage, but didn't have the time to fire before the earth dragon suddenly rose from the soles of his feet and rammed into his chest. The enormous force caused him to die on the spot. Han Shua, who was calmly controlling his breathing, could clearly feel Phoebe and Candace's breathing grow heavier at the same time. It looked like because of this person's death, the composure they'd been maintaining had completely vanished. Phoebe and Candace shot their crossbow bolts at the same time, flying towards the Earth Archmage who'd released the Earth Dragons. The 2's crossbow bolts had a powerful momentum, but the Archmage waved his left hand and a wall suddenly rose from the ground. The 2's crossbow bolts hit the wall and didn't cause any damage to the killer. In the shadow of the tree, Ellis didn't hide his voice again and suddenly spoke in his original voice. The whistling of wind blades sounded along with his voice. Phoebe and Candace immediately jumped out from Han Shua's side when they heard the sound of the wind blades. Phoebe wielded a long sword that shone with dazzling light as she charged towards the Archmage with the fastest speed possible. Candace's broadsword rose into the sky with tongues of flame, making Candace look like a fire elf in the darkness as she quickly closed in on Ellis. Han Shua held his crossbow and didn't move as he hid in the shadow of the tree. He didn't even make a move to block the oncoming wind blades. A few wind blades sliced through tree branches, and 2 of them landed on Han Shua's waist. However, Han Shua grit his teeth and held on. He didn't move at all, and even his breathing and heartbeat were maintained at an astonishingly steady level. Phoebe and Candace's flight from the tree had thoroughly ignited the flames of battle, because the Earth Archmage had caused the entire house to collapse with a large earthquake. Many of the traps set up by the Battlefire mercenary band had been rendered ineffective. Phoebe knew very well how frightening an Archmage was, so she set her sights on the Archmage and immediately attacked with all her might. When Phoebe moved, 2 of the senior swordsmen from Shadow Ghost immediately joined up with the Archmage. They faced Phoebe with a combination of 2 fighters and 1 mage. In the distance, an archer from Shadow Ghost, along with 2 other swordsmen and Ellis, started attacking the people from the Battlefire mercenary band. Candace, wielding her broadsword, created a tongue of flame with every swing. The broadsword blossomed with an eye-catching light in the dark night, forcing the wind mage Ellis to continuously retreat. Ellis, borrowing the power of the wind, was nimble. As he rapidly retreated, he sent tornadoes of wind blades towards Candace. When a journeyman swordsman from Shadow Ghost arrived in front of Ellis and joined forces with him to deal with Candace, the originally awe-inspiring Candace suddenly seemed a bit strained. At this moment, whether it was Phoebe's side, Ellis, or the people from Shadow Ghost, they were all exposed in the damaged yard. Han Shua was the only one present, still hidden in the darkness. He endured the 2 wind blades and waited for the most opportune moment to attack. Similarly, at a disadvantage, Phoebe and Candace saw that Han Shua had yet to make an appearance and couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation in their dejected hearts. The two girls were both intelligent and had already guessed what Han Shuo was planning by hiding there at the risk of being injured. They both understood tacitly and led their opponents towards the direction of the large tree. After a while, Phoebe and Candace, who were struggling to fight their enemies, gathered under the tree where Han Shuo was hiding. They were blocked off by the Archmage, Ellis, and the others. "Beautiful Miss Phoebe, after a few battles, I greatly admire your strength. But this time, you won't have any more chances. I'm very sorry." Ellis laughed softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind howled in the air in front of him, forming a violent tornado. The broken trees and rocks in the surroundings were all blown into the air by the tornado and swept towards Phoebe and Candace. The Archmage didn't make a sound and raised his left hand, for tall earthen walls rose from the ground, completely trapping Phoebe and Candace like a cage. The long sword in Phoebe's hand rippled with a ball of piercing milky white light. The light formed the shape of a cross and blasted through a wall of earth, leaping out together with Candace. At this moment, the swordsmen who had been waiting on the side immediately made their moves to deal with Phoebe and Candace. Ellis had a sinister smile on his face as he gathered his mental strength and slowly manipulated the tornado to engulf the two. At this moment, a crossbow bolt pierced through the air and suddenly shot towards the Earth Archmage, who was completely shrouded in a black robe. The Archmage leaned to the side, and a swordsman next to him blocked the bolt with a wave of his hand. At this moment, a bone spear appeared out of thin air and also shot towards the Archmage with a sharp whistle. The Archmage seemed to be a bit impatient as he opened his left hand slightly and earth element magic gathered. A stone slab flew out of the ground and smashed the bone spear flying towards him. The Archmage had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to search for the enemy hiding in the shadows when a ghastly howl suddenly sounded. Ellis clutched his chest not far away and raised his head to look at the large tree above his head in terror. A sharp weapon drilled out like a poisonous dragon and whistled out of his chest. Uft! An arrow of blood uncontrollably spurted out from the bloody hole in Ellis' chest. Ellis' head faced the sky as his knees suddenly gave way and he knelt on the ground. He then paused and his body fell backwards. Chapter 85. Ellis' sudden death caused the concealed Han Shuo to be completely exposed. When the demon's lair edge made an arc and returned to Han Shuo's hand, Han Shuo also leapt down from the tree. At this moment, the Thunder journeyman mage of the Battle Fire mercenary band had an arrow lodged in his left ribs at some point. It looked like he'd been shot by the archer from Shadow Ghost on the distant rooftop. The other senior swordsman was also spitting up fresh blood. His body also seemed to have been slashed by wind blades as drops of fresh blood dripped to the ground from his body. "Get out of here." Han Shuo landed and sized up the situation. He understood that even though Ellis had been ambushed and killed, his side was still at a disadvantage. He immediately made the decision to retreat. From the arrival of the group of killers until the wave of attacks just now, everything had actually happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. The killers from Shadow Ghost still had plenty of time to slowly kill his group before the city guards had finished changing shifts, especially when the original demons that Han Shuo had set up in the distance detected that the people who had set up the trap earlier were also rushing over. He naturally understood that his side would have even less of a chance of victory when they arrived. Phoebe and Candace's beautiful eyes had already sparkled when they heard Han Shuo's decision to retreat. They seemed to have started considering the route of retreat. Before the two girls could decide, Han Shuo's thoughts raced as he suddenly thought of a place. A mischievous smile appeared on his face, and he suddenly opened his mouth. "Follow me!" Han Shuo's body abruptly dashed towards the wall of a collapsed house. The demon's lair edge flew out of his hand like a venomous dragon drill, and a large hole suddenly opened up with a violent explosion. Han Shuo caught the demon's lair edge after coming over and had already dashed out of the hole. Phoebe and Candace were right next to Han Shuo and were the closest to the hole in the back. After Han Shua's body moved, the two beauties didn't waste any time. They also flew over, and in the blink of an eye, they broke through the big hole and escaped. When the remaining two mercenaries from Warfire saw that Candace and Phoebe had left, they looked at each other and also began to flee in two different directions. Don't worry about the others. Go after those two women. Only at this moment did the black-robed Archmage suddenly speak. His voice was extremely sharp and unpleasant to the ears. Therefore, all the assassins gave up on the two wounded and quickly darted into the hole under the Archmage's orders, chasing after Han Shua's trio. Han Shua, who had cultivated demonic arts, was extremely fast as he flew. The two beauties, Phoebe and Candace, who were also warriors, didn't lag behind either. They didn't care about anything else and only focused on chasing after Han Shua. One of the original demons had long since snuck onto Han Shua's path. With an extra pair of eyes, Han Shua weaved through the alleys and courtyards, choosing remote places to escape to. With the existence of the original demon, Han Shua could see everything clearly and wouldn't get lost at all. Slowly, Han Shua's group of three actually used the terrain to shake off their pursuers. A fork in the road suddenly appeared in front of them. One path led in an even more winding direction, while the other path was much more spacious. There weren't many places to hide in the middle. Phoebe and Candace followed a few steps behind Han Shua and were extremely shocked at Han Shua's familiarity with the terrain. They watched with wide eyes as Han Shua actually used his familiarity with the terrain to pull away from the assassins behind them. When the fork in the road appeared in front of them, the two naturally thought that Han Shua would charge into the more winding path and take the opportunity to shake off their pursuers. They didn't think that Han Shua would suddenly stop and casually take out a black mask to cover his face. He even tossed two to Phoebe and Candace, hurriedly instructing, "Put it on!" Candace was hesitating when Phoebe had already put on the mask without another word, completely covering her beautiful face. Seeing that the pursuers had already appeared at the corner of the street, Phoebe's little mouth behind the mask suddenly urged Candace, "Hurry up!" Candace didn't hesitate any longer when Phoebe spoke up and hastily put on the mask. She then took out a set of black night clothes from her space ring and seemed to be planning on putting them on as well. "No need to wear black clothes. Let's go." Han Shua suddenly spoke and looked at the pursuers behind him. His body, which had paused for a few seconds, moved once again and actually missed another quiet and winding path, running towards another wide and unobstructed road instead. Even Phoebe was startled, not understanding what Han Shua meant by doing this. However, this wasn't the time to ask. Based on her trust in Han Shua, Phoebe lightly pulled on Candace and decisively ran after Han Shua. "Don't rush at full speed. We need to let the people behind us see our tracks." Han Shua lowered his body a bit and was almost shoulder to shoulder with Phoebe and Candace as he spoke in a low voice to the two girls. "What the hell are you doing? If we hadn't stopped and had taken the path just now, I think we would have escaped already. Why did you go to the trouble of covering your face with a mask? They know that our clothes are useless and will only make us look like idiots." Candace complained. "Haha, I didn't cover my face with a mask to hide it from them. I just didn't want the other group to see our faces. When I came yesterday, I discovered another group of sneaky people in a house in front of us. These people are also very strong, and their secretive ways of doing things are definitely not good. If the people from Shadow Ghost meet them, I think something will definitely happen. Perhaps we can also take care of the danger of Shadow Ghost in one go." Han Shua used a sinister voice to explain simply. "You're so despicable." Candace was stunned and immediately spoke up. "Brian, we can't bring danger to innocent people. Are you sure they're not good people?" Phoebe was startled and asked Han Shua. "Don't worry. I'm sure they're not good people. I even saw them sneaking into our Babylon Academy to steal things yesterday. How could they be good people with that kind of way of doing things?" Han Shua assured Phoebe and then suddenly said in a low voice, "Pay attention. It's the courtyard in front of us." I'll attack from long range in a moment, and then we'll immediately flash to the back of that courtyard. We must not expose our tracks, no matter what." Suddenly increasing their speed, Han, Shua, Phoebe, and Candace quickly rushed toward the courtyard in front of them. When they reached the front door, Han Shua suddenly took out his crossbow and fired an arrow without aiming. He also took out a steel needle and threw it into the courtyard. After doing all this, Han Shua pulled Phoebe and Candace to a hiding place that the original demons had long since chosen, a square, lidless stone box that was piled with trash behind the house. "Oh, it stinks." Candace immediately covered her nose and exclaimed softly as soon as she entered. Phoebe also covered her nose, her eyes filled with disgust and discomfort. The place was very narrow, and there were even a few trash bags piled up. Han Shua crouched in the middle with Phoebe, and Candace crouching on either side of Han Shua. The three bodies were pressed together, and Candace and Phoebe could smell the stench. Han Shua naturally couldn't avoid it either, and could only use the mask on his face to block his nose. Han Shua didn't say anything, and used his hand to make a shushing gesture at the two, indicating that they should speak less and pay attention to the surroundings. "There's an enemy." A low cry sounded from within the courtyard, and then light footsteps sounded from within, seeming to be searching for traces of the newcomers. At this moment, Han Shua, Phoebe, and Candace crouched there and saw the Archmage hovering in the air in the distance, hurrying over with a few assassins from Shadow Ghost. "They've gone in. It's this courtyard." A swordsman immediately began reporting to the Archmage when he arrived. The black-robed Archmage nodded and waved the magic staff covered by his left sleeve. A strong magical ripple once again appeared. The earthquake spell that had appeared in Phoebe's house once again appeared in this courtyard. House after house collapsed with the release of the Archmage's earthquake spell. Chaotic curses suddenly sounded from inside. Duke, Eric, and a few other people in the courtyard didn't say a word as their fighting aura surged and their magic shot out, raining down on the black-robed Archmage. Duke was also hovering in the air. He was actually an Archmage as well. Hundreds of wind blades formed into a tornado as he completed his wind magic incantation, sweeping towards the black-robed Archmage and the others. The tornado formed from the wind blades was incredibly powerful and sent sand and rocks flying everywhere it passed. Several small trees in its path fell into it and were immediately broken into splinters. "Damn it! Why is there an Archmage here? Grover didn't tell us." A sharp cry of surprise came from the black-robed Archmage's mouth. He deployed a wall of earth in front of him and quickly retreated. The swordsman from Grover's group and the archer from Shadow Ghost were caught off guard and were both pulled in by the violent tornado. Following a series of shrill cries, the flesh and blood of the two splattered everywhere. Then they were covered in a bloody mist, and not long after, they lost all signs of life. After them, Duke coldly snorted and led Eric and a few others out of the ruined courtyard. They chased after the Shadow Ghost that had already started to escape. Along the way, magic continued to collide, and the sound of explosions rang out continuously. Where did these people come from? They're so strong." Candace murmured with a face full of surprise after they'd left. "This courtyard has become ruins again, and there's no one inside. We don't need to stay here anymore." Phoebe hastily jumped out from within and distanced herself from the stone box that contained the trash. After Candace and Han Shua walked out, Han Shua said with a light smile, "The city guard should have finished changing in at this time. I wonder if these two groups of people will alarm the city guards. You're sinister, all right. What should we do next?" Candace had unknowingly taken Han Shua to be her pillar of support at this moment. Seeing that the danger had been averted and that Han Shua had brought enormous trouble to Shadow Ghost and Grover's men, she couldn't help but continue asking Han Shua questions. "Miss Phoebe, I think I might be able to find out where Grover's mistress is." Han Shua suddenly spoke up at this moment. Wild joy appeared on her face as Phoebe stared at Han Shoa with a face full of excitement and asked urgently, "Where's she?" "Come with me. It looks like we won't be able to rest tonight." Han Shoa shrugged his shoulders helplessly and identified the direction. He led the way through the wide road and walked towards a dark and narrow alley. Grover had appeared from the very beginning. After Ellis and Shadow Ghost, S-Men had charged into Phoebe's house, Grover had stayed in a house in the distance and waited for news. One of the 3 original demons had remained at Grover's place to keep an eye on him. Grover only left on his own when Phoebe's house had collapsed. He didn't return to the Buzzed Merchant Guild, but instead boarded a carriage that had been arranged beforehand and said to the coachman, "Go to where Carol lives. Be careful." Han Shoa had heard Phoebe say last time that Grover's mistress was called Carol, so he'd informed Phoebe and Candace. If the 3 original demons were too far away from Han Shoa, it would be very difficult to control. When Grover had left, Duke had just made contact with the people from Shadow Ghost. As Grover's carriage sped along, Han Shoa found it more and more difficult to control the original demons. Phoebe and Candace immediately approached Grover with all their might as soon as they agreed. When the sky had just begun to brighten, Han Shoa brought Phoebe and Candace to the streets in the west of the city. Compared to the north and south of the city, this place appeared dirty and messy. There was trash everywhere on the road, and a few beggars wore thin clothing in such cold weather. They curled up in the surrounding trash piles, seeming to want to use the trash bags to obtain a trace of warmth. Who would have thought that with Grover's identity, he would come to these slums? He hid his mistress here. No wonder we couldn't find her. Grover isn't an easy person to deal with, all right. Phoebe furrowed her brow as she looked around and said to Han Shoa in a low voice, "All right, this should be the place. Come with me. I don't think Grover can escape this time." Han Shoa had already seen Grover enter a dirty, dilapidated house through the original demons. He said a few words to Phoebe and Candace, then immediately circled around the trash in front of them and burrowed into an alley filled with flies. Although they were extremely disgusted with this place, Phoebe and Candace still braced themselves and burrowed in with Han Shoa. Their 4 hands continuously flapped in an attempt to chase away the flies around them. Chapter 86. Han Shoa, Phoebe, and Candace walked into the dirty and dilapidated house and discovered that the interior was very clean and tidy. Some of the decorations could even be considered extravagant. Who would have thought that the dirty and dilapidated house was only on the outside, and that the interior was very high class? After entering, Candace fiercely shut the door tightly and made an unconcealed ping sound. She raised her broadsword in her hand and blocked the way out. "Candace, you don't need to be so careful. My good uncle doesn't know any martial arts or magic. He won't be able to escape this time." Phoebe's mask had long since been taken off her face, revealing her stunning features. She sat down casually and looked coldly at a room with an open door. Han Shoa sized up the surroundings and used the original demons to observe the surroundings. He only minded his own business after discovering that no suspicious characters had appeared and poured himself a cup of warm tea, greedily taking 2 sips. A dejected Grover walked out of the open room and looked at Phoebe with a ghastly smile. Good niece. Who would have thought that you'd been hiding your strength all this time? Has Carol already been captured by you?" Phoebe started and then looked at Grover in surprise. She shook her head and said, "No, I've only just discovered this place. Let Carol live, and I'll give you everything you want, including my life." Grover knew that he couldn't escape death when things had come to this, and actually let go of everything. "I'm sorry, Carol isn't in my hands. If I'm not wrong, I think Grandpa Andrew has sent people here. I think Grandpa Andrew sent someone here. Your mistress should have been taken away by Grandpa Andrew's people. I have no right to decide whether she lives or dies." Phoebe shook her head and stared coldly at Grover. She opened her mouth again. "Did you kill my father?" "Yes, I poisoned him to death. Since you know everything, I have nothing to hide. What else do you want to know? Grover's face was numb as he nodded stiffly. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua could clearly feel the suppressed anger from Phoebe's body. He saw Phoebe slowly stand up and look at Han Shua and Candace, saying, I want to be alone with my good uncle. Brian, can you guys wait for me outside? Nodding, Han Shua put down his teacup and left with Candace, stopping at the mouth of the alley in the distance. Hey, can I ask you a question? After walking out of the room, Candace stood in front of Han Shua and kept sizing him up. She finally couldn't help but ask after a while. Han Shua had been thinking about Duke's background with his head lowered when he heard Candace's question. Candace was a bit taller as a woman, and her skin wasn't fair, but rather a bronze color that came from being exposed to the sun for many years. Her figure appeared quite fit and tall, her twin peaks bulging as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Her pair of strong, beautiful legs were full of explosive power, and she was as difficult to deal with as a hot mare waiting to be tamed. What question? Han Shua didn't have a good impression of Candace, but he didn't dislike her either. Why are you so clear about the assassin's attacks, as if you've seen every single one of them? Candace's face was full of curiosity as she looked at Han Shua with interest. There's a magic called Eye of the Sky. You've probably heard of it? The method I use is similar to this magic. Of course, there are some differences, but I can't tell you the specifics. Han Shua flicked a glance at her and said faintly, Even the 2 archmages weren't able to detect your method. It's quite miraculous indeed. Can you teach this method to us? If our mercenary band obtains this method, it will greatly increase the success rate of our missions. We're willing to pay a generous price for it. I've heard that you're also a merchant. You can name a price, no matter how high it is, it's negotiable. Other forms of compensation are fine as well, as long as our mercenary band can do it. Candace looked at Han Shua with sparkling eyes and discussed things with Han Shua with great sincerity. Shaking his head with certainty, Han Shua vetoed her. I'm sorry, there are some things that I will never sell. I'm very sorry, Miss Candace. Then can you join our Battlefire mercenary band? As the vice chief of the mercenary band, I can directly recruit you into the band. With your strength, you're sure to achieve great things if you join our mercenary band. Candace seemed to have long since known that Han Shua would refuse and wasn't discouraged at all. On the contrary, she invited Han Shua to join them. I'm sorry, I don't have such plans at the moment. Han Shua politely declined once again. All right, when you have such plans, remember to come to our Battlefire. I will very much welcome you to join. Candace promised solemnly. At this moment, Phoebe walked out of the house with a cold expression. Her face softened when she saw Candace and Han Shua, asking, What are you talking about? Nothing much. Oh, right, Phoebe, how's that Grover? Candace curled her lips awkwardly and asked Phoebe. He committed suicide. I've already gotten what I wanted to know from him. We can leave now. Phoebe's expression was odd as she looked at Candace. I think that there's nothing else for me to do after this. Can I leave now? Han Shua looked at the two conversing and suddenly spoke up. Phoebe's beautiful eyes focused on Han Shua's body and looked dazedly at Han Shua a few times. She then said to Candace, Candace, 2 people from your Battlefire mercenary band have escaped. Go contact them and see if anyone else has survived in our abandoned yard. Candace looked ambiguously at Phoebe and Han Shua and revealed a knowing smile. She nodded at Phoebe and left with large strides. Brian, can you take a walk with me? Phoebe's pretty face flushed red from Candace's meaningful gaze. She only gradually returned to normal after Candace's figure had disappeared without a trace and looked expectantly at Han Shua. All right, where are you going now? Han Shua thought for a moment and asked, I'm going to the Southern District. I think the Buzz Merchant Guild is no longer a threat to me. Han Shua didn't say anything else and accompanied the beautiful Phoebe as they slowly walked down a dirty street. On the way, some people who were obviously living in dire straits looked at the brightly dressed Phoebe and Han Shuo with envious expressions. In this world, our merchant guilds don't actually have much status. Although merchants earn some gold coins, their status is essentially no different from these commoners. Phoebe's voice was faint as she sighed lightly to Han Shuo beside her. Miss Phoebe, don't you see that these people's gazes are filled with envy and jealousy when they look at you? To them, the life you're living now is exactly what they've been dreaming of. What are you still dissatisfied with? Ha ha! We almost died yesterday. This kind of life full of unknown dangers is something they can't even imagine. Perhaps they worry about their livelihood, but we worry about our lives. I really don't know who should be envious of who. Phoebe first sighed lightly in self-deprecation. Her walking figure then suddenly stopped, and her gaze focused on Han Shuo's face. Brian, with your abilities, you're sure to climb very high as long as you're willing to work hard. I'd originally wanted to ask you to help me manage the guild, but I've thought things through now. I think that a small-boozed merchant guild isn't enough for you to develop at all. You should have broader skies. Brian, have you thought about how you'll live in the future? Han Shuo started and thought of his own identity. Although he'd shed the outer garb of an errand slave, he was still just a student of the academy. If he lived with this identity, even if he quickly graduated from the academy, he still wouldn't have anything to show for it. Of course, this wasn't the life Han Shuo wanted, but Han Shuo didn't have any plans for the time being. Power and an illustrious position are what you should be pursuing. As rich as merchants are, they're just small characters that can be trampled upon by others. Only those with an illustrious reputation and extraordinary status have the right to control everything and decide the life and death of others. You should become this kind of person. Phoebe's beautiful eyes sparkled with a dazzling luster as she stared fixedly at Han Shuo. Her voice was filled with a bewitching power. Han Shuo's heart stirred for no apparent reason. He'd thought of these things before, but it hadn't been as clear as it was now. Since he'd been fortunate enough to be reborn, then he should enjoy everything without scruples. Why wouldn't he work hard if he had the strength to do so? Under Phoebe's bewitchment, Han Shuo's restless heart gradually became fiery and resolute. After a while, Han Shuo took a deep breath and nodded. He said lowly, I understand what you mean, but it seems that my opportunity hasn't arrived yet. A brilliant smile suddenly blossomed on her face. Phoebe seemed to have been waiting for Han Shuo to say this. Now that she heard Han Shuo say this, she immediately stared at Han Shuo and said, You're wrong, opportunities have always been there. The fastest way to obtain power and status is to obtain military merits in battle. The Empire has never been at peace, and the battles between the borders and neighboring countries have never stopped. I think another great war will erupt in the near future, and I think you should participate in it. As a good friend, I'm willing to help you and do everything in my power to help you. I appreciate your good intentions, but I want to obtain everything I deserve through my own hands. Han Shuo looked at Phoebe and said firmly. He paused and then said, Miss Phoebe, I hope you can help me prepare the food I need. I'll go to the Buzzed Merchant Guild in a few days to pick it up. I think we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future. All right then, I've said all that needs to be said. I don't need you to keep me company. I believe that with your abilities, you'll quickly make a name for yourself in the Empire. Don't forget your friend when that time comes. Phoebe winked at Han Shuo and said wittily, Ha ha, your words today have inspired me greatly. I'll remember them. Goodbye, Miss Phoebe, don't forget my food. Han Shuo said with a smile and suddenly changed directions, heading north of the city. Phoebe finally pouted a bit angrily after Han Shuo had gone far away. She huffed and said in a low voice that only she could hear, Damn you, you only care about your food. Chapter 87. After leaving with Phoebe, Han Shuo headed straight for the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. However, Han Shuo once again avoided the front and planned on entering from a secluded corner in the back of the mountain. When he and Phoebe had tangled together for a while in the forest, Han Shuo suddenly became vigilant. An unexplainable feeling of unease rose in his heart. This caused Han Shuo to immediately release the 3 original demons in his shock. The original demons flew out from the back of Han Shuo's neck and circled the entire forest once, but didn't discover anything. However, the uneasy feeling in his heart didn't disappear just because the original demons didn't discover anything. That extremely uncomfortable feeling grew more and more intense, causing Han Shuo to feel quite apprehensive. The demon's lair edge was already in his hand. Han Shuo took a deep breath and adjusted his facial features to their optimal state. He attempted to detect the abnormalities in his surroundings through his own eyes and shouted ahead of time, "Who's there? Come out." Han Shuo only shouted these words carelessly and didn't hold any hope. If it was an enemy of this level would absolutely not appear because of a single word from Han Shuo. However, contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, a low, sinister laugh suddenly sounded from within the dense forest as soon as he'd finished speaking. Then, a human figure gradually formed in the shadow of a large tree in front of Han Shuo. "Little fellow, you're quite vigilant. How did you discover my existence?" After the human figure in the shadow of the tree gathered, a sinister old man with an exceedingly tall and skinny body walked out. This old man's hair and beard were ash gray, and his pupils were leaden. He looked as if he didn't have any life in him. "Based on my intuition, who are you?" Han Shuo gripped the demon's lair edge tightly in his hand and stared unkindly at the gradually approaching old man, looking like he was about to make a move at any moment. "I can give you the opportunity that you're lacking. I'm acquainted with Phoebe's master. I don't have any malicious intentions towards you. You don't have to be nervous." From this person, Han Shuo could feel a strong sense of danger. This should be the most powerful person Han Shuo had encountered since he came to this world. Han Shuo even felt that if this old man made a move, he would not be able to escape death. "Phoebe, you were sent here by Phoebe. What do you want?" Han Shuo resisted the urge to run away from this person and asked with a sullen face. Suddenly, the old man stopped and did not continue forward. He only sized up Han Shuo as if he was observing a rare commodity waiting to be sold at a high price. He nodded repeatedly. After a while, a smile blossomed on his face. However, this kind of smile from his sinister face only made people feel more sinister. "Phoebe doesn't know of my existence, but I am well aware of some of your recent matters. I heard your conversation with Phoebe just now. I have a path for you to choose. However, once you choose this path, you may obtain everything you desire, but you may also die very quickly." The old man looked at Han Shuo and said softly, "Just who are you?" Han Shuo was a bit perplexed. He didn't know what the old man was after and immediately asked again, "Brian, both of my parents died when I was young. I was sold by my uncle to the necromancy major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force as an errand boy. After 6 years of life as an errand boy, you displayed extraordinary abilities during the trials in the dark forest. Apart from practicing necromancy magic, you also seem to have another miraculous training method." As the old man spoke of Han Shuo's background, Han Shuo's heart slowly sank. Apart from the secrets of the little skull and Han Shuo's trip to the cemetery of death, most of the things that Han Shuo had experienced during this period of time were spoken of. This made Han Shuo feel as if a pair of eyes were staring at him from the shadows. A kind of fear involuntarily arose in his heart. "Just who are you?" Han Shuo opened his mouth to ask about his background for the 3rd time. "I'm called Candide, and I belong to the Empire's Dark Mantle organization. I take direct orders from His Majesty." "Ha ha! There's a secret organization like this behind every country. I think you should be clear on the need for this kind of organization to exist. People from Shadow Ghost have appeared in the Buzzed Merchant Guild many times. Do you really think that we don't know about such a big commotion between you guys recently?" Old man Candide looked at Han Shuo with a smile that wasn't quite a smile as he spoke slowly. Han Shuo was startled when he heard these words. He sighed inwardly and finally understood that he was still a bit too inexperienced. Han Shuo had never heard of the Dark Mantle organization, but he immediately understood after hearing Candide's words. This kind of organization was definitely similar to the Eastern Faction Guards and Western Faction Guards of China's ancient Ming Dynasty. It should be a state apparatus that directly answered to His Majesty the Emperor. All right, what do you want from me? I want to recruit you into our Dark Mantle. I've investigated your background, and it looks like there aren't any problems. I've been paying attention to you recently. I think that your style of doing things, in addition to some special abilities, is enough for you to be qualified to work in our Dark Mantle. As long as you join our Dark Mantle and make outstanding contributions to the Empire, you can obtain everything you want. Candide stared at Han Shuo and extended an invitation. Han Shuo's brow furrowed tightly as he began to carefully consider. Candide's invitation didn't seem as simple as it seemed on the surface. But with Han Shuo's status and strength, if an enormous organization like the Dark Mantle wanted to deal with him, only death would await Han Shuo. Right now, a path was laid out in front of him. Although the road ahead was dangerous and filled with many uncertain factors, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. For the ambitious Han Shuo, this was indeed a strong temptation. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Han Shuo felt that he didn't have much of a choice. After a while, Han Shuo nodded his head resolutely and said, "Lowly, I agree." "Very good. Although you'll face even more dangers in the future, as long as you climb high enough, you'll have the opportunity to see some beautiful sceneries that others will find difficult to see in their entire lives." Candide laughed lightly and took out a black iron medallion from his sleeve, handing it to Han Shuo. "This is the medallion that represents our identity as a member of the Dark Mantle. Take care of it. From today on, you're directly under my command. Your first mission is to pay attention to Duke's movements. Oh, the wind archmage that flew out of the house after you guys brought Shadow Ghost to last night." The black iron medallion was extremely heavy in his hand. The words Dark Mantle were carved on the front, and the image of a crown was carved on the back. However, the crown was floating above a dark cloud, and the crown was also inky black. What's Duke's background? Where is he right now? How should I pay attention to his movements? Han Shuo's heart jumped. He thought that if Duke discovered him, he'd be very surprised. He might even guess that the Eye of Darkness was in his hands. If he paid attention to this person, then Han Shuo would have to bear even more risks. Hesitating for a moment, Candide explained, "Duke isn't someone from our Lancelot Empire. He's from the Kasi Empire and is an emissary from the Kasi Empire's Maya Magic Academy. He's come to your Babylon Academy of Magic and Force for a magical exchange." Of course, these are all excuses they've given themselves. Their true intentions are definitely not like this. However, they've hidden themselves very well, and we still don't know why they've come. That's why we need people to pay attention to them. During this time, he'll frequently come to your Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. As a student there, it'll be convenient for you to keep an eye on him. Oh, right. Since you've joined our Dark Mantle, Shadow Ghost won't have any more assassins looking for trouble with you. I'll negotiate with them and have them know their place. Nodding, Han Shuo said, "So that's how it is. All right, I'll pay attention to Duke's movements. Then, if I discover anything out of the ordinary, how should I find you? These are our 3 strongholds in the Empire. Destroy them immediately after you've seen them. You can use your identity token to communicate with the people inside. However, your current rank is too low and there are many things you don't have the authority to ask about. If you can advance to a higher position, you'll be able to use the Dark Mantle's resources and even directly mobilize the Empire's army." "Ha, you have to work hard," Candide said to Han Shuo. A thin piece of paper fell into Han Shuo's palm. Han Shuo read it once and silently memorized it. He tore the paper into pieces in front of Candide and said, All right, my mind is a mess right now. I still need to think. If I discover anything out of the ordinary about Duke, I'll report it to you. All right, I'll be leaving as well. We of the Dark Mantle actually have a lot of freedom. We won't interfere with your personal matters, and will only find you when there's a mission. Under normal circumstances, it won't affect your life. After saying this, Candide was wrapped up in a cloud of black mist. His body became fainter and fainter as a faint magical fluctuation came from within. A light breeze blew past, and he disappeared without a trace in front of Han Shuo, as if he'd never appeared. Not long ago, Han Shuo had clearly understood what he needed under Phoebe's bewitchment. He hadn't thought that he'd be offered an olive branch as soon as he'd left Phoebe. After some persuasion from Candide, he joined the Dark Mantle organization. This made Han Shuo vaguely feel that something wasn't quite right. He couldn't help but suspect if Phoebe knew of Candide's existence. Otherwise, why would it be such a coincidence? However, if Phoebe and Candide knew each other, then with Candide's enormous power, Phoebe wouldn't even be worth mentioning. Phoebe shouldn't have encountered so many troubles in succession. This made Han Shuo a bit puzzled. In this forest, Han Shuo carefully organized his thoughts and went over everything that had happened during this period of time in his mind. Only then did he walk towards the academy with a resolute expression. Chapter 88. Han Shuo had been worried that he would be discovered by Duke, but had completely dispelled this worry within a few minutes of arriving at the Necromancy Major. The reason was that when Han Shuo had come to the Necromancy Major, he had seen Carrie and Borg cleaning the stone statues on the way. Han Shuo had naturally greeted the two, but Carrie and Borg hadn't been able to recognize Han Shuo. Instead, they were at a loss of what to do in fear and trepidation. When Han Shuo had revealed his identity, Borg and Carrie had taken a close look at him before finally recognizing Han Shuo. They then spoke to Han Shuo in an even more fearful manner. By now, Han Shuo was no longer an errand slave of the Necromancy Major, but had instead become a student. His status was naturally a level higher than the other two. Add to that the fact that the Necromancy Major students had purposefully exaggerated Han Shuo's abilities after returning from the Dark Forest. This caused Carrie and Borg, who had previously held grudges against Han Shuo, to be even more afraid of Han Shuo. They were deathly afraid that Han Shuo would find trouble with them again. However, Han Shuo didn't pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he joyfully took out a bronze mirror and looked at himself. Only then did he suddenly discover that his appearance had indeed undergone an earth-shattering transformation compared to a few months ago. His originally small and frail figure had become much taller and more muscular. His delicate face had become much more resolute due to the series of dangerous experiences, and his facial features had also become more angular. He had transformed from the appearance of a half-grown child into a handsome young man. Since even Borg and Carrie, whom he was familiar with, couldn't easily recognize him, Han Shuo was no longer worried about Duke and Eric. Especially after Candide promised to help him take care of the shadow ghost, Han Shuo suddenly relaxed. He didn't continue hiding and openly returned to the Necromancy Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Hey, it's Brian. You haven't returned to the academy for a long time. I thought something had happened to you. Amy from the Necromancy Major was on her way to the school building when she suddenly cried out in surprise when she saw Han Shuo. Hello, Amy. Han Shuo greeted her with a smile and walked with her to the Dark Major's school building. When Han Shuo arrived at the door of the necromancy classroom, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a while. 2 months ago, he could only stand outside the window with a broom and listen to Jean's lecture while he was cleaning. Who would have thought that not long after, he would become a necromancy major student and have the right to enter this classroom to sit and listen to the lectures with the other students? Don't just stand there. The second class is about to start. Hurry up and go in. Seeing Han Shuo standing outside the window in a daze, Amy, who was already at the door, suddenly urged him. Han Shuo immediately came to his senses and smiled kindly at Amy. He nodded and walked into the classroom. As soon as Han Shuo walked in, the gazes of the students inside all gathered on Han Shuo with a whoosh. Lisa, in particular, had been lazily squinting her eyes in the back row. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she stood up and waved at Han Shuo. "Over here, over here!" Buck and Bella, as well as a few other students, all looked at Han Shuo with strange gazes and said something in low voices. "Brian's back. Ha ha. Amy, do you believe that rumor?" Athena suddenly asked Amy in a low voice after she'd invited Amy to sit down. "I don't really believe it. Master Fanny and Brian, it doesn't look like anything could have happened between them no matter how I look at it. Camilla, that old witch, loves to stir up trouble. Do you dare believe her words?" Amy pouted and shook her head. It wasn't just Amy and Athena. Han Shuo heard all the students discussing him and Fanny as he walked towards Lisa. They spoke with great detail about how Han Shuo had been discovered by Camilla on Fanny's bed that day. It was as if they'd experienced it themselves, and Han Shuo and Fanny had become a couple who'd been caught cheating. Han Shuo was dumbfounded. He hadn't thought that Camilla would be so talkative, and now all the necromancy major students knew about it. This also meant that the teachers, including Fanny herself, had likely received the news even earlier. When Han Shuo sat down next to Lisa with a wry smile, Lisa's originally excited expression turned into a censorious one. She first looked up and down Han Shuo's body in surprise, seeming to sigh at Han Shuo's changes. She then said in a cold voice, "Humph. Do you think what they're saying is true? Did something really happen between you and Master Fanny?" "Lisa, they don't believe me. But don't tell me that even you don't believe me. Even if I'm that kind of person, Master Fanny wouldn't be that kind of person. It's too laughable that someone would actually believe such an absurd thing." Han Shuo had a wry expression on his face as he explained softly to Lisa. Lisa exhaled lightly after Han Shuo's words, and her expression eased. However, she still said with some suspicion, "There's no smoke without fire. You ran into Master Fanny's room in the middle of the night. This should be the truth, right? Although that old witch Camilla has a foul mouth, she wouldn't go so far as to slander you without any basis?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said, "I only went to ask Master Fanny a few questions. That old witch is using this as a pretext to make a fuss. It's not like I can shut her mouth. She can say whatever she wants. I don't lose anything anyways. But this will have a great impact on Master Fanny's reputation. Everyone will surely think that Master Fanny's private life is indiscreet, especially since you're her student. Perhaps the school will even tell her to be mindful of the consequences." Lisa frowned and reminded Han Shuo. Han Shuo suddenly came to his senses after Lisa's words. He suddenly felt that he really was very selfish. He'd always been thinking of himself and hadn't considered Fanny's behalf at all. Just as Han Shuo was inwardly blaming himself, Jean had already walked into the classroom with a thick magic book in his arms. Jean swept his gaze around the room when he walked in and saw Han Shuo sitting in the back row. His face suddenly grew cold. The lesson had just begun when Jean suddenly paused and looked at Han Shuo with an evil smile. He said, "Brian, you've never taken a class since becoming a necromancy major student. Is the knowledge I'm going to talk about a bit too profound for you? Do you understand?" After experiencing the trials of the dark forest with Jean, Han Shuo understood that Jean wasn't a bad person. He was only purposefully making things difficult for Han Shuo because of Fanny. However, Jean was still a cultured person and didn't go too far in making things difficult for Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo actually didn't have any irreconcilable hatred towards Jean. This time, the vinegar-jarred Jean must have been jealous again because of some unbearable rumors about him and Fanny. That's why he wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fool of himself here. "Master Jean, I've mostly grasped the exact meaning of the knowledge you're talking about through reading the magic book. Therefore, I think I can understand the contents of your lesson. Please don't worry about me." Han Shuo leaned back and smiled at Jean. "Oh, if it was possible to learn magic on your own through magic books, then why would our Babylon Academy of Magic and Force still exist? Ha ha! Since this is the case, let me ask you, how many types of magic can be divided according to how it's released? It can be divided into incantations, primers, hand gestures, and magical matrices. Incantations communicate with the magical elements through incantations to achieve the goal of releasing magic. Primers include magic scrolls. Han Shuo maintained his lazy posture and smoothly rattled off a series of definitions, including some of his own insights. Jean was obviously a bit surprised after he'd finished speaking. He first paused slightly, then nodded and said, "Not bad. It looks like you already know the basic knowledge in these books. Then I'll ask you about some other things." Jean then furrowed his brow and asked a series of questions to Han Shuo. From the most basic magical knowledge at the beginning to some key points of magic that only novice mages could grasp, Jean opened his mouth and asked all of them. Han Shuo spoke eloquently and clearly explained all of these questions. During this process, Jean and the other students in the classroom all looked at Han Shuo with a face full of astonishment. It seemed that they hadn't thought that Han Shuo would be able to understand so much profound knowledge in such a short amount of time. There were traces of sweat on Jean's forehead, and he appeared to be a bit impatient. He snorted lightly and asked another question. "I don't know this." Han Shuo started and answered honestly. This question was something that a journeyman mage should be able to grasp, and Han Shuo really didn't know much about it. Jean finally smiled and was about to open his mouth to say a few words to save face when Lisa said impatiently, "Master Jean, if he knew everything, then why would he be here listening to your class?" Jean was a bit embarrassed when Lisa's words stopped him in his tracks. He laughed dryly and slapped the table. "All right, then I won't ask any more. Let's continue. How did you suddenly know so much?" Lisa's head shrank back as she asked Han Shuo in a low voice. "Didn't I tell you just now that I learned all of this from Master Fanny? Otherwise, why would that old hag Camilla have spread the rumors?" Han Shuo responded and then really did begin to pay attention in class. Some of the content that Jean was talking about included some intermediate and advanced magic knowledge, and was indeed what Han Shuo needed to grasp right now. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't develop any negative feelings because of Jean's jealousy. Lisa seemed to have something to say to Han Shuo after class, but Han Shuo didn't give her the chance. He immediately headed for Fanny's lab after leaving the classroom. "Fitch, I've already explained this magic many times. I think with your level of understanding, you should have long since understood why you still couldn't successfully cast it." Han Shuo stood in front of the lab door, and his sensitive ears allowed him to clearly hear the conversation within. "Master Fanny, I think you already know how I feel about you. Why don't you give me any chances, and are instead willing to be with that lowly errand slave?" "Why?" Fitch's vehement complaints traveled from within. Han Shuo lightly pulled the lab door open and could clearly see the anger on Fitch's face. Fanny wore black-rimmed glasses and a set of standard magic robes. A look of resignation appeared on her face as she sighed. "Fitch, I'm becoming more and more disappointed in you. First of all, Brian is now my student, just like you. You shouldn't treat him as an errand slave. In addition, I've noticed that you're not paying attention at all every time you come to me for an answer. You're always absent-minded, and I don't know what you're thinking about. Brian is much better than you in this regard." "It's Brian again, that damned errand slave. Just what is better than me in this regard? Why are you willing to be with him, but not give me any chances at all? Can it be that which Camilla was telling the truth? That you've shamelessly slept with him already?" The anger on Fitch's face grew stronger and stronger as he lowered his voice and almost roared. Slap. Fitch was truly enraged by Fanny's slap. She looked coldly at Fitch and said, "I think there's nothing more for us to say. I said I'd wait until you advanced to Adept Mage before discussing matters of the heart in order to encourage you to work hard. But now, I can see that something is wrong with you. I can tell you clearly that there is absolutely no possibility between us. I hope you can give up all illusions. If you have any questions about magic in the future, please look for me in the training field or in the classroom. This laboratory no longer welcomes you. Can you please leave this place immediately? So you've been lying to me all this time. Haha, good, very good. You told me to wait until I advanced to adept mage before discussing matters of the heart. But that Brian is only your errand slave and already has an exception. Hypocritical. Shameless woman. I'll never believe your words again. Fitch covered his face and laughed bitterly, walking out of the lab. Han Shua took a few steps back and hid his body in a corner. He stared coldly at Fitch's disappearing figure as he waited for Fitch to leave. He paused for a moment, then walked into Fanny's lab with a natural expression. When Han Shua walked in, he saw that Fanny's consciousness was a bit dazed. Her two hands were resting weakly on the round table as she lowered her head and sighed softly. She murmured weakly to herself. Perhaps Fitch was right. I really am a hypocritical, shameless woman. I seem to have broken some rules. Han Shua could also hear Fanny's low murmurs clearly, but he didn't understand what Fanny meant. He didn't know what she was referring to. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua extended a finger and rapped on the round table in front of him. Get out. Fanny suddenly lifted her head and glared fiercely at Han Shua. When she saw that the target had become Han Shua, the expression on her face became quite odd. She was first stunned, then startled. Her eyes seemed to want to hide something, but her expression finally returned to normal. She rolled her eyes unhappily at Han Shua and said, "What are you doing here?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask some questions." Han Shua looked oddly at Han Shua and responded, "What did you hear? Did you see what happened just now?" Fanny's expression changed as she suddenly glared fiercely at Han Shua. "You must have heard everything, you perverted ear! Don't you know that eavesdropping on others is a very rude behavior?" I actually didn't want to listen, but they fell into my ears of their own volition. There's nothing I can do." Han Shua spread out his hands like a rogue, indicating that he really hadn't done it on purpose. His expression then became serious as he looked at Fanny. "That Camilla is quite repulsive. I don't care, but she slandered you and has affected your reputation. Do you plan on letting her off just like that? Forget it. That old, which is just that kind of person. There's nothing between the two of us anyways. What other people say has nothing to do with us. The more we explain, the more they'll think we have a guilty conscience. We might as well just ignore them. We don't have to be afraid of crooked shadows anyways." Fanny let out a low sigh, seeming to be a bit worried as well. However, her words were meant to calm things down. "But I have a guilty conscience," Han Shua said with a wry face. "Damn it, what are you feeling guilty about?" Suddenly, Fanny's delicate face flushed red, but her expression was one of rage as she looked at Han Shua and cursed lowly. "It's because of my mistake that others misunderstand you. I feel sorry for you, so of course I have a guilty conscience," Han Shua explained seriously to Fanny. Fanny's expression froze slightly when she heard Han Shua's words, and then reacted. She said huffily, "So it's this kind of guilty conscience. I thought you meant something else." "What do you mean?" Han Shua pursued the issue. "No, nothing," Fanny said hastily as if she wanted to hide something. She then immediately changed the topic and asked Han Shua, "What problems do you have with me this time?" Han Shua was just about to open his mouth to respond when he suddenly felt someone approach. He didn't respond and instead looked towards the door. After a short while, Han Shua saw Wind, Archmage Duke walk into Fanny's room with a benevolent smile on his face. "Master Fanny, are you free today? I'd like to ask you a few more questions." Duke greeted Fanny with a smile when he walked in. His brow furrowed, Duke looked at Han Shua. Han Shua's heart jumped, but his expression was quite normal. He looked at Duke with surprise and confusion, as if he was seeing Duke for the first time and wanting to know his identity and background. Chapter 89. "Mr. Duke, you're too courteous. If you have any questions, just ask." Fanny handed a chair to Duke and smiled faintly. Duke's gaze swept over Han Shua's body and naturally looked at Fanny. He didn't seem to care about Han Shua at all and didn't take the chair Fanny handed him. He said courteously to Fanny, "I won't be sitting. I just came to ask you a small question. I'll be leaving after I've asked." "Master Fanny, you've always studied necromancy magic. Have you heard of the Eye of Darkness?" Han Shua silently watched Duke from the side. He discovered that Duke's eyes were tightly glued to Fanny after he'd finished speaking, as if he wanted to glean some clues from Fanny's face. Shaking her head, Fanny had a puzzled expression on her face and asked Duke instead, "What is this Eye of Darkness? Does it have something to do with our necromancy major?" "Haha, it's just a small tool. I'm not too sure about the specifics either, so I couldn't help but ask you. Since you don't know, then forget it. Sorry to disturb you too." Duke wore a smile on his face after he'd said these words, nodded at Fanny, and walked towards the door. Duke seemed to think of something again when he reached the door and asked carelessly, "Oh, right, Master Fanny, I've heard that your necromancy major's library is together with the dark major's. Many years ago, the necromancy major was even stronger than the dark major. Does your necromancy major not have a library of its own?" "Ha! Mr. Duke, you said yourself that the necromancy major was strong many years ago. The necromancy magic that necromancers grasp is limited now, and there aren't that many books to display." Fanny replied with a light smile and then paused, saying unintentionally, "Oh, right, I've heard that our academy also has a secret library. The books inside include the forbidden books of all the major majors, and are secretly preserved by the Academy under the Empire's authorization. However, I've only heard other teachers mention it once and never knew where this secret library is hidden in the Academy. So that's how it is. Then I'll be leaving first. I'll be staying at your Babylon Academy of Magic and Force in the near future anyway. If there were any more problems, would I still bother you? It's my pleasure to serve you." From the looks of it, Duca really didn't recognize him. From the beginning to the end, Duca only glanced at him when he came in. After Duca left, Han Shua secretly rejoiced in his heart. "All right, what questions do you have to ask?" After Duke left, Fanny glanced at Han Shua and said in a bad mood. The space ring glowed faintly. Han Shua took out the questions he had prepared beforehand and sat on the chair that Duke hadn't sat on. Han Shua started with the first question and asked Fanny. As an adept necromancer, Fanny's grasp of theoretical knowledge was indeed very comprehensive. These questions that had been perplexing Han Shua for a long time were easily solved by Fanny's explanations. Summoning zombies is a bit more troublesome than skeletons. Because zombies are larger and heavier, you'll need to expend more mental strength when summoning them. In addition, controlling zombies is more complicated than skeletons, and their bodies are much harder than skeletons. If you want to nimbly control them, you'll need to practice repeatedly. Fanny's voice was gentle and beautiful as she focused on explaining to Han Shua some things to take note of when summoning zombies. Han Shua's brow furrowed deeply when Fanny finished speaking and sank into deep thought. Fanny saw that Han Shua was deep in thought and didn't make a sound to disturb Han Shua. After a while, Han Shua breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "So it's because my mental strength isn't coordinated enough when I summon zombies. I've always been used to summoning skeletal warriors and always used the same strength of mental strength to communicate with the other dimension. It looks like this is the crux of the problem. I think I understand now." After saying these words, Han Shua started chanting the incantation to summon zombies under Fanny's gaze. After the first incantation, the figure of a zombie flashed in the void and then disappeared in an instant. Han Shua wasn't in a hurry and tried to control the strength of his mental strength. However, he didn't succeed even after 4 or 5 tries. Fanny looked at Han Shua with a cheerful smile on her face. She knew that Han Shua had already understood the meaning behind her words and was now practicing to find a suitable strength of mental strength. Once Han Shua felt the correct strength, he would be able to summon zombies completely. "Forget it. There's no need to practice for now. Your direction is definitely on the right track. You just lack a bit of repetitive practice. I think you'll be able to grasp the zombie summoning magic when your mental strength is well controlled. Brian, it's only been 2 or 3 months, and you've already reached the level of a novice mage. I've never heard of such a training speed in all my years of teaching in the necromancy major. Then, how do I compare to Fitch? Under Fanny's persuasion, Han Shua temporarily gave up on continuing his practice. He chuckled foolishly and looked at Fanny. Your silly smiling face makes me feel very awkward no matter how I look at it. Don't play dumb in front of me in the future. Oh, I would have forgotten about Fitch if you didn't mention him. I think he's very off right now, and I'm worried that he'll hold a grudge and purposefully make trouble for you. You need to be careful in the near future. Fanny first glared at Han Shua with rebuke and then spoke to Han Shua with a bit of worry. Don't worry. If Fitch really doesn't know what's good for him, I think he'll be the unlucky one in the end. Han Shua shrugged and didn't care about Fitch's revenge at all. To be honest, Fitch, who was now a journeyman mage, was nothing in his eyes. Brian, I knew you'd be here. Come with me. Master Fanny, I have some business with him, hee. Lisa's voice traveled in from outside at this moment. She walked directly in front of Han Shua and grabbed Han Shua's wrist, dragging Han Shua outside. Fanny felt a bit of resentment when she saw Han Shua being forcibly dragged away by Lisa. It was as if someone had snatched away something precious from her, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. How do you know my cousin? Lisa forcefully dragged Han Shua towards a small plaza behind the library. Han Shua freed his shoulder from Lisa's grasp and looked suspiciously at her. Your cousin? Who is he? It's Lawrence. He's currently practicing martial arts in our school of martial arts. He specifically came to find you last time, but you weren't in the faculty. Who would have thought that he'd come looking for you as soon as you've returned? How do you know him? So it's him. This Lawrence is a bit strange. He clearly has the same strong master as Phoebe, but he's still studying at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and he's only a journeyman knight even now. Han Shua mused inwardly. When he lowered his head, Han Shua unintentionally saw Lisa's chest next to him. He saw that Lisa's originally flat chest was now quite shapely, and that bulging appearance clearly indicated that there was something inside. Lisa, are you wearing more clothes today? Why do I have the illusion that you're fully developed? Han Shua glanced at Lisa's chest and blurted out unconsciously. What do you mean? Lisa was walking when she heard Han Shua's words, and was so surprised that she almost tripped. Her little face blushed as she glared fiercely at Han Shua. Your chest was flat before, and there was nothing at all. But it looks like it's swollen now. Did you stuff something inside? Han Shua thought to himself and then directly reacted to it with his mouth. He opened his mouth and gave the truest response from his heart. He was extraordinarily angry. Lisa glared fiercely at Han Shua and reached out with her little hand to firmly pinch Han Shua's arm. She said through gritted teeth, "How can you say something like this and suspect that I've stuffed something inside? Do you want to die?" Startled, Han Shua suddenly realized what he'd said. Han Shua had only thought about what he'd just said. According to Han Shua's usual behavior, he would have kept it to himself and absolutely wouldn't have said something that would have surely angered the other and invited a rebuff to himself. But who would have thought that the current situation would be so strange? It was clearly a reflection of his heart, but Han Shua hadn't considered the consequences and had unknowingly blurted it out. This made Han Shua feel exceedingly strange. At the same time, a gossamer cool feeling suddenly filled Han Shua's mind. Han Shua's body trembled slightly as he suddenly understood why he'd blurted out these words. It was because after his magical yuan had reached the molded spirit stage, some peculiar phenomena had begun to occur. Smiling wryly as he looked at Lisa, who was grinding her teeth, Han Shua's heart calmed down. He silently reminded himself to be careful and not speak carelessly. He then laughed dryly and said to Lisa, Sorry, Lisa, I was just joking with you. I didn't think that you'd really start developing. I'm truly happy for you. You're so annoying, saying such things to me. Lisa immediately blushed when she heard Han Shua's explanation. She then explained lowly, Actually, I should be thanking you. I did everything according to what you said. So embarrassing. Anyway, that's how it was. Han Shua shook his head and laughed involuntarily. He'd actually forgotten about the breast enlargement methods that he'd casually told Lisa before. He hadn't thought that they'd actually be effective. This made Han Shua not know whether to laugh or cry. Hi, Brian, how are you? Lawrence, who was in the distant plaza, saw Han Shua and Lisa walk over at this moment and extended a hand in greeting from afar. Lisa, who'd been blushing just a moment ago, hurriedly took a few deep breaths and surreptitiously sized up Han Shua. She said in a small voice, Lawrence's father is the Empire's finance minister and is quite close to His Majesty. It'll be beneficial for you if you interact more with him. I won't disturb you any more. Lisa seemed to be deathly afraid that Lawrence would see her blushing face after she'd finished speaking and jogged away in the direction of the training fields. The son of the Empire's finance minister. Han Shua was slightly startled and thought to himself that the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It looked like many future dignitaries were currently training in the various faculties of the academy. I'm doing very well. I've heard that you've come looking for me twice. Haha! You can't be planning on spending another 5 gold coins to let me get beaten up by you all day, right? Han Shua and Lawrence weren't the only ones in the plaza. There were also a few students of various faculties in the distance, reading books in groups of 2s and 3s, or leisurely basking in the sun. If you're willing, I don't mind spending another 5 gold coins. Ha, but I think you definitely won't agree right now. Lawrence leaned on a stone railing and seemed quite at ease as he spoke to Han Shua. Who says I'm not willing? However, I don't need 5 gold coins. I'll agree to train with you as long as you're willing to let me fight back. I was beaten up quite badly by you last time, and I really want to redeem my face. Han Shua smiled faintly as he walked over, and similarly leaned lazily on the railing. He spoke to Lawrence with a face full of interest. Oh, that's no problem. I can train with you when we're done talking business, and see if you're really as strong as Phoebe says you are. Lawrence also looked quite interested as he straightened his body and smiled. All right then, I want to hear your business. We don't seem to have any interactions. What business do you have with me? Han Shua said. Looking around and seeing that no one was paying attention to the two of them, Lawrence lowered his voice and stared at Han Shua with sparkling eyes. I heard from my junior sister that you seem to be able to get your hands on black iron ore. If that's really the case, I'd like to buy some from you. I don't need too much. Just a piece the size of a fist will do. I'd originally wanted to have my junior sister buy it from you on my behalf. But I think that since we met last time and I'm quite curious about you, I'd like to make friends with you. That's why I've come to find you alone. Han Shua looked at the sincere Lawrence and thought that since he was the son of the Empire's finance minister, he should be quite wealthy. Chapter 90. I can indeed get my hands on black iron ore, but you also know how rare black iron ore is. It won't be easy for me to get my hands on it. How many gold coins do you plan on spending? Han Shua pondered and spoke slowly with a calm expression. His spirits rising, Lawrence straightened his back and said with a bit of excitement, It looks like you'll be able to get your hands on it. Ha! I only need a fist-sized piece to forge a weapon. It's currently out of stock on the black market. Name a price. Rubbing his chin, Han Shua remembered his conversation with Phoebe last time. He hesitated and said faintly, How about this? Give me 5,000 gold coins and I'll think of a way to get you a piece. No problem. Although black gold ore is a bit rarer, a fist-sized piece of black iron ore is indeed worth 5,000 gold coins. If you get your hands on black iron ore, you can come find me at the night school and we'll exchange the goods. Lawrence said happily. Nodding his head, Han Shuo recalled how he'd been beaten up by Lawrence a few months ago at the Night Academy. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and chuckle. I'll help you get a piece of black iron within 10 days. Do you want to practice martial arts with me now? I'll be happy to be your meat shield again. All right then, why don't we start now? I just so happen to want to see just how special you are that even someone as proud and arrogant as Phoebe would praise you repeatedly in front of me. I'm quite curious about you. Lawrence struck a pose excitedly, planning on immediately making a move against Han Shuo. It was noon at this time, and most of the students in the plaza had packed up and left, preparing to eat lunch. Only 2 or 3 students, sunbathing in the distance, seemed to have fallen asleep and hadn't left yet. Han Shuo swept a glance around and smiled. Let's go to the left. There's no one there, and we won't disturb anyone. Han Shuo raised his head provocatively at Lawrence after speaking, and walked towards the empty space behind the railing on the left. Lawrence clenched his fists and laughed lightly, following behind Han Shuo and also walking towards the empty space on the left. As soon as he arrived, Han Shuo circulated his magical yuan throughout his body and began to adjust his condition. Lawrence followed a few steps behind Han Shuo and had just walked down the stone steps. Before he could react, Han Shuo had already turned around with lightning speed and smashed his fist towards Lawrence's head. Lawrence hadn't expected Han Shuo to act so quickly. Before he could react, a terrifying punch had already arrived in front of him. Lawrence's expression changed slightly as he suddenly took a step back and returned to the top of the stone steps. He then leaned to the side to dodge Han Shuo's sudden punch. Han Shuo's fist whistled past Lawrence's face. A cold aura emanated from Han Shuo's left fist, causing Lawrence to jump in fright. Without waiting for Lawrence to react, Han Shuo retracted his left arm and suddenly bent it, striking Lawrence's chest with his elbow. Lawrence gave a muffled groan as his body was pressed against the railing by Han Shuo's elbow. His face reddened slightly. Ha ha, Lawrence, you're not vigilant enough. Han Shuo didn't follow up with another attack after striking Lawrence's chest with his elbow. Instead, he retreated with an odd smile and mocked Lawrence in a peculiar tone. The two were only exchanging pointers and not fighting to the death. Therefore, Han Shuo hadn't used his full magical yuan in this punch, and the mystical, glacial spell fire had only released a small amount of frosty air. As a journeyman knight, Lawrence's fighting aura had automatically protected his body, and he hadn't suffered any injuries. You're the one who suddenly ambushed me. This punch doesn't count. I'll make you pay the price later. Lawrence wasn't angry and only stated the facts with a wry face. He suddenly looked at Han Shuo with a cautious gaze when he walked down the stone steps again. Light green fighting aura abruptly blossomed from Lawrence's 2 hands as his footsteps abruptly sped up. He approached Han Shuo like lightning, and the fighting aura in his left hand suddenly coalesced into the shape of a sword of light, chopping down at Han Shuo's head. Lawrence had just witnessed Han Shuo's speed and strength and understood that the current Han Shuo couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as last time. This was why he'd used fighting aura. However, he was a bit cautious in his movements and was obviously holding back. A trace of a smile appeared on Han Shuo's lips as he took in Lawrence's movements. He gauged the strength of Lawrence's fighting aura. Han Shuo didn't dodge at all as he circulated the mystical glacial spell fire with his right hand. A thin light red line appeared as Han Shuo's right fist swung out, smashing onto the sword of light formed from Lawrence's fighting aura together with Han Shuo's right fist. A muffled bang rang out as the sword of light formed from Lawrence's fighting aura turned into specks of starlight and dissipated. Lawrence's ferocious charge was forcibly blocked. Han Shuo felt his right fist go numb as his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. Lawrence, how much of your fighting aura did you use when you formed the sword of light just now? Han Shuo's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lawrence and asked. 60%. Lawrence responded and then looked at Han Shuo with surprise. Your speed and aura are noticeably different compared to a few months ago. It looks like you did it on purpose last time, but why would you rather take a beating to earn 5 gold coins? A few months ago, Han Shoa was just a rookie who hadn't experienced battle before, and his magical yuan was only at the first level of the solid realm. He'd done it for the gold coins, but most importantly for the sake of training his body. He hadn't held back at all. It looked like Lawrence had misunderstood Han Shoa. 60% of fighting aura. Han Shoa thought for a moment and thought about the magical yuan he'd just poured into his fist. He finally determined that his own strength should be slightly greater than Lawrence's. This was because Han Shoa had only poured 40% of his magical yuan into this punch, but it had created such an effect that it looked like they were evenly matched. Han Shoa didn't continue to clash head-on with Lawrence after testing out his strength with a single punch. Instead, he used his body's flexibility and agility to fight Lawrence in various direct and effective ways. In such an open space, the two of them fought back and forth for a while, and both of them suffered some attacks from the other. The strength of Han Shoa's body was obviously much stronger than Lawrence's. Lawrence grimaced in pain and groaned when his fists of the same strength landed on his body. Han Shoa's body was stronger than Lawrence's. Add to that the fact that training in the early stages of magical yuan was a process of self-torture. He'd endured all kinds of pain. Han Shoa was already used to this kind of pain landing on his body and didn't even groan. After a while, Lawrence, whose eyes had turned blue, voluntarily stopped and said with a wry smile, I'm done. You're such a strange person. I can't feel any fighting aura from your body at all. But why is your strength greater than mine? And is your body made of iron? Why does it feel like I'm hitting a rock when my fists land on it? Don't you feel pain? Chuckling evilly, Han Shoa said, You don't have to worry about that. My body is naturally strange. Can't I be strong? Could it be that you have the bloodline of a barbarian, or can go berserk like a berserker? Phoebe was right. You're a peculiar person indeed. Lawrence first asked in astonishment and then murmured to himself. Han Shoa also understood where he was lacking after the two exchanged blows. His body and magical yuan were indeed miraculous, but Lawrence had obviously gone through martial arts training, as his punches and dodges were quite methodical. Han Shoa hadn't learned any martial arts techniques, so his attacks were all in the simplest form. He lacked practical methods of attack compared to Lawrence. Silently noting this flaw in his heart, Han Shoa planned to properly ponder over it when he had the time. He wanted to see if there were any other attacking techniques in the memories that Chu Kanglin had left behind. I don't know. All right, let's stop here for today. I've finally gotten my revenge from last time. I'll come find you at the Night Academy when I've taken care of the black iron ore. Han Shoa pondered silently in his heart and casually spoke to Lawrence before returning to the necromancy major with furrowed brows. Lawrence had suffered a bit of a loss this time, but he wasn't angry. He smiled and bid farewell to Han Shoa before walking back to the Night Academy. He muttered softly, What a strange person indeed. The strength of his body can probably compare to some strong orc warriors. Han Shoa thought inwardly as he returned to the necromancy major without stopping. Phoebe needed some time to prepare rations, so Han Shoa didn't plan on returning to the cemetery of death for the time being. Add to that the fact that Duke was still in the academy and Han Shoa didn't know his exact plans, so he decided to temporarily stay in the necromancy major after thinking for a bit. Han Shoa's dormitory had long since been arranged by Fanny, but Han Shoa hadn't lived in it yet. Since he planned on staying in the academy for the time being, this dormitory could finally be put to use. As the largest academy in the empire, the facilities within the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force were indeed very complete. It was no wonder that every student was charged exorbitant tuition fees. Han Shoa's dormitory was in the corner of the second floor and was about 50 to 60 square meters. It included a washroom and a bedroom with a bed, chairs, tables, and mirrors. Compared to the warehouse that Han Shoa had stayed in before, it was like heaven and earth. It was already past noon when he arrived at the dormitory. Han Shuo had missed the time to eat and could only take out a few pieces of dried meat from his space ring to fill his stomach. After eating his fill, Han Shuo didn't leave the dormitory. He shut the door tightly and sat on his bed, taking advantage of the silence to train his magical yuan. The magical yuan circulated and slowly gathered in his mind from all parts of his body. A clear and slightly cool feeling filled his mind, making Han Shuo feel as if his brain was being washed in a cool pool. However, this feeling only lasted for a short while before the comfortable feeling in his mind was replaced by an unforgettable pain. This level of molded spirit training caused his mind to constantly alternate between comfort and pain. One moment, he felt incredibly comfortable and lazy. The next moment, he was in so much pain that Han Shuo felt as if someone was forcefully churning his brain with a sharp knife. What was most unbearable to Han Shuo was that every time the pain was intense, his mind would become incomparably clear. In this way, it was as if the pain was suddenly magnified by 10 times. The clarity of his mind seemed to specifically allow him to endure even greater pain, causing Han Shuo to want to curse that the creator of this magical yuan was indeed a pervert. After a long time, Han Shuo exhaled lightly and temporarily stopped training his magical yuan. His body was drenched in sweat, giving off steam as if he'd just taken a hot bath. A strong masculine scent wafted out. The training of magical yuan caused Han Shuo to stay up from afternoon to night. The night scene outside the window was enchanting, and the cool night breeze blew in. The surroundings were silent and still. Getting up from his cross-legged position, Han Shuo went to the washroom to run some hot water. He then lay contentedly in the bathtub, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation and comfort. He even hummed a little tune in comfort. In the dead of night, it was the perfect time for those with ill intentions to come and go. Han Shuo was leisurely bathing when he suddenly heard 2 soft sounds. One came from the dormitory and the other from outside the window. 3 original demons flew out soundlessly from the back of Han Shuo's neck. 2 of them passed through the window and arrived outside. One floated in the direction of the sound, while the other stayed at the window, silently observing the surroundings for any abnormalities. The last original demon floated out through the crack in the door and arrived in the hallway of the dormitory. It continued along the hallway and also floated in the direction of the sound. After floating for a while, the original demon that had left finally discovered Duke, whose feet weren't touching the ground and whose body was flying along the shadows of the surrounding buildings. Duke didn't wear a black mask this time. He was like a ghost in the dark night, floating weightlessly towards the dark major's school building. The original demon in the hallway discovered that one of the dormitory doors had been lightly opened. A dark-faced Fitch quietly left the room and walked towards Han Shuo. Judging from the expression on his face, he didn't seem to have good intentions. He immediately jumped out of the bathtub and quickly wiped off the water on his body. Han Shuo put on his underpants and returned to his bed. He lay down with his back to the door, and even breathing sounds emitted from his mouth.